Ia că scuresc cum să băgi asta. Păi și telefonul meu, așa. Gata, nice. Gata, bă, suntem live, nice. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Nice. Nu mi răspunde Electro, bă, că aș vrea să mă joc la tor întâi. Nu știu ce face Electro. Hai cu niște rank atunci. Da, nu răspundem. Abia aștept să-mi fac neck la rank acum, sincer, abia aștept. What? Ce-o luat ăștia ai mei? What? What the fuck, ce-o luat ai mei? Ce-au luat adversarii. Acum, dacă știam că la o să ia Nita, mai bine luam Maisie. Mă văd nice? Nu mă văd. Bă, deci mereu urăsc chestia asta, că trebuie să-mi iau web nou, că mi se vede doar capul, efectiv, capul și gâtul. Hai bă, că trebuie să-i bat pe ăștia. Noria mea e cam pe lângă cu jocul, dar e ok. A mea Nori chiar e pe lângă cu jocul neironic. Dar Mace pe lângă cu jocul, vere. Îi bate Onita, e ok. E ok, vă bate Onita, e ok, mă, e ok, e ok, e ok. E ok, vă bate Onita, stați liniștit. E ok, mă, l-a bătut pe Hank al meu Onita, e ok. E ok, mă, e ok. Și eu trebuia să mă gândesc sincer dacă iau ăsta sau Midi, dar... Salut, de ce mi-ai dat remove pe BS? Nu mai știu, frate, chiar nu știu. Da, sper că nu-l bate iară pe al meu. O, schimbat, acum se duce Hank cu mini atac. Așa, da? E ok, I guess. Dar putea să dai super și Hank-ul. Nu zic acum iară. Dai! E ok, nice, e ok. Țin eu puțin până vine. Nice. Bă, trebuia să iau vision-ul, ok. Hai că l-am picat eu ursul. Hit-ul, nice. Nice. Acum am ratat pe cu bă. Hai că nu are cum să ne pice, e ok. Bun. Nu m-a ajutat deloc, dar mulțumim. Unde o sărit al meu? Dai. Ferească-mă sfântul. Ok, am pierdut că am dat eu un super aiurea. Și că noria mea, penca al meu, nu sunt pe hartă. Am înțeles. Bă, dar și ăsta, și-o lua nerf masiv gadget-ul pe colonicață, că nu se simte deloc secunda aia. Da, trebuia să iau Maisie, da, trebuia să iau Maisie, nu de ce m-am dus pe acolo. Puteam să zic că trebuia Maisie, că avea mai mult control. 8 cu 13, ce pot să cer. E ok. Că la urmă e legendary 1, adică, na, bolile jocului. Hai că încep și finalul într-un minut. Asta mă rog să nu pice site-ul. Mamă, nu din nou capcana asta. Da. Să vedem dacă facem un L2 astăzi. Dacă fac L2, deja e nice. Și după începe tryhard-ul adevărat în L2. Bună, vezi că sunt live. Dacă ar trebui de aici să mai fac încă un application audio capture pentru Discord. Da, așa, pentru Discord. Stai să văd ce iau. Vorbește alea cu Dari să-mi dau seama dacă se aude ok. Da, să pus pe mute, ok. Hai că după meciul ăsta ne pregătim să punem și finalele. Na, m-a bătut. Și ai mei? Ai mei nu bat. Și vina mea că m-a bătut, dar nu. Eu bătut pe mine, n-am, GG. M-a aleșinat și pe mine că îmi dă different. De ce ei search cu Piper? Niște pedepse așa grele de faci cruce. Ireal. defense-ul ca să nu mă apuc acum să vă urăsc de dulce. Decât faceți def-ul. Du-te pe Pierce Piper! Bravo, m-a lăsat numai pe mine în def. Hai măcar am scos play-ul, da, nu-i bine. Scutul vieții de Pierce. Da, acum au venit și Brock-ul.
Da.
Stai, vezi că-s live. Stai.
Da.
Să-mi zici dacă vă auziți, dacă e tot ok.
Bă, taci mă.
Bă!
Hai.
Da. Doamne.
Asta mă stăpinul meu.
Ui, dau bloc lui Dare și 7 ăsta. Te auzi și pe vocal și pe live. Mă bucur.
Asta mă stăpinul meu.
Bă, frate.
Ce?
Păi, totuși.
Da.
Înainte de a face de-astea, treabă și tu. E live, nu e live, nu? Omul meu, direct pe legend mod. Taci mă.
Villa Tower Electro. Nu știu dacă ai văzut
Da,
că
da.
am și sunat. Mă bucur.
Pe asta am intrat, m-am mirat ăla că, bă, mă sună fei.
Stăpinul.
Mamă, da.
Bine, mă, trebuie să-i dăm
bătaie
accezaurului. Trebuie să-i dăm
bună.
accezaurului cezarului. M-a sunat pe WhatsApp, măcar de m-a sunat pe număr. Ce, ai pierdut ieri cu Astral? Nu cred.
Nu, dar aici pierd la rank. Deja primele 2 meciuri, 2 luzuri. Cu Astral
M-am
nici n-am
speriat, deci
jucat.
dacă mai... Astăzi,
Nu,
dacă
că
pierzi cu
Astral
Astral,
s-a
e
jucat-
chiar...
Astral s-a jucat singur și a pierdut iară.
Bro, hai că până termin un meci îmi fac eu
Dar am
compurile.
făcut deja, l-am făcut la antrenat, am luat 2 luzuri. Două
Zic
meciuri,
pentru
2
mine, la
luzuri.
tower.
Invitații de astăzi, Ario, păi îl avem așa, îl avem pe Electronic, îl avem pe Ren care e pe Difen și îl avem și pe Dari care e pe Move. Astăzi avem invitați la Watch Party. Bun, acum putem pune regele Stardust normal. Acum putem pune asta, gata când și să o punem să se audă finalele. Stai așa. La ăsta schimbăm în... Asta. Sper.
They didn't make it into this monthly finals.
Timpanul vă sparge timpanul, stai. Da, se aude prin microfon, what the fuck. Stai.
When it comes to challenges, honestly, I think there's some incredible teams from all around the world, but this is the first time that we've done it. So, like, I feel there's a great opportunity. I mean, certainly for a team like SK Gaming, right, who didn't have the best of seasons in the main BSC.
Sau pot pur și simplu să
Them to go out of challenges,
nu audă moturile.
to maybe have that Cinderella story running from our fans would be absolutely incredible. Similar to kind of like FA Kuna today. With Lena, you know, a player who's been on
Hai că până faci acolo, eu fac un foc.
over the years in just this 1 year. he could make a stellar run and still make worlds despite his, misfortunes at the beginning of
Ia
the
ce
season.
So teams like SK
Mama la
Gaming,
cheio să mă bată tata.
they decided to go for challengers instead, and
Bă, la cheio, ce crezi că merge mai bine? Jhin
Gata,
sau
gata,
Perla?
știu că nu m-ați auzit. Stai puțin, Electro, că eu am probleme tehnice aici la sunet. Da, știu ce fac,
Ok,
stai.
pe Bounty bag o bit. Pe Hozen bag Amber.
These situations don't unfold, and I would not want to be in their position because honestly, Kuma are looking great, and as we see here, there's only one ticket left. And there's so many teams fighting for it. Some of them
Nu
have
e
a harder
Dari.
path
Ba e
than
Dari, dar nu
others,
joacă.
but at the end of the day,
E pe voice.
Joc în curent.
Dar el nu
anybody
poate
can win.
Nu zic, eu cu Stardust și cu Dari.
one last spot to World Finals directly. They're under a lot of pressure today.
Nu jucați curent, că eu nu joc acum, că mă uit la Monthly.
Păi nu zic, tu cu mine și cu Stardust jucăm de seara.
It
Da.
does look like we are pretty aligned.
I would say that maybe Spoof didn't flip a coin today, simply because the matches that follow on seem to be kind of in line. And I rate it. I don't think that esports are a guaranteed victory in that set. They are still looking, to me at least, like the number one seed.
n-avem aici
regardless. I
atât
think
timp.
they've had one of the most consistent runs that we've kind of
Bă,
ever seen
Fei,
in an EMEA
Da.
season.
ce crezi că merge pe mapa de cheio mai bine, Jhin sau Perla?
Ce hartă?
E... Asta e că iar mi s-a buguit. Când se buguiește îți dă... Gen, nu știu dacă ai observat la tower, dacă stai acolo și uneori apeși pe alte mape, uneori poate să-ți dea... ăsta, cum se cheamă... Cum se cheamă mapa aia de gen mă? Hard Rock Mine și să se numească Unnamed. Și gen așa arată la toate game-urile. Deci e... Conacol. E mapa aia dubioasă cu mici bush pe mijloc și ai două, nu știu, uite-te la aia. Și de-aia zic, Jhin sau Perla, care merge mai bine pe aia?
Stai să văd pe secundar.
Ei nu va fi bun, că na, vă țin în heal, dar... Ăla e Brawler overall mai bun acum.
Mamă, Conacol asta?
Da.
Ai de viața mea, n-am văzut în viața mea harta asta.
Eu am jucat pe ea. Am farmat, am stat să fac record cu Timonica pe ea, știu care e harta.
Bă,
Eu mă dau pe
sincer,
default,
cred
că
că...
vreau să aud ce zic ăștia.
Amazing.
Bine.
Sure, that happened totally. But you can still get some tickets. There's still
Pearl,
a couple
sincer,
of
cred
tickets
că
left for the World
Pearl.
Finals. For our
Ok, deci Perla.
community team today we have
Eu am zice
Oricum-
Jhin-ul, dar ți-am zis că vă țin în heal.
Depinde ce brawlere avem, adică încă nu știu ce brawlere am eu, așa că ai răbdare ca să ajungem să jucăm și noi.
Păi, faceți-vă timpurile și după ne decidem dacă bag Perla sau Jhin-ul pe gen. Unul dintre ei trebuie să-l bag acum pe gen. Mamă, e Venox online. No way. Eu las așa deocamdată compul cu Jhin la final, că eu zic că va fi bun din cauza că stăm unul lângă altul, ne mai dăm heal. Plus că am vision și ajută pe... Da, Jhin, clar. Jhin o să joc la final. Și atunci aici bag Perla. Da, eu mă aștept.
Nu-i Renault, nu știu ce face.
Face ce poate. Deci eu o să bag așa, uite-te la mape și zic ce bag. Eu zic că sunt destul de ok.
Începe meciul și
Ce meci?
aparent... Mamă, holy, bătaie de Fute Esports versus echipa lui Linei. Mamă, păi Linei... Tu îți dai seama că Linei are 2% șanse de câștig din partea publicului.
Ce joacă le împinge?
Da, da.
A, prima echipă.
Prețul meu favorit.
Da, nu știu. Dar
O
mă știi
să
care e
vezi și pe
faza?
live, că uite, am pus finalele, gen, pe fundal.
Nu pe live, că pe voice, nu poți sta și pe voice și pe live. De fapt
live-ul
poți,
pe
dar...
Live-ul pe mult, live-ul pe mult.
Și vrei să vii să-ți farmezi ore, stai așa? Dar nu pot acum.
După,
Sau numai
după,
dacă
nu
rețin.
acum.
Alo?
Gen, să rețin compul. Ce fac, Domiac?
Domiacule, ai grijă ce zici că sunt live rege.
Stai un pic. Bă, Elector, tu mă mai ai pe contul vechi pe Discord?
Nu știu. Cum te caut?
Ia vezi, Domiac, nu știu. Parcă.
Dați-mă că n-am răzat pe live.
Și zi-mi și mie cum aveam ID-ul ăla.
Dumi AKK 777.
2 de
Stai că
capa?
schimb. Da, 2 de K și 3 de 7. Ăla sub Domiac, nu?
Da, 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 da.
Ok, am
Da,
înțeles.
Mersi.
Să intru pe live după ce asta, că am nevoie de compuri. Să văd ce să joc.
Da, 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 e ok. Eu am vândut meciul aici,
Nu,
mă
aștept.
enervez de numai.
Aștept până vine Ren, cred că dau niște meciuri la records, că n-am să stau.
Mai bine că nu se
Așa,
vede
așa.
cum am vândut.
Am multe de things de jucat. Uite, am 62.
Bună, bună. Salut.
Mai trebuie să 18 cu fix de data. Câte starduri poți să iei maxime?
Nu știu. Bă, are o idee că am și oameni pe vocal, mă și joc rank, ascult, am și finalele pe fundal și am și chat-ul. Fac 4 task-uri în același timp.
Nu e that deep, Faye.
Corect, corect.
Ești YouTuber, trebuie să înveți multitasking, puiule. Adică pe viitor va trebui să-ți babarduiești și nevasta în timp ce editezi un videoclip. Pe asta am zis. Nu, bă. Trebuie să înveți, Faye, că munca de creator nu este ușoară. Și să înveți ca Vlad să joci la 2 capete.
Mă, ce...
Bă, bre. Doamne.
The undisputed #1 in EMEA, Kuma, that are still looking to get some points towards that LCQ slot. They're looking at it at the moment. So we have the band in already. Meeple Stew and Ruby band out by the side of Kuma. They do have the first pick. And on the map,
Dar chiar, bă, Fei, vezi că am zis că dacă tot am... Mamă, cu cine mi-a dat? Dacă tot am zis că am puncte maxime, că a făcut de ieri. Gândește că live-ul de mondial a început la 10 fără sfert, parcă, nu? Sau 11 fără sfert, că nu mi-aduc aminte bine. 10 sau 11 fără sfert.
10 fără un sfert, stai că se întâmplă chestii.
Da.
Acceptă-mă în club.
Da, 10 fără sfert și... eu intrat pe live pe la vreo 1 și tot am făcut maxim pe ambele conturi fix. Bă, da, fix când s-a terminat gen. Că atunci mi-am luat ultimul MVP și am făcut pe ambele conturi Pinu. Da, și am zis că dacă tot am luat Pinu deja și astăzi am liber la voturi, am zis pe mare să susțin echipa favorită, oricum o făceam, tot timpul. Iar pe secundar am zis, bă, hai să susțin românii. Și am votat RB pe la final.
Eu zic că futu câștigă.
Am uitat să bă.
Fut câștigă.
Nu l-am luat. Las că recuperăm.
Acceptați-mă în club, bă.
Să
Dai,
meci.
Domiacule, să termin meciul.
Dă-i kick-ul Sebi ăla.
În meciul meu, o să meci și meu bătaie.
Lasă cam la cine da kick-uri, e ok.
Nu, dă-i ăla, că eu sunt certat cu ăla și nu vreau să stau cu el în același club.
Dar ce ați făcut, mă? Nu e în echipă cu tine.
E terminat, mă. Și, fii atent, și când a jucat atunci Argentina cu Spania?
Da.
Eu am ținut cu Spania atunci. El a intrat pe vocal și a zis că... Și a înjurat rău de tot pe mine. Din cauza a bătut Spania. Eu l-am banat pe serverul ultimul lică. Și de asta nu mai vorbesc. L-am la
Aiurea,
bloc.
dacă v-ați certat la fotbal.
Nu, dar așa fac toți. Așa fac toți fotbaliștii fei. Toți ăștia care se uită la fotbal intensiv, toți fac așa.
Hai că
Toți
vă
își
las, bă, mă
susțin
uit la
echipa
ăsta. O să mă uit la ăsta. Intră mai târziu un pic. Hai, pa, pa, pa.
Bye.
Am vândut meciul iar. Nu vând. Eu uneori vând meciurile prea tare.
Bă, fei, bă, tu l-ai auzit pe ăsta bine, cred că nu s-a auzit, că dacă ai auzit tu, s-a auzit și el. Bă, coaile. N-am mai putut de râs. A făcut fratele meu, s-a uitat pe Discord și l-a văzut pe Dumiac și a zis: bă, dar mare-i leț ăsta.
Nu, chiar n-am auzit. N-am auzit eu, dar pe live.
Bă, dar mare leț e imobil ăsta. Mare leț. Nu știu dacă știi ce e la leț, poate nu știi. Ar trebui să știi denumirea, gen leț scândură. Numai leț sună mai bine, bă, dar mare lețul ăsta.
Gata cu meciurile, că o să mă enervez, mă aprind destul de tare la bancă.
Știi, adică am votat pe contul mare, mi-a votat echipa Totemul. Biau, chiar dacă n-aș fi avut puncte maxime, tot aș fi votat Totemul. Eu votez tot timpul Totemul.
Na,
Iar
uitați-vă,
pe secundar am votat
ăștia nu și-au setat bine scorul acolo. Uită-te unde e poziționat.
Ren, etapa sau, tio?
Oamenii mei nu și-au setat bine setările de spectate. Hai că deja au început bine.
Da, le are Stardust. Dumiac, la câți bani au băgat Dumia Logic care a bifregi.
Știu că dar mă băgam masane pe ăia.
Da.
On the right hand side,
Trebuie terminat cu stop eu.
Bă, dar leț imobiliar ăsta. Mare leț.
Îl avem pe regele Dumiac. Stai să văd ce-a zis. Deci, ceea ce e cel mai important, dacă se simte ignorat, pleacă de pe live. Eu nu țin cu românul, l-am votat echipa adversă, v-aș foarte bine genul meu de la Ivac, iar te pup.
Super onto Lenart as well, and looking serious, he's built up so many clones. This is looking perfect for Foot.
Mamă, joacă Linein Edgar. În așa match-up. Păi deja ăștia și-au luat-o meta. Kuma.
Mai da prost acolo la.
Nu are echipă bună, chiar nu prea au avut echipe anul ăsta Linein.
Dar Stardust dă hei la toate echipele de mondiale.
Uite pe Guest, îi mânca la arpata. Da, chiar cât mai mult, crezi că mie chiar mi-ar trebui niște puncte, cam 3600. Din 3800, de fapt nu mai trebuie mult.
Da.
Am crezut că până la 4000 îi.
Nu. Și oricum e să zici fake, oricum o să vină în continuare weekend-ul viitor și puteai da lock in atunci dacă cazi.
Getting aggressed and bullied on this top left-hand side here. Down to 68 HP and will finalize that kill quite comfortably. So again,
The mask hides the predator within.
the fourth gone the aggressive. Guesty tapping again, consistently building up that army.
Da, BB e BB, adică
Consistently building up that army.
Ren, ¿qué te ha pasado, tío?
Nu duce la mine netul, ești nebun, nu-mi duce netul.
Really struggling as everyone falls. That's going to put a bit of a stop to the objective, but in that time that was spent on the zone, they were able to establish 42%.
De asta îmi place mult Battle Card-ul ăsta și finalul, dar chestia asta cu aripile care se te spart. Da, tot timpul mi-a plăcut.
Am fi putut facem asta de 3 ori, pentru că nu se resetează la anul.
Păi și când joci?
Eu liberul când. Mai ales am lăsat, putem
Nu stai fain cu foc.
că vreau asta cu 2 stele. Dacă făceam de atunci de când ți-am zis, deja aveam asta.
Și acum putem, că update-ul o să vină decembrie. Și oricum nu e, da. Și oricum nu e speculat. Pe asta zic.
6 stele.
Apuci o ceacă, că avem august, septembrie,
At this point chiar nu a
octombrie.
fost 6 stele. Dacă noi voiam Battle Card-ul maxat, chiar Electro chiar trebuia să facem
Nu, știi care e
atunci
faza
master.
Fei, vine ăla, dar nu e nicio dovadă că s-ar putea să vină Battle Card-uri noi.
O să vină Electro. Înțeleg că dorești speculația asta că nu vine, dar cred că o să vină.
Până la urmă, câte stai, deci dacă aș face acum în august, septembrie,
Și
octombrie,
destul de
noiembrie,
multe.
sunt chiar 5 fei cu decembrie. Stai un pic, update-ul vine în septembrie, octombrie. Da, fei, update-ul vine la finalul lui decembrie, ar trebui să vină
În
update.
mijloc. Bro,
La
mijlocul lui decembrie, că e Brawl Day și...
În mijloc, da,
de
deja
sărbători.
sezonul a început. Deci dacă m-aș pune acum, aș face fix 5 stele, să-l am fix cum îl am a meu. Ăsta de masă de acum. Așa cu 5 stele.
Electro, stai.
Nu
Calculăm
de îmi place mai
acum.
mult Battle Card, asta chestia asta cu aripile.
4 stele.
Nu crede, mai mișto așa. Mai mișto așa, full. Mai bine n-ai o stea decât să... Dar tu n-ai deloc, adică prima oară trebuie să-l faci și după aia pui stele. Că uite, Rick, că și eu l-am doar o dată. Păi dacă vrei ne punem. Jucăm azi?
Băi, 4 stele cu clar. Dacă nu fac 2 stele, îi dau în pula mea.
Bă, nu vorbi urât.
Da, mă, stai.
More often than not, the teams actually are losing their map pick currently. We're at
Două stele
37%
și bine.
win rate from your own map.
Asta înseamnă 3 sezoane
The time where
de
Kumar
master.
can strike. They have had some great showings over the course of this season.
Dar ți-am zis, n-ai dus pe Baba. Păi se înțelege de ce.
Păi nu prea joc, nu vezi că nu vine.
Plus că ești și slab.
Bună,
Eu.
Gabriel,
Ali
bună.
Baba ăla.
Many of these teams
Băi,
today
nu știu de ce tot
be a different beast.
ăsta, că Ali Baba e player slab.
So consistent all season long. That's the concern when it comes to FUT esports.
Ali Baba e player slab. Te-am văzut, cu 2 playeri în pula mea nu
To
fost...
move into out in the open.
Bă, pe pune e pământ.
First pick personally on the side of FUT esports here. See where they go.
Ce
for it.
zici?
Brock being banned out by Kuma is also another good first pick where they brought out of the mix here. Good to see the kit ban. You know that I think that's
Când jucăm rock atunci?
to really
Dacă vrei să ne băgăm la vasă. Păi când merge să...
Am 7 zile la dispoziție să joc
I mean, as a
Păi da, își ducem o
first
dată.
pick, I
Doar o
know
dată
that
vrei.
Daryl and Kit are banned out,
Trei
but
ori.
surely this can be punished. I mean, FUT are the
Ți-am
pros, they're the
2
ones that
stele.
are prepared for this, and you can never doubt them, right? But
Ăsta,
there are some holes in this, but
Legendary.
this is the thing with FUT,
Da,
right?
da,
Okay,
procesul ăsta
Nigel,
se face la
first pick,
Legendary
they're
4
probably
stele.
basing them out into something, because if you pick aggression too early, then FUT have another 2 responses
După la de
to go.
Legendary poți să-l maxezi până la final.
Surge is a banned out. We saw Surge not really work out too
Să faci
much
6 stele dacă te joci. Că Legendary e ușor.
Leon is a great option into Niger because you've got the lollipop.
Bucură-te dacă
gadget,
ducem
you've got
o dată.
speed to
Aia e
combine
ideea.
with that. With Niger, you need a bit of
Că e
speed,
greu,
you
nu
need a
vezi
bit
să
of
pui
aggression
bei cât
because,
proștezi
I mean,
și o să
Max is
jucăm în
banned out
2.
as well. I wouldn't be surprised to
În
have Max
bloc-ul.
Leon and just run it down against this Niger.
For me
Că nu poți să
personally,
trick-ul.
most
Trick-ul
importantly
dar...
on out in the open
Ce?
is to get into the mid. On the left
Păi,
side,
nu
you
vrei
need
să
to go
începem
with
după
Watcher.
acum?
Angela would still be left open for that Eve potentially.
Azi nu ia, mă, punge capul, da?
Și când bei sat? Mâine, adică.
Da.
Mhm.
Nu
Deci
are
mâine putem
laptopul.
juca sau jucat? Nu zici când.
Am are laptop, efectiv.
You can either go with the Watcher, Angela.
That's kind of like where FUT esports are going to absolutely thrive
Bravo,
here.
KJ.
It's one that there's never really banned out against them, but you know, with the windmill gadget as well, like it's able to shut down a pearl pretty quick. You can kind of bait out the gadget in that regard. Damien's a possibility again, still early doors in EMEA.
Da, că cine știe
That's
când
a
vine
rule which is kind of
re.
being reserved. Maybe going to come forwards now for FUT
Bă, întreabă-l pe Ario dacă
Definitely
vrea
a
să
rule
jucăm.
which has definitely some very
Nu mai e
obvious
pe live.
weaknesses,
Da,
but I
da,
think
sigur,
with
m-am-
Buffy's now especially,
Da, nu mai e pe
the
live.
amount of utility that you can actually
Mamă, eu
provide
la...
your
Bă,
teammate
vere!
is
Deci
like
să-ți ia
so
fosile
strong.
ăla la
You just
mine.
can't
E Venom și
ignore it.
Shocoline.
was literally screaming 8-bit. I was like 8-bit against Leon, against Pearl. Pearl is going to get outranged by Benagia. 8-bit is going to also be a great counter to Pearl as well. Outranges, and especially once you get the turret. So now they're kind of hunkering down together here with the 8-bit being very defensive. Now they need something to maybe protect them or go aggro. Mina, Angel Boy, wow. I mean, still to this day, they're not banning the Mina. I know she received a couple of nerfs, but again, I'm watching, just watch Angel Boy's content. He's going Mina everywhere. He can win it into so many different matchups, and it's also got a great matchup into Pearl and Leon.
A match made in heaven, these two. Angel Boy and that Mina, something that I hope I will never have to face in my life, please. On the right side now, actually Starnova would still be left open. She did receive a couple of nerfs, but I still believe she is gonna be a mainstay in the meta for a little while longer. They opt for something with a bit more range instead. Spen doesn't look too happy about that Piper pick, honestly.
It's a bit 50-50, right?
Don't be saying.
And it's good on this
No
map.
slander about
Just
Piper
because
today,
it's
please.
your favorite brawler, it's not necessarily a good pick. It's fine into the Naja,
It's a great pick.
but against the other two, she might struggle a bit.
It's just hard into foot, like to play these brawlers that require so much skill and so much accuracy, and then you're playing it into a Mina that he's just going to run the rings around you the whole game. But I mean, Piper does have good matchup into both 8-bit and Nigel, so it's not like a horrible pick. It's just it's very risky for a team like Kuma, especially when the pressure is on them. Most people are going to go for more comfort picks, so I guess they've kind of got that with Pearl already. So you see Lena already pushed up, and this is beautiful. This is how you play Leon, by the way. I've seen Leon on this map before yesterday. You just need to be aggressive. Nest already getting tapped up. This is a great start for Kuma, because this map is all about positioning. If they can gain positioning of the enemy bush, most of the time just end up winning anyways.
Yeah, some great opening snipes from Nest. The problem with Piper here is already going to be that if the Mina pushes forward and then quick esports get in the back spawn, Dom Play going to burn down here as well to the poison. And now low HP as well. Oh, nice there from Angel Boy as well to seal it. And now what are you going to do? You know, it's not a problem that you can 1v3 with. They can try and open up the map ready for the next round, but ultimately, you know, there's some value, maybe some utility kind of come in early on to have something of a super to be able to evade some of this aggression that Foot are going to bring. But, you know, it's very, very difficult in this map. This is one of the hardest maps to really come out of the spawn when you're pushed up in that kind of chokehold.
I was amazed how quickly Foot just did that. It was almost as if they baited them into it and then just took them down. Anyway, Guesty now has the snakes available. That's going to be a great option to use against the Piper. Lena is trying to be sneaky. How did he find him so easily? Now all of a utility. It takes forever to get a Leon super in this situation. Now we can look to push forward a little bit. Nob has to use extra credits. Snake's being used because Nob is pretty weak. Now Angel Boy and Guesty are going to cover for them. Theirs is so weak. Angel Boy misses his super. He's trying to get some combinations down. It doesn't matter. He's found his target onto Pipe and he's still going to get out. How is he still alive? Dompe's going to get pinched out easily. Now it's a 3 versus 2 situation. I don't see a way that Kuma can win this. That's insane. It's like the 8-bit was really weak, and normally as a team you retreat, right? They was like, nope, we're just going to take you 2 versus 3.
It's just like another league, isn't it? Like, Foot Esports are just like always one step ahead, it feels like it. You know, you can draft into them, but it feels like they've already planned for every eventuality. I mean, the Naja's going to struggle against, going to be very good into the Piper as well, with the longer additional range. Like, Foot Esports can just stay more controlled and allow Angel Boy to go on the aggressive. The survivability of that man is just honestly absolutely cracked, and this lovely little 8-bit connections that Nob is getting off the gadget as well with the extra credits is just going to give them so much value to in the opening moments.
Now Guesty can push up as well. With Nigel, you can peek around the corners. Guesty's so weak. And as we spoke about before, with an 8-bit composition specifically, you need to try and punish it before he gets his turret, because once he gets one, he's just going to cycle it through. Extra credits get so much good value on this map as well. Everyone's grouping up in the bush. Now with extra credits, the buffy is going to connect onto the Nest is getting really weak here with the poison as well. And it's just so complicated for Foot. Such a good setup. Dompe's going to burn down not a little bit. Angel Boy is going to get pinched out though. Incredible snipes from Nest. That is a great situation to be in if you're Kuma.
Yeah, sneaky work from Lenan, and the best chance here for Kuma. He's getting good taps in for Nob, but that's great work from Nest. They should be able to seal down Guesty and get a nice amount of utility for the next round. Break open some of those bushes as well from Nest. It's a really nice setup there for Kuma, but they've struggled so far. That's the first opening door. Let's see if they can turn it into a game.
trying to see how Leon sneaks in here. Like, where is his free kill? I think the only thing that Leonard can really do is just pressure at this point. Ness is going to snipe down Nob, who's actually taken about half of his health there since the recent damage buff from Piper. She does a hefty amount. That's why you've seen her a little bit more often. But are just playing the slow game. They know they have to just wait around for Nob to get his super. Leonard waits for his gadget. He's going to push in. Ness has to fall back though. He's been tapped by Guess. He keeps landing these shots so frequently onto Piper. Angel Boy's going to have to retreat a little bit here. Now Leonard opts to use his super. He's trying to find somebody, but they know he's sneaking. They've got a turret to save them as well. Angel Boy knows that Lenena's overextended. He's going to get the pinch out. Dompe misses his gadget as well. Now with the 8-bit turret set up, I don't really see a way that Kuma can save this. As you see, Dompe's just retreating into the gas. He knows he doesn't want to feed any more supers. Wow, this is foots to lose at this point.
Yeah, in a way, that break of the bush has kind of backfired because Lenan really kind of wanted to utilize that to be able to be sneaky and to be able to do the first, round wise and just get that first opening kill and make that 3 versus 2.
Abia acum realizez că
Esports were
Angel
able to
Boy
kind of
joacă
keep the
mine.
control of the bottom right-hand side.
Viața mea.
Hypercharge available for Ness. I haven't really seen too much from Dompe yet in this round. We need to kind of see more. There's a nice connecting gadget there onto Angel Boy, who will burn. But safe and sound on that bottom right yet again, waiting for Nob to get set up. And this is where Foot just really thrives, just keeping that control, staying back, utilizing that, the distance of that Nage. Now the hypercharge coming in as well. It's just too much for Kuma to be able to take. And look at that. Ness going to eat up every single one of those danger noodles. And a very comfortable set yet again, going the way of Foot Esports.
I don't envy Kuma. This is why I retired. This is why I retired.
Yeah, how many
how do you
finals
beat teams like this? It's just, they're perfect. We've got perfect synergy, perfect draft, perfect mid-set adjustments. It's like they just know everything about the game. It's insane. And honestly, I had expectations of Kuma. I mean, it's a roster that's put together quite last minute, but they've been performing well in scrims. They've performed well in the monthly qualifiers leading up. And so far, I'm yet to see any true signs of a fight.
I mean, you can retire then, or you just become like them. How about that? I must say, if you're not a fan of Kuma already, after what they showed us in the past monthly finals, I definitely became one after what we've seen in a little small tournaments here in the EMEA Football League, especially Dompe really shines in moments where he has to clutch usually. Now, Perlin's not exactly a clutch brawler. I did, however, like how Kuma played together whenever Ness was low, Lena pushed up. They made sure that they always keep Foot under control, but then the slightest mistakes Foot can capitalize on, and that's what Spen meant. They're so good at, just making the impossible moments happen sometimes, where they just turn things around, even if it looks like Foot is actually on the back foot. In the next moment, they find a kill. Now, Pit Stop is Kuma's pick, and we talked about it yesterday. It is one of the most scrimmed maps from Foot Esports. They absolutely love this map. Kuma scrimmed it even more often, so don't give up hope just yet.
It's also the biggest coin flip map, though, isn't it? Which is kind of where I feel Kuma might be going with the bands here, the Buzz, the Miko, as well as the Kaze, Griff, Edgar, and the Cordelius also. Cordelius ban always, to me, says we're going to take away your defense and go in with something like a Melody or a Chuck kind of idea. Melody, I think, would be the best brawler to kind of make work, or something really tanky like a Bull, I think would be kind of right up Lenan's street here. Definitely as well, is Kit open? Kit is open. I think the Kaze being banned may turn players from considering it a little bit. Really going to come forward with the first Kuma, and this is a map that I can get behind it.
I love the Rico, and I didn't really see too much on Asia because it's so strong, and this is a map down the years I would know best, right? Rico is so good on Pit Stop. It's just made for him. There's so many walls, and especially with the buffies, at first I thought, okay, maybe he's received some nerfs, but with Bouncy Castle and with Robo Retreat as well, with those new buffies, he's actually pretty strong. So what do you go with here? Now you need, I mean, Rico's actually not that good into aggro anymore. Before, with multiple launcher, you could just pop that gadget, stand still, and defend really easily. So we see the surge, and we see the instant shade as well. And the kit. I mean, what does that go to say? They're very happy with this draft.
I think so too. Shade, so good on a map like this one. Kit, yesterday was used sometimes also to defend. On the other side, we have the Surge to do just that. Usually, Kuma loves to play Kaze and Lumi. Lumi was the first pick of Foot. Kaze banned out of the way, so they don't have much to go still. Boss sometimes showed up too, banned out by Foot as well. Foot really seems to have this draft under control. I think the only thing they could still go here is something like a Bull, thank you, because it's so good into the weaker assassins, like the less HP, hefty brawlers. Foot is, with every right, so super happy with their draft.
They are just like happy to see it, which is crazy to me. Like that when it comes down to the draft, like they are literally smiling when they are feeling like they've got it under control, and they're already feeling good about this.
I mean, it could backfire, but it's Foot. It's like, Angel Boy's so happy with that. I mean, Brawl in the past used to be able to do okay into Lumi with the hypercharge, but how is he going to get this hypercharge? That is the problem, right? It's going to take so long for him to get it, and you're just seeing Foot on their comfort brawlers, right? The problem is here, like, Ness isn't really going to get too much into the game. I mean, he has got pinched out here from the kid jumping onto Brawl. Lana actually getting some really good pressure there with Surge. Now Dompe can get onto the safe. This is a great start for Kuma. They're just saying, hey, we're just going to go for a base race as well. Angel Boy does clear things up though. He's got a Shade Super to use, but now Shade has to defend against the Bull, and that's not really going to work out too well because that's nearly 2 cracks gone already.
Yeah, fantastic start here for Kuma. Foot behind. Angel Boy needs to get some good swipes here onto the safe. Trying to balance his time between the safe and Lenan there. He gets to jump out, but meanwhile, there's a big push coming in here for Foot. And there's only really gets to here on defense. There's a lot of Rico shots on the left-hand side. A stun that's not going to connect. Now Nob coming in. But, I mean, it's a race that I don't think Foot can win.
Yeah, I mean, so once you get nearly a 2-crack head start, how are you able to defend this? Great plays there from Kuma so far. And they just doubled up. They just did something that Foot didn't predict. And like I said, it could have backfired. They were laughing at the draft. Sometimes complacency, it can get to you. But at the same time, I think it was just great overall game strategy there from Kuma. But these great teams, they make these adjustments. They've made a small mistake there. They've let Kuma in a little bit. It could be the most insane reverse sweep ever. But I think Foot will have other ideas.
But certainly are not too deterred, but now Angel Boy and Nob taking his right-hand side and going straight for the juggler. But Lenan does a good job on defense. Angel Boy will get some swipes into the safe, trying to line up one now as well. But in the meanwhile, Ness lurking on that bottom right-hand side for Kuma, waiting for his time to strike. Nob might choose to jump it, so get some swipes. That's shielding, keeping Ness alive here for a lot longer than I thought he would, honestly. But no crack of the safe, just 2% shy.
I love the mid-set adjustments here, but Nob misses his jump. Lenar with a great time super. He gets out of there. And it's just a small percentage lead. Ness is just going to run up. Angel Boy is trying to work his magic on the safe right here.
Oh no!
Opts to jump onto Angel Boy, but he can't do that while it's connected through a wall. Ness manages to get a crack onto the safe, but Angel Boy is swiping away. A few more swipes, and he's going to get his hypercharge. Lana just jumps in. He needs to eradicate that straight away. Now guess he has his hypercharge used. Hypercharge from the lane coming out. He manages to get the kill onto Nob. Dompe is trying to sneak through. Hypercharges galore from Foot here. Easy kill onto the Rico. A jump from Nob as well is going to shut down that offense. Guess he just goes on the offense as well. We're just rotating so well. This composition, this roster can do everything.
Yeah, put under pressure, but they are still in a very good advantageous position. Now the connection kit is there. They should be able to seal the safe and get to a match point position. And it's looking bleak for FA Kuma. That was by far their best performing game so far in this set. And it's just looking like it might come to an end here regardless. I think that if Kuma can just get through this set, wipe the slate clean and get to the second draft, it can really help here. But they just don't seem too deterred by it. There's mistakes on the side of Foot that aren't even proving too costly.
The whole year is on the line here, but it's against Foot. They really need to pull the best gameplay they've ever produced right now. Ness is going to go on the offensive. Dompe's doing a great job on the Rico. By the way. He's getting gets on the safe a little bit earlier this time around. I think what Kuma have realized this time around is that Foot can just rotate between offense and defense. They all have capabilities there. Great jump onto Dompe there. That's going to confirm the kill with Gessie. Angel Boy, he knows that he just needs to get some damage onto the safe. But Kuma doing great. They're now on the safe as well. Unfortunately, the safe was needing to be cracked just when Bull was there in time. So Foot can just get a great lead of 20% already.
Nob going to try to get a connection to Dompe, the left-hand side. Good stuff from Gestie. He gets to take down the now, but Les still trying to work his right-hand side. But Nob now safely onto that safe. 42% damage, gonna come back and does find Angel along the way. That's great synergy there for Thunder.
I was a bit on the edge again. I thought it was going to happen. I thought he was about to detach. But Angel is now clapping this save down. Dompe with a great defense with Rico. Hypercharge is popped. He needs to try and find Guesty immediately because time is running out. Ness has his super available. Will he confirm the kill onto Edge? But he won't because he's only sliver away from gaining that super. Now not to go on the offensive. Now Kuma can't afford for any brawler to slip through. Both Nom and Guesty are on the offensive here. They're just going to wait to heal up. Now Hypercharge is popped. Just 15% left. Dompe just barely misses his super. And that is it. Foot are going to 3-0 Kuma in good fashion there. Kuma put up a great fight with so much on the line, with so much pressure. Unfortunately, their year ends there.
Cum e acum urmează, intră ei pe scenă.
I feel like if this roster was to have happened a couple of months ago, they would have been looking much better in this position, but unfortunately, most of the year just didn't pan their way, and yeah, their dreams have been crushed.
It was always going to be a massive mountain to climb, you know, and I think for the storylines, I would have loved to have seen nothing more than the last monthly final for esports taking the L. I think that they've been overdue one in all honesty, but they are still showing that they are the team to beat in this region. Just looking so competent, and every single draft just seemed like it was just on point. Like they just have every trick in the book, it seems.
Last time those two teams faced off against each other in the grand finals of April. It looked like it could be this complete rookie roster's month. They beat out Humble in the quarterfinals. They beat Navi in the semis, both of them 3-0 notably. And then they meet Foot. Makes it a clear-cut 3-0 them back then already, and now again today. It is truly heartbreaking. Kuma came in this year as one of the underdogs, and their first monthly final ever. They already showed what's in them. It is heartbreaking how then they now have lost their only chance at LCQ and Worlds.
I know, because this roster has great prospects, especially Dompe and Nez. We know everything about Lennart already, right? He's such a great player. Unfortunately, I don't think he'd get
Mamă, 50! Coaie, 50-50, real!
Nez has so much potential. Dompe as
Talent Slap versus Totem.
It's like if they faced off against any other, such a better
Așa echilibru, mă.
because when there's so much on the line, the preparation, it was there, but they faced off against Four.
At least you already know we're going to see
Dar tot
Lennart
echilibru, acum e
another team, either
49-51.
LCQ or Worlds, right?
O, de două plăți zic că faci bani și cu drumul.
He subbed in more often than any other player here in the region. Again, heartbreaking for Kamala Silvestre. I would have loved also for storyline's sake for them to make it through the quarterfinals today, you know, upset the LCQ and the World's race a little bit. But yes, it just wasn't meant to be. Spoot, welcome to the show as well. I'm really glad to see you so soon, I guess. I didn't want it to be a 3-0, but at least we get you this soon right now.
Yeah, it's great to be on, and it's great to start the day off with -1 on predictions. Yeah, but it happens. I think Lennart, he made me feel a lot better knowing that he will most certainly find yet another team down the line. I'm sure that there will be someone who will require his services, whether it's in the postseason or in 2027.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if rosters are locked or not. But by the predictions, I think I might have sold Kuma a bit too much soon before the show. I mean, they were looking great in scrims. You look at their win rates, they looked fantastic. And in the monthly qualifiers, they look great as well. I mean, no, you just flipped a coin surely there, because how can you bet against Foot? They've got nothing going against them.
I just believed in Lennart and Dompe and Nez, and
He was part of the 3%.
I thought back to April when they upset Humble, and I thought to myself, you know, for the plot, but clearly the Angel of Death has no mercy.
From this region, Foot is going to the World Finals alongside Humble and Replying Totem. If you are a huge fan of one of these three teams or any other team of any other region that is going to Worlds, you better get your tickets still. There's a couple left. I believe we're sold out on the tickets, but there's still some general edition tickets, and I'm very sure they're going to be soon gone too, so you better grab some before they're all gone. Now, quarterfinal 1 already out of the way, we want to head straight into our second match. I hope it's going to be a bit closer. We just had a 3-0. It's Talent
Yeah.
Lab versus
Oh,
Group
come on.
Like Totem. And you see that right. Talent Lab actually qualified
Yeah,
through
okay.
the upper bracket. It's the
Yeah,
first time we see this roster in the monthly final. And they reverse swept Novo. They beat Heretics 3-1 in the qualifiers too
Yeah,
to be here
Talent
today.
Lab versus Replay Totem.
That shocked me when I looked it up and I said, you've got a new team in EMEA at the final season? Well, this ain't East Asia. How is that possible? And I couldn't find much about these players individually, Sven, until I looked at challenges and found that, wow, some of these guys actually finished, second in challenges on, separate teams. But that just goes to show that even this late in the season, teams can still rise and fall.
One fun fact as well, Sunfire was playing with Skyrix. Do you
Yo,
remember
good luck
that
with
familiar
that
face
person.
from my times? Yeah, he used to destroy me back in the day. Skyrix team with Sunfire. For the majority of the season, like Stu said, came second. Sunfire left that roster, picked up another great opportunity with Talent Labs. So with Talent Labs, unfortunately, they've had to substitute in, well, not unfortunately, but unfortunate for Agachi. He had to substitute out. Mewtwo substitutes in, so I know quite a bit about Mewtwo. I think in some ways, it can be controversial. He has got the
Eu am
talent,
uitat că iar e pe
but
închesă.
I don't, it's a last minute substitution, and especially with their preparation, it didn't look the best after what
Deci jocă, doamne, Totemul a ales primul Polpan, Talent Lab
So that would also be my reason why I
Pitstop,
voted for Reply to win in the end. Talent Lab unfortunately has to play with us today. These are the maps that we're going to see in the series. First, gonna go with the team whole plot map. We haven't seen so far yet today. Pitstop. Again, it seems to be the favorite heist map of EMEA. Out in the open, Layer Cake and Dueling Beetles to follow things up. Again, Talent Lab is one of the two reasons why Novo is not here today. Novo, that was sitting in that fourth world final slot, is now looking at this monthly final, hoping for every one of their opponents to lose.
Yeah, they take Schadenfreude to a whole new level. This is the time where you sit back, you have some popcorn and maybe some anxiety medication, because you look at the four teams that's chasing behind you. Yes, one of them got kicked out, Kuma is out, but Big, Navi and Team Heretics all have a shot to upset Novo, and all they have to do, I believe, is something to do with making a grand final.
I mean, a grand final in this situation is still pretty difficult, but it can happen. And as you alluded to, if you're Novo, you kind of hate watching here. You really want these teams, you want these teams to go down because lose. But at the same time, it's like there was so much pressure in the monthly qualifiers, right? And they lose in that upper bracket, and then they get sent over to Totem, and Totem are just like, oh, we're just going to book our World Finals tickets. See you later. But now it's just not in their hands whatsoever. Talent Labs,
Să pară ca și cum să nu mai că dai treabă, că vrei să mergi să...
on match arenas, no matter what. And we spoke about this with Guesty, right? That's how he got good with Team Electros. That's how they got good, from grinding match arenas. But it's a different roster, it's a different combination. So we're gonna have to see the first time how it's gonna fare off.
We're gonna find out very, very soon. Reply Totem on the other side. Guess who's the second reason why Novo isn't here? Also beat Novo in the qualifiers. So both of them had sealed Novo's fate in this monthly final. The global bans are in. Both is left open for only the second time this month. It was left open a single time in East Asia. Played only once that as well. He's super, super strong still after the nerfs on Wednesday. So this is exciting. Starnova is banned out here instead, which despite her being open a couple of times in the last match, we didn't get to see her at all.
Yeah, I can only imagine that's because she's reached a point where teams are getting a little bit more comfortable, and EMEA kind of leads the meta most of the time. The rest of the world, we're just lesser beings that copy EMEA's drafts, if I'm gonna be honest. So yeah, great region, by the way. So yeah, we're starting over being a little bit more it's still very strong, but players are starting to figure out how to deal with that. But Bolt has kind of taken up that spot where no one really understands how to deal with this roly-poly at the moment, and with them leaving it open, I'm glad we're gonna get to see it.
What I want to have a look at now is what you at home voted. Who is the winner of a Reply Totem versus Talent Lab?
Octavian din
Almost
râsătă.
even. We got so many first times this month. Yesterday, 82% versus 98% vote. Today, it's almost 50-50. I hope that means we get to see a 3-2.
Da, uite-te și tu cât de sus e răsătură ce oamenii cu trofee de acolo.
I was
Adică
about
eu dacă aș intra acum și pe locul
I think the Totem social media
Uite-l pe
team or the
ei.
marketing
Na,
team from their end,
are
they,
și
have to
tricou.
relook at their campaign
Na.
because surely Talent Labs is showing up for the first time. They shouldn't be getting this much popularity.
Bă,
But
ăsta
maybe
e
it's just
urât,
because of the bracket advantage.
We get to see the players from Talent Lab
Mai
now
are
as
și
well.
tricou cu
Sandfire, by the
Betty
way,
Barling
the
Club.
German community is
În
known
loc să
as
aibă un tricou
Little
simplu.
Semantic. He looks like Semantic a couple of years ago. Ben, since you have played against him in earlier days, would you agree with that?
Haideți.
I mean,
Younger
Da,
Semantic.
Ren, dar chiar, vezi că ce e adevărat,
I
bă.
wonder if he's got
Au postat
talent
astăzi
or
deja
something.
doi creatori din străinătate care
Quarterfinal
vorbeau
1 out
despre
of the way
ligurile astea,
already. We're
despre
now heading into number 2.
FNAF
Let's hope
World
it's a big
2 și
finish.
despre
Ne fac
security
partner
business.
prin Pietro și logo sau cine?
Bă, vreți să jucăm sincer după ce se termină Club versus Totem? După chiar de idăm dacă
Da.
With a 49 to 51% votes. I'm super excited for this one now. I'm hyped. Stu coming in early. I'm hyped about that too. Whenever Piper comes in, Ark is happy. Gale is Kenny. Me is Stu. I really like that brawler. Super strong with his speed gadget. Good on Pinhole Pond to just make sure you and your teammates can dodge it out a little bit better. You can break open the map with the other gadget, of course, if you decide to go with that. Now, left-hand side. Good answer to it usually would be either Meeple or 8-Bit. I quite like those two brawlers on this map. Both of them men out.
Very well set up here. I think Stu's also a super versatile pick, and yeah, Talent Labs, they're a little bit forced to go for this pro selection. It's a bit more of a soft check there to the Stu. I don't think it's at an oppressive state anymore. Back in our day, when we were Stu Max, and you're like, yeah, Crow's open. What are we doing now? It's not that oppressive anymore, which is good. That's gonna allow them to secure the mid control. And I do think that they do need to develop something more aggressive yet, apparently.
Like you said, I don't know whether the aggression right now is the play. I mean, I think late down the line, I've last bit is a great option because even if you're not doing a lot of damage, you are pushing up and being aggressive. For Talent Labs to win this one, they need to be aggressive and try and make something happen. If you're just going to be playing the control game, you're not going to win against a seasoned team like Reply Totem. So now, for Reply Totem, they need an answer to this Kenji. What do they have in their pockets? They could go with the Gale. They really like Gale from when I've watched them in previous tournaments because Gale's a brawler where you can just easily scout the grass. You can literally pinch with yourself. So surprise there, but they're going
Foarte bun. Deja eu dat la joală Grifai viața mea.
Before on the map, I like it. Rico is a brawler that I personally like this map. I really like him as well. I like your idea with Gale.
Stai
I
să
think
vedem la
with the
Script. Eu
Kenji
personal deja
specifically, they
simt
now have
puțin
a
un
grip.
pierd
They need
pentru
something
la...
aggressive. Damien
nu
is
mai simt
something that
niciun
they
pierd.
play so often. A 67% win rate, by the way. Sven actually did the motion. That's great. It's too. Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed. Anyways, Damien.
Doamne, cât de rapid trebuie să fie la faza aia, cred.
Bă, acum măcar e ok pentru Kenji, că poate versus Damian, dar la Speed nu știam putea. Eu în prima fază, dacă nu lua Damian, nu ziceam piersul. Putea.
Ești important?
We seem like if we go with serious, it's one of two options here. If you can double down with the aggression, go Ash, because Ash is great into David, great into Stu as well. We're going to go with Sirius, because Sirius is pretty good into Stu as well. It's the best counter to
Griful,
David
dacă își face
Sirius.
hyper-ul, bate clonele, Stu poate zăpăci. Depinde de Sirius cum joacă game. Dar mi se pare prea dubios compus de la Talent Lab deja, chiar mi se pare dubios rău. Mi se pare dubios. Păi deja, bă, deja din start... Bă, din start deja la Talent Lab, vezi că nu ai damage. În compul lor nu au damage, nu au cu ce ataca.
Well said, Sunny. Playing for Pride is what Totem are best known for, and also just winning games in general here. Very quick, aggressive push is going to be coming out here. Yeah is the first to fall, and this just might be an open goal for them. As Joker just lost this one. This is a lightning fast series, Sven.
I tend to see this a lot in Pinhole Punt. People just run it down. If you think you've got enough health and if the opponents have to build up their supers, you just gotta run. You just gotta
Ani
run.
Miroi să
Sunfire's
plece
already
pe
really
ce
weak. Joker's gonna
Bă,
surely
de
just barely
ce?
misses out
De
on
ce
out of 3 versus
Kenji
1.
mid-pick?
Totem,
Nu
this is a
înțeleg de ce
bloodbath.
Kenji
So
mid-pick.
far,
Wow.
Cât speedrun
so
vine să mă
good,
bag
they
deja
know
în
straight away by
pământ de
every composition. Okay,
rușine.
they've got to build up supers.
Ce comentezi, băi, ăsta? Ai tu prost și nu știam?
That was a 31 second game. 31 seconds. That is how long it took for Totem to, as you mentioned, identify that the weakness of this Talent Lab comp is the fact that they're just too slow.
Corect.
Kenji, usually strong enough to just run it down in the mid, is just completely blocked out by this grip and this just too much burst out their part. But I do like what Talent Labs are doing here. They realize that they can't really compete in the early game, but if they hide behind the shield, they play a little bit slower, allow that series to build up a little bit of that momentum, they
Bine acolo
can
Kenji.
push back in the mid.
E ok. Acum e ok.
As well, Joker's going to jump onto just manages to get the kill. I thought with those nerfs, sometimes Crow can actually survive that interaction. Manages to get the kill though. Joker is like a Damien specialist at this point. Crow just only plays Damien, but it's for good reason because it works. And in these situations, you need a good aggressive player. So I think with the matchups, I think we should be getting serious a little bit more onto Joker. Feed that super as much as possible.
Dar
On
oricum,
the defense here,
nu este nici cheful.
to break out.
Adică tu ai banii, de ce nu faci?
Down. Joker's going to pop his super. Now with combination with Maori, great super
Dacă o
out
să
from
stai singur.
Sunfire. And that's perfect for Talent Labs. I mean, they haven't even seen the goal yet. That's good.
Big improvement, but it's still a ticking time bomb for them. They are waiting for that Kenji hypercharge, which is online. It is committed to the backline on to Joker, and a great defense blocking out well from that goal as well. Talent Labs continue to hold this position, but Joker's gonna be jumping in there, going straight for that serious, denying all that shadowy value that he brings.
Vezi, se uită la mondiale, nu se
He
vede.
knocks back towards his teammates again. And now Totem in a 3 versus 2 situation. Maori pops the coin shower, trying to keep EA pretty weak. Crows doesn't have the damage anymore since the damage nerf. He's so easy to pressure. And it's literally been 2 minutes and Totem just sitting in the bush. They're playing patient. I think they even think that when it comes down to overtime, they have the composition. Maori's going to throw out his super. Mewtwo barely survives. Mario actually get punished there from Mewtwo. Now it looks like a great situation for Totem to reset here, but still keeping control of the grass, even with a man down. Joker's going to jump on in. He's got enough health to walk this one in. Now, Totem in a winning position, 20 seconds left. What do Talent Labs have?
Flashbacks to 2023 as Totem pioneered the theorem of Brawl. Pass it to your teammates is the name of the game. Goes for onto Joker, who jumps in there to buy time. Only 8 seconds left on the clock for Sunfire. Desperately get the ball over, but nah. Maru's over there. He's gonna stop this one. Corner the ball in his own pocket, and that's gonna be Totem taking the first set.
Wow, that was a demolition. It was a demolition. The first game is always the hardest, especially as a new roster, right? But you would have at least wanted a little glimmer of hope. But that glimmer of hope there was definitely Sunfire. He was working pretty well considering he's into a day, obviously pushing him back. The composition, like I said, I mean, Sirius is good into Damien, but it's a very bushy map. If they would have gone with something aggressive, it's risky, right? It's risky, but Ash has come back into 2 different corners. I thought maybe going into this, they just need to throw the kitchen sink at it because
bine că
what's the worst that can happen? Totem are going to outplay you the majority of the part. That's why they've already got their slot to the World Finals.
Want to take Totem a bit more than Luke here. They came such a long way. A very rough start into the season, actually. Semi-final out for them, after that quarter-final out, and for April, they did not even qualify. It looked like Totem was in shambles. We're not going to see Totem for the first time in ages at the World
Voi nu cred că
Finals.
sunteți pe live să mai vedeți cum stau mâncavați gura
Playing the
voastră.
August monthly finals completely chilled, lean back, and they look like they just rushed through the competition today. That might as well be another 3-0 after how that Brawl Ball set looked. They won in June, and after that in July they got finally stopped by Novo. Got their revenge now in the qualifiers, of course. Totem is looking like one of the teams to beat in EMEA. I'm excited to see them
Ok,
shine today, to see how far they can go. On the other side, of course, for our storyline, if Talent Lab wins this one, it would be
Dar nu pe
a more
pit stop.
interesting race.
Aoleu, stai. Că abia
Interesting.
acum
But
văzut
not really
asta.
consequential for the postseason, if we're gonna be real here. I mean, Totem, they are looking really mighty strong now. I think, as you've already mentioned, then the spring split spin was a bit of a disaster for them. I think you and I spoke a little bit about how they were having some issues, for sure. I mean, even from the outside, you could tell that this was not the team that we recognized, you know, back in their prime in 2023. But right now, do you think the way that they're drafting, the way they're playing, is it more reminiscent to that time at their prime?
I mean, they're locking in at the moment, like you alluded to. Earlier on, it did seem like a roster change might have happened.
Is this really?
But, I mean, the Kaze coming in, and this is a specialist from Joker. Again, not just any heist map in particular. Joker always plays this brawler, and Kaze is such a hard brawler to play. Every time I watch him, like, how is he getting so much value every single time? Now, if you're Talent Labs, how do you approach this? You've got the kit that is often used, and you don't want the kit to synergize with this. It's like a good recipe, even though it's a little bit of a funky one, a little bit of an
Voi vedeți ce plus are Joker în spate cu Conimax?
Recently, so I'd probably take that away from them, and then you need a shade. Probably gonna pair a kit and a shade.
M-au luat, bă, Vere, ăștia m-au luat pe mine ca și pic. Nu vedeți, m-au luat pe mine ca și pic. Bă, dar v-am dat eu voie, mă.
And hit. Let's see if we're going to see the exact same now from Talent Lab. On the other side, we had Surge, Bull, and Rika. Kaze was banned out, so they didn't really have a follow-up to that Surge. I like these Kaze Surge are also better, so let's see what they can do with it. Last pick now, first
Nu mai e bun grif acum în compul ăsta, adică dacă ai shade în comp, joci cu pereții, gata. E bine colonita, să
even a shade. Needs, of course, also has some great qualities. Whenever she has the bear available, Hyper,
Păi de asta nici nu ai cum să iei grip în harta asta, că sunt ăia indestructibili și durează până spargi toată
harta. I think a thrower could be really good here, right? Like if you can limit the shade, the Nita, the Lumi, I think Barry is probably your best bet, I would say.
Very EMEA pick.
Yeah, Barley even, mainly because I think they're expecting this kit. Okay, they go with the Griffin.
We all wanted to see a kit, but there's the Griffin instead. I don't mind it, it has a lot of damage output. They play very defensively here with the Griffin.
This does not just make the shade ridiculously strong, though. I mean, yes, you've got Piggy Bank, but there's Unbreakable and also
Uite, aici parcă dau șanse la concurs. La Brawl Ball nu mi-a plăcut deloc, la aici parcă mai place concurs.
Deny that much value away, but perhaps maybe they believe the Surge is sufficient to check the shade, and that's why they think it's good.
Yeah, Surge is a decent counter to shade. I think Griff is quite clear this all Talent Labs draft. It is Shade and Nita get the same. It's either wall break or throwers to limit them and limit the space.
Ce a fost kill-ul, mamă?
And now with Nita pushing, there's no way for them to really defend it. I mean, Lumi can be half decent into Kaze because she's got so much mobility. She can dash in and out of Yeye's attacks.
Coaie, o murit instant pe lane, coaie, cum că n-o verificat, că era logic că-și dă invizibilitatea Kaze.
Nu, tot trec curățat.
Great stun there from Yeye. He's a bit of a Lumi specialist, and it's his favorite brawler, but they just can't even break.
Am curățat baia, am apărat pe el, am dat cu
honestly gotten past the third yard line. Here, Totem's defense have just been absolutely stalwart up to this point, winning all their matchups.
Acum ai ținut, acum ai ținut, nu mai lăsați nimica. Acum ai ținut.
Yeye is the one that has to break through. He really wants to be a consequential push.
Bun, bun, bun. Acum ai
Finishes
ținut.
it off though, and that's a really good comeback so far from Talent Lab, but they're still so far behind.
Harris got his own. It's going to completely delete you to just a few health points left, completely destroyed. Now Mara can easily get a crack on
La tine merge adevărul, dar bă, lasă-mă, bă, doar bă.
Get a crack himself, but now it's a 3 versus 2 on defense. Needs a hypercharge to help them
Bine acolo, Nita, că bine.
Lumi as well. Great defense from Talent Labs so far, and they might actually get the lead. They've left Mari behind. They're trying to pitch out Joker.
Bă, lăsați Sergiu, că nu dă damage mult, Sergiu. Dați-vă atac, că Sergiu nu dă mult damage.
Lasă-mă, lasă-mă.
Bun!
Tu spui bine, dar vreau să văd și când ai văzut faci nimic.
Bun, bun, bun.
That was great defense. I don't know how they survived that, but like I said, Yeye on that Lumi with the hypercharge cleared them all out.
Nu e trecut, că nu e așa veche.
Vedeți că mi-a dat acolo emoticul Sergiu când am văzut că dă hyper-ul ăla și dă mai mult damage. Dar tot n-avea de făcut.
Lumi has one of the fastest base race potential on this map, and that is what Talent Labs executed well. And behind by as high as 30%.
Uite, acum da, ei, acum parcă s-au poziționat mai bine.
Into this game, they're losing more lanes on the right again, but looks like their plan is coming together.
Ce ai făcut? Și acum îți permis să vii să spui tu mie. Wow, asta e ușor să spui wow, îl o să accepți adevărul și el mai se numește om automat.
Really breaking a couple of 3 tiles of walls, I would really say.
Bă, Electro, dacă te ce sau dacă Bustardul...
Da, m-am gândit și la asta, de-aia nu o să vezi nimic, așa să las că nu mă deranjăm live-ul. O să facă după asta, nu-i
I mean, Talent Labs are just like, okay, you can just go and do your business, Sunfire, like you did the last game. And we're just gonna try and
Sunfire.
Yeah, the hate for Sunfire is real, but it is a lot of respect that's necessary. Good kill there from Joke is gonna just open the floodgates. So much damage gonna be coming in, but got a minor base race going on as Sunfire did max slip through on the other side. It is Totem though that are leading the charge now. 2 shielding layers down at the moment, and Joker is still going strong on the save. Can't even slip out of there. Yeye couldn't pursue him in time. Gets the reset, and that's a big lead for Totem.
See whether Yeye or Mewtwo can gain their hyper charges. This could be the key to success. Sunfire immediately going to go for the save. As he can as a shade, it's just easy access. He's going to get another crack. Now Mewtwo with a bear as well. A little bit too soon. It's going to take a little bit. He didn't really have the time to follow it. Yeye cleans it up. And meanwhile, Mara pops his super without the hyper charge, manages to get the kill either way. Mewtwo is without a bear. To go right now, but Yeye is defending for his life, as well as Sunfire manages to get the kill on Joker, and now Talent Labs in a great position to win this one. Mewtwo is on the safe, but again without Bear, they're barely going to kill him.
Barely gonna kill him. Well said, Desmond. I mean, 17% left. Total saves 3 on Talent Labs and only 20 seconds of time left. They must deal with 2 things at once. Has to stop Sunfire.
Bine, Sunfire. Bun, rău.
Can't get this last shot in. A little bit more damage trickles in. We've got 9
Câștigă,
seconds left.
1-1. Câștigă, nice.
Desperation attempt there from Joker.
Câștigă, nice.
All the damage being blocked with a shielding level to boot as
Bun.
Talent Labs taking a set.
Insane. I mean, that came down to 2 things. It came down to Yeye on the Lumi. If you do your research, I know it's pretty hard with a play like this.
Mi-a plăcut. Vezi, eu ți-am zis că Shade-ul, doamne, Grifful e prea greu de jucat pe harta asta, e prea greu de jucat pe Grifful.
And as well for Sunfire, they just left him to his own devices. Time and time again, they didn't have the appropriate counter to the Shade, and he could just get easy damage.
Would the kid have been better in the end? The one that we wanted to see, or even a berry you mentioned too. I feel like Totem didn't really have anything to address Sunfire. It was close in the end, but Talent Lab with the better comp, they played it super well in the end. The double defense, Sunfire, do your thing actually worked out.
Yeah, I was looking at Sunny, I was like, is she gonna mention the kid again? Are we gonna go back and basically dog a little bit on Totem's draft there? Because we all saw it, we all felt, okay, there's a few options here. Kid is decent because there's a, odd interaction, jump in the shade, inside the wall, jump on your teammates, do a whole bunch of damage. Thrower, as you said, is a common counter between that leader and the Shade. But looking at the stats, what I'm surprised at is that even leaving those 2 brawlers unaddressed, it was Yeye that stole the show.
Look at the damage to save, though Sunfire did more than entire roster of
that's true.
together. That's insane what he did on that Shade. And not to take away from them either, but I noted down here, if I ever play in a monthly finals, I'm just gonna copy for the esports cups and I can maybe win.
I mean, potentially.
2 out of 3, right? I mean, they didn't go for the kid. Maybe they didn't feel that they had, I don't know, Nox aura. But I think Nida Beth idea kind of baited Totem into this false sense of security, thinking to themselves, maybe we'll go kid, maybe we'll go this. You know what, we'll pick Grip and lose anyways. Well, they're gonna have to leave it behind them in the past. We're headed over to out in the open. And whose map is this?
Păi ai noștri de lăbău au 30 ping, cred.
So they should win, right?
I mean, they should. But Totem, we saw that.
It was 1-1. It's not like they're down in the dumps.
We saw this in the previous monthly final. They just love out in the open no matter what. And a lot of pros do love them. So again, they're copying. Foot. I mean,
well, their logo colors are half foot, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, they're the best.
we're reaching now. Naja is gonna get picked up as first pick once
Bă, și
again.
astea
And
după
I'm having
furt, se
flashbacks
îmbracă
again.
pe
I'm just saying, it is a
ok,
strat
iau tin de
to
open,
just
yeah.
copy Foot
Naja,
Esports comes
okay.
out in the open was played Foot versus Kuma 2. They had Naja, 8-bit and Mina. Let's see if those are gonna pop up here.
Păi
We
bă,
do
știi cum
have
se zice,
the
măcar
same,
compurile de fut să
those
ajute.
rollers
Că
actually
legit
left
anumite
open.
compuri
Doten is
pot să
making
facă
sure that
diferența,
they
că unii
don't
pot
get the
executa
higher
poate
push comp, they
compurile
pick
altora
8-bit
mai bune.
themselves. Now, don't think necessarily it's a copy. They did play him almost the most in their scrims. They have an 88% win rate with it. So at this point I kind of fear with them. They usually pair it with either
Nu,
a
că e greu
Scold,
cu obitul, nu știu cu ce ai putea să
or a
pici
Byron, and
obitul,
the
legit.
Byron it is.
Aș zice Bell, nu-ți decid, dar un Bell poate pice.
Healing, salute to answer
Heal-ul, da,
to the
e ok,
8-bits.
să
I
zicem.
mean, is Kit coming
Lu,
right
pentru
now?
ce Lu, băi?
Did you say Kit?
Yeah.
Pentru obit, să încerce cumva să
he can't pair really
dezbat,
well with
că
Blue,
obitul se
actually,
mișcă
confirm
greu
some
și dacă
damage.
îl bagă în freeze,
But now we need a bit of
e ok.
aggression. I mean, we've seen Leon, but as
Da, da, dacă
but
folosește
we
la
need a bit of
destule
aggression here from Talent Labs.
Păi nu
I'm
folosește
thinking,
Buster.
could
Bine,
be
ar
one
putea
against this
folosi,
AV
dar
duo,
până
put together.
îl folosește...
It's tough for Mina. Okay, Mina again.
Mina.
For Brawl,
Got him
they're
free.
gone.
Ok.
Free again.
I mean, you asked for something aggressive, and conceptually it does work. And after looking what Angel Boy did, I think you'd be pretty inspired yourself to go into it. But this is a much different environment, right?
No,
So
dar
it's not a
vezi,
Leon and a Pearl that
chiar
you're
și dacă
really
au făcut
going
compul ăsta, mi se pare o
into.
problemă
It's
cu
an 8-bit
Byron,
and a
poate să
Byron.
țină în
This is a
continuu pe
much,
obit în
I would say, I would
Doamne,
think it's
pare o problemă.
better-ish matchup for the Mina to get through. So even
Ba,
though they don't
băi,
have the
trântiți
entire
numai
foot
de-
sports combat, this is a pretty good
Meeple.
game. But Meeple, it's still
Meeple-ul
being
e greu,
around is
nu știu
definitely
ce.
gonna make this Mina's life a little bit more
Cred că e
difficult.
pentru
Man's
mine,
Meeple, the
pentru
gadget is
Mina.
there to stop
Da,
her. Rage
da,
Quit
da.
does the same thing. So whichever gadget that Meeple will pick, it's
Hai
gonna
să
be
vedem.
good into Mina. It's gonna have some stopping power. Both teams have
Dacă erau bulangiști sau bolnavi, puteau să ia Jaiong sau Jin, efectiv, toate
That's going to be an interesting
Și atunci
matchup
chiar
where
nu mai
we
picai
really
deloc
just need to
obitul.
hold on to those
Dacă lua
chokeholds
Jaiong sau
on
Jin.
either side.
Păi da, dar și Mina
Interesting
făcea
always to see
chestii.
an IB open comp that doesn't
cred că putea să
prioritize
moară pe
the
Mina.
tempo of getting into the mid. There's no wall break, there's no water walking. There is a Mina though, so she will have
Îmi place mai
instant
mult
priority,
compul de la
scout out
top
the entirety of
game,
the
da,
team
chiar îmi
here.
place mai mult
And
compul de
Totem
la
on the other hand,
top game acum.
eventually will get into the mid as well.
See, I like this from Talent Labs. They're not
Mi se pare
afraid
mai
to
un
be
skill.
aggressive,
Da.
but that extra credits was so close to punishing them
Bine
early
jocat la
on.
diferență.
Niger,
Bogat sunt bani.
good secret pick here. I didn't come into this
Joker
before
low,
traveling
ok,
thinking that Niger would get
bravo,
too
bine,
many
dar
plays,
măcar că
but it seems it's the perfect map for her, as she can just pinch easily around the walls, and especially when you get pinned back into spawn, as you see right there, perfectly get the shot
Că
onto
ei
Maru.
ultimata, să dea ultimata
Mari
de aia
has
ca
his
lumea.
super
Dar nu
set
ajută
up
nici ultima
already.
ta.
Mewtwo's
Mai
going to
mult
focus
Lu
on
să-ți facă
Super, easier
decât
matchup
ei.
for him. He's going to try and get some easy super charge, because as the
Se dea la unul
game
cap, se nu
starts
știu,
to
se dea lui
reach the latter
Joker în
stages,
cap.
that Lu super is going to be really critical for some control.
Maru,
You're gonna have to try to deter Totem as long as possible. Sandfire going in for a really aggressive
Nice
flank
try,
and stops
Sandfire,
there by
nice
the
try.
range, and
Nice,
Joker
încercat,
comes
dar
in with the
degeaba.
heals, keeping Maru alive, and with the
Mamă,
smoke
ce aproape
closing
era,
in,
mamă.
it's an inevitable,
De ce ăla
slow,
să-i mai să-i
actually
bine
not
de
that
pe
slow, quite agonizing death though, nonetheless, for
Și
Talent
ăla-i de
Labs.
testan, ăla-i de tehil, mă.
I thought that Talent Labs maybe in the early game could have a little bit of a better chance.
Trebuie să se ducă Mina, mă, pe stânga, că Byron
Open Maru's going to get really weak. Now it's a chance for Talent Labs to gain some control. 8-bit turret's going to be put into a little bit
Hai cu like-uri,
position,
bine ați venit pe live,
position where
like
maybe
acum.
Maru could have used a super in
Ultimata
combination.
lui Nicola, vezi,
Joker's going to get pinched out here. He's just
Deci
one tap away,
vorbesc
12 health. Maru's going to
way.
body block for him as well.
jos.
Joker's going to repay the favor and
jos.
heal him back up. But you can't sense that. There's a few glimpses where Totem could have probably died, but
For sure.
Talent Labs didn't capitalize.
Wow, that is why Joker is the GOAT. The absolute GOAT. He's going to be keeping Maru alive here yet again, just healing him up. He's so annoying on this Byron. Is working overtime here. Is allowing for his teammates to really shine here. Maru's going to be once again rage quit on the right, but no pinches from him. Maru though on the left, lasers down. Yeah, goes so aggressive. Yet another one. He wants a third. Not going to get it. His little brother is going to kill and steal from him. Take away that little bit of glory, but wow.
Da, oricum te
Totem
critica
is
acolo, că
really
s-a băgat
outplaying on
prea
the
tare,
team
adică
play
au
here.
reușit să-i
That
dai
was just hilarious to see. He just throws the 8-bit hypercharge onto his face. He's like, okay, I'm going to shoot one way. My hypercharge turret's just going to pinch with me. Dude, you're absolutely cooked. Talent Labs do have a glimmer of hope. They won the previous set, and there's a few instances where they could have punished Totem, but this is the problem. When teams get to this position, I mean, they punish him, Maru's really weak, and he's poisoned. Oh, there we go. Finally, they capitalized on it. Good teams make you pay for those mistakes. Talent Labs are finally warming up here in this set.
Acum poate să-și facă superul. Dacă mai are și Joker rapid să trece la superul.
It is tapping away here. He's actually healing up Maru still.
Da, și-a
There
făcut
is
o
a very
big.
small possibility that they could still clutch
Și
this
Byron.
one, but it's very, very slim. They're going to
Ăștia
commit
încearcă
them.
doi
Yeah,
vecini
that's a
în
sign. I
casă.
mean, yeah, Sven, you're looking like, wow, they really want to either waste utility or they just believe that they can somehow diff this matchup.
They want
Bun,
this
s-a
more
făcut
than
ei.
anyone. I mean,
Hai,
they
faceți
should be
Bun,
able
și-a
to
făcut o 3. Nice. Obiectul să-o dă și tureta.
If he would have connected, he would
Și
have got
Byron,
that throw
nice.
in the end. But again, Talent
Stau
Labs
bine acum, stau
should
bine,
be in a
stau foarte
situation
bine.
here to capitalize. No 8-bits for it. It was wasted. A little bit too aggressive there from Totem. Maru's going to get caught
Nice,
into
nice,
the Lulu
nice.
Super as well. He's
Bun.
going to go down. Surely even
Foarte
Joker's
bine,
heals
nice.
can't keep him alive. And now we're in this situation again with Joker and Maru trying to make something happen with Samfire lurking in with Mina.
Bun, rău, bun,
I mean,
rău.
Maru, he's just a poor little 8-bit run. What can he do without his super? And Talent Labs, there we go. So Totem really
Bun, rău, nice.
their game in the first game, right?
Vere, vezi că
As I said,
mișcă,
Talent
eu
Labs, there was
chiar e
glimpses where they could
ok,
have
jur.
punished Totem. They're playing this so well. This is their first monthly final. I mean, U2's reached a few in the past, right? But as a roster,
Nu, eu
as
chiar mai
two of these
așteptam la cel mai
players,
rău
it's their
scenariu,
first time.
3-0, dar
And they're
aparent deja
performing
chiar
so
sunt
well.
foarte bine deja.
We're so happy to see it. When rising talent performs to that level, let's see if they can bring this one home here. They are still 1-1, and it's just so important to take the lead in this series. When we go to match point, it's under so much pressure. And wow, Totem just playing so hyper aggressive. It's really playing with fire there. Joker just demonstrating the sheer mechanical difference that he has. He's so confident in walking up into these Naga shots, into Mewtwo here, and at the same time here try and
Să dau și eu dacă tot. Cred că e Sunfire mort până dau eu.
He's gonna go down through
Da,
the
he's
poison.
not
He was
that.
testing his luck a little bit there, but that was a free-man hit. They know they needed to get that kill down ASAP. Don't make Totem angry. They're gonna be pinching you out like crazy. U2 barely stays alive here. Yeah, all he can really do here is try and build up a super. He does just that. But what he can also do is
E
build up this
important ca
hypercharge.
superul,
A
dar
Niger
să nu
hypercharge
facă
going
celul
into
mare
potentially a
aici.
third round would be devastating. Let's see if
Să bagi în zona cu aia, nu
manage
știu
to
mai
do so
încerc.
just yet.
No,
U2 as
no,
well.
bagă-te,
He
bagă-te.
knows that going in, it doesn't really matter. He can feed the enemy supers, right?
Bagă-te.
Bă,
He
acum
gets the
nu
hypercharge as well. It is
te
game
aude
changing.
acum. Și-au
three
pus
supers
cu...
online, one committed there. The booster beacon is going to be thrown down, give so much move speed to the team. Maru is no longer a slow walking 8-bit, is a speed demon now, just chasing after Sandfire. Wanted to go for the pinch there with his extra credits. The Naga Super is going to be nullified there by Joker's on his own, and looking at that left lane, Maru is just aggressive, so forward, dodging on every single shot. Even on a new super from Mewtwo committed just to try and drive Maru around, and this is just Totem pinching Talent Labs into the base. They're under so much pressure. Maru once more, Sandfire goes in. There's a hypercharge at the ready. This surely should be a kill. It's going to allow Joker to be going in there. Mewtwo's the target, pops the ice block, but it's not going to be enough. Sandfire, he comes out of the base, tries to make a Hail Mary play, but no, Joker will tap him up as well. And that's just one lonesome yay left. Maru giving credits, giving the chops there, shooting his teammates, saying, it's really well done.
Bă,
He
încă
really
e
put his team on his back
logia
there,
mea
to be
așa.
fair. I mean, you said it perfectly. That was really good from Totem. Like I said, don't make them angry. They know that they're the better
nu
team.
știu.
They look really angry.
They just need to execute.
Parcă nu a fost sinergia prea
The
bună
entire map
lui
in control and just blew
ăsta
them out the
cu
park.
Mina.
You really
O
fought
da
for it.
counter
Just a split
masiv,
second there. Ooh,
adică
can
chiar
Talent
o
Labs go 2-1
counter
up here?
masiv.
No, Totem just ruined the storyline for everyone's room, but it was
Wow. I think you said it so well during set number 2. There are signs of life from Talent Lab. It's really not that the comp is fundamentally broken. I think this is actually a very skill testing, very even set. We saw mistakes happen on both sides. You can see here like Maru getting caught here, the whole team grouping together for the easiest loot super on the planet there, and getting caught out multiple times there. But that I think is also the signs of what makes a really confident and a good team. Totem play as a unit, punch as a unit, walk forward. You can tell that when someone dies, it's not because he was mispositioned. Maybe he trusted Joker, and a series of it just takes so much bad events that happen back to back for this to go on. And yeah, Maru really put his team on his back.
I think we saw Mina here before on this map, and she had a lot of a better matchup than into a 8-bit and a Meeple. That was really what shut Sandfire down, and without her, they couldn't really enter the map. They were pushed out so often. Really well played here by Reply Totem. They're now 2-1 up. One more match away from the semi-finals. And as mentioned before, Talent Lab, they're out of postseason contention, but this is their first one for the final. They're still here to show what's in them. Layer Cake, a map we haven't seen yet today. Once again for Reply Totem, their most picked brawler is 8-bit, followed by Amina and Kids, interestingly enough. Two brawlers that we've mentioned so often today already, Sven.
This is a pick from Talent Labs. They're going with another, we mentioned it first time on today's stream, cheesy map. Pit Stop, a map that's predominantly base race, right? Layer Cake as well. You normally see the shades. Talent Labs have done their research. They've took the 8-bit out of Totem's hands there. So what do you now go into at 8-bit? The problem is Layer Cake is good. 8-bit is good, but there's so many walls, right? Surely a throw is going to come into play here. I really like Berry into 8-bit.
I was just about to ask. Question. Is 8-bit early bad?
Okay.
I think it's fine. 8-bit pretty good, even if you don't have anything to break up in the map, but Talent Lab still has 2 picks to pick up something like a grid later on. Now, if you manage to take down his turret every time he actually farmed it, that's why Sven pointed out that thrower, I think you can counter him, but even then 8-bit does a lot of damage. He's just slow.
I think with 8-bit, it's like a tough one, right? Like there are counters to him, but it's 8-bit with his new buffies. He just deals so much damage. He always has his turret available, even after a recent nerf, which nerfed his supercharge rate by about 20%, and that's not really touched 8-bit all that much. He still has his super, like you noticed it so many times throughout the sets. He always has that available. And there we go with the Berry. Berry and Rico in combination. I love this from Totem. Berry is just the spiciness from EMEA, in my opinion. A lot of teams love the Berry, and wow, I mean, this is a tough prospect to go up against if you're Talent Labs. You could be something to go in Barley. Barley is always the best option to face off against Berry, but the problem with a Barley, both 8-bit and Barley suffer to like an
calculations are correct.
Very true. Barley would have a good, decent matchup here into the Berry on the other side. Whenever Talent Lab actually decided to go 8-bit, they paired it with the Berry, so both sides kind of picking the brawlers away, and Berry will fulfill what you and I set up already.
Is this really your best?
Something to take out that 8-bit turret. Kaze coming in here, some aggression. I like that into Berry, even better than the Barley actually.
I mean, it's really just for the blue star, right? Like, this feels very, very desperately like they just want to grab that blue star.
Făcut ăsta un com la Talent Lab de îmi pun mâinile în cap, doamne.
But, and also, it's decent into the Berry. You always want to have an assassin to just pressure the Berry so he doesn't.
Ia harta aia foarte închisă pe bounty cu bușuri pe mine.
And that's going to force this whole response there from Totem.
Da, linii, da, de pe trepte.
I mean, it's going to work into the Kaze, for example, but 8-bit counters out the Pearl. I think what they needed was a bit of help with the top of the Pearl, right? So Berry gets more value from more supers. But it's a tough one, right? Because Kaze, we've seen the synergy before, right? Kaze gets a blue star. 8-bit defensive combination, it can work out, but
like, how did they get into the base? How did they get the Talent Labs base here after blue star? That's the question on my mind.
You've got a Berry, you've got a Rico, the two boys that can get a lot of... Yeah, I think what a lot of players do, which we've seen yesterday with Kaze, you get blue star and then you just sit in. I still feel like if you get blue star, you've got to try and get some value, which Sunfire is doing perfectly well. It's like he's listening to me right now. You need to still build up the super and apply pressure, because Rico can just shoot around walls, right? Like, he can just apply pressure himself. He's opting to use multiple this time around. I think that's going to be a good choice into Meeple specifically, because of that single shot bias. Manchester to Meeple's going down. They have a solution to combine it with, but they don't want to overextend because Mewtwo is weak. Very clever play there.
It's buying time. Honestly, at this point, they now have to wait for another Manchester to Meeple before they can opt to play aggressive. And this is the problem that I kind of They will be chasing Sandfire for the majority of the game, and the timings to play up is going to be on this Maru Super. He does have it at the moment. You see Fanstorm committed together with the Magic of Miko, but zero connections. It's a golden opportunity now for Totem to potentially pressure into this base. Maru playing with fire here. Okay, Joker with a beautiful super, almost getting down one. How is nobody dead? Thank you. Finally, Mewtwo goes down.
Mewtwo trying to buy a kill, but into a berry that's consistently healing his teammates up. It's hard for a Meeple to do too much. He really lacks the damage in this situation. Sandfire trying to stop them from grouping up with that Fanstorm, but Hyperdrive's going to come out. Maru's going to get boxed in, but again, there's no super to combine with this. There's no super to take him down, but Maru again getting pretty weak. The pressure is great from Talent Labs so far, and with 20 seconds left, this is setting out to be a great finale.
It's a one-star differential. Mewtwo does have that open. You see a hypercharged Fanstorm going out there, obscures the vision. There's the super.
What is this? Remontada.
Connects onto Maru.
Wow.
Bye, guys. Wave goodbye. We're going back
I
to
like
the base.
Montada. I know
When you chase
Wow,
after
remontada.
losers, you're going to take the game a loss here. That will be Talent Labs taking the lead in the set.
Holy shit.
It's hilarious how fast 8-Bit ran there. Like, that's the fastest he's ever ran. There was no one even on his tail. It was just clear daylight, perfect from Talent Labs. I don't know whether Totem pushed back too early there in that situation, but that's the power that Meeple can possess. Just being able to box and gain so much control. They used it so effectively. I mean, he was warming up to it, Mewtwo. He was landing the gadgets. And then finally, at the end, when it mattered most, he pulled it out of the bag. But I've got to give credit to Sandfire that he was chaining his super so well. He knows as a caster, he can't really go in. They're all grouped up. Great kill from Mewtwo there. Joker tries to respond. He's pretty weak, though. It's going to be hard for Talent Labs to find the kill. But if he gets a second as well, Maru is surely going to go down as well. No, manages to stay alive with the blue star intact. That is, it's a bit of damage limitation there.
Damage mitigation indeed. Poor start there from Totem. From now they're down by entire 3 stars. They still have the blue star though, so it's just a kill onto Yeye or Mewtwo that they need. Sandfire's going to be going out here on that right lane though, trying to get an aggressive play there onto Maru, but they are starting to get boxed in against Venom. Not feeling very good right now about Totem's chances. There's the super there.
Bro, mama,
but so many shots poured into Ona. They're just desperately trying to keep themselves alive. The berry healing coming in. It's enough to keep 2 out of 3 of them alive. That could have been so much worse for Totem.
I'm amazed how only one of them died there. That was insane. Joker throws out a super. Doesn't manage to connect, but now the Hyper super coming in. Oh,
wow!
At the end, Joker manages to stay alive, but surely he's going to go down here. Joker manages to get clipped from that hypercharged super. And what I've got to say is, Sandfire's supers are just so excellent. They're grouping up together. The Fanstorm is making them split up. Now Totem have 15 seconds to respond.
Manages to be 4 blocks out the mid. There's only one pathway into the base for Totem.
Nice,
They have to get a team wipe here. Only 5 seconds left. They get one. You've got another Ori leaving the base mathematically. Totem, I'm so sorry, but you're gonna have to go to set 5. You wanna win this one. What a series! An amazing execution by Talent Lab.
Set 5. Who would have predicted this? It's not the biggest mismatch in the world, but in terms of positions on the leaderboards, it kind of is. I mean, Talent Labs are really giving it to Totem right now, and that's the thing, right? Like, Totem, they don't have much to play for at this point of time. Talent Labs, they don't really have anything to play for either, but they've got a lot to prove, and they're really making a good case for their postseason here.
I'm getting chills. I got chills watching the synergy between the team. Yeah, this exactly that box. Oh, I had Goosebumps and Totem. Somehow they didn't get completely team wiped there. I mean, surely that was, you know, wow. I mean, that's a tier 1 team for me right there.
Spen, you're asking who would have predicted this. Keep in mind, the viewers out there said it's a 49-51% matchup, and they were actually right. I was hoping we get to see a 3-2 today. I might have not expected this one to go that far, but I'm happy regardless. Talent Lab, they played phenomenal. That Meeple play from U2 held onto a super also in that first round, just waiting for the perfect moment to use it, and turns around the game twice there, that hypercharge as well. I think that deserves a red button press. So if you're on the event website right now, event.brawlstars.com, head over there now. You get 200 extra points, and I'm gonna give the honor to our guest here.
Without further ado,
Ia că dă și puncte.
Doing the points for you and their talent lab. You gave points to the viewers. We're heading into set 5 now. It's exciting. Dueling Beetles is going to be the last that we get to see from Talent Lab versus Reply Totem, no matter what happens next. Another map where you can play Barry, I think. Another map where you could see some 8-bits even. A map with a lot of walls to place turrets behind. Stu also comes in handy for those exact reasons. We saw some Hot Zone today already. Very different maps though. Griff was always the first pick. Let's see if he comes out again.
You're so smart, son. You're so smart.
About to, I mean, hats off.
Yeah, no ball, you know?
Yeah, you know.
Aici e aia cu
No Hot Zone.
o zonă sus și una
E pătratul ăla pe mid. E pătratul ăla pe mid.
For me, it reminds me a lot like open business, and now
Cu bușul.
something that's going to counteract this. I mean, Stu normally is a great counter. Meeple can sometimes work into the Griff as well. Lou is not banned out. Lou should be back. There goes the Meeple. Can I do the same as Sunny here? I'm going to predict Lou. There we go. I won up.
Am emoții, am deja emoții cu lui ăla. Am promis de la knockout.
Your turn.
They're gonna go Shelly.
Yeah,
that's how you know.
You have to actually try.
I have to actually try. All right. I'm gonna dig deep. I'm gonna use my brain here. I'm looking at the Talent Lab's comp damage department, not looking too good here. I'm feeling some Damians in the air. I think Joker did have an amazing performance there in a Brawl Ball. Still could opt to go for it here. But Sunny is pointing out to me that Sirius is still open, so maybe that's a terrible idea from the side of Totem. Nah, they're gonna go for Fix instead. Opt to just lean back into that wall break comp. But this is very familiar to something we saw Kuma try to do earlier. It was an Edgar that was the last pick then, and it didn't really work out for them.
We saw so many great comps yesterday. I kind of have PTSD from that too. Not going to be picked here in this one, but you can be sure you're going to see it later, especially paired with the ends. In this one, a wide open map here for the side of Totem. I'd almost double down on wall break, but there's not a lot left open. Stu is banned out. There's the series that I pointed out to Spoo earlier. Yes, and he's also not too bad into Meeple and Lou, in my opinion. Whoever you can farm up super easily, and whoever's shadows are going to be the strongest. Meeple shadows are so strong because they have sort of an auto aim, right? So it makes a lot of sense to play serious.
But like, trying to counter this, maybe a Penny, a Barley. Okay, yeah, a Barley is a great answer. I was wondering on the side of Totem, like they've got to go something maybe a little bit aggressive because you've got this throw pick looming, especially with Barley receiving those balance chains.
Poate pica puțin mai bine clonele lui
Sirius, că zona e destul de înghesuită și...
Cumva îi dă cancer și la superul ăla lui Kings, că se mișcă puțin mai ciudat titlul Barley.
Well, the bigger one was when Humble I'm gonna always point that out. But this one, though, is a big sign for the 2027 season for sure. Talent Labs, as we've already mentioned, don't really have a postseason to play for. Totem, though, they're locked in for Worlds, but Pride and Ego are still on the line here. They are on the ropes here, going up against this monstrous Barley last pick, and the Lou Super only going down here, isolating that right side of the map. It's a decent start there for Talent Labs.
Already needs to keep his position. ASAP, he's got great control over Talent Labs, but the percentage is definitely in Talent Labs' favor. Joker's going to apply a lot of pressure. Sunfire's going to find the kill. He is pretty weak here. Maori should find the kill. Maru as well onto the zone, doing a great job overall. Mewtwo is pushed up, but as a Barley, that's probably a bit advantageous there. He's going to get pinched out pretty easily. Yeah, just needs to heal up. They need to regroup together. Mansions and Meeple combined with a Barley Super. Maori just barely staying alive. He is going to get pinched down by Mewtwo himself with his own Super. Joker's going to teleport backwards. That's a great teleport so far. And Totem are just doing great percentage-wise here as the Lou Super comes in as a bit of a reply there from Talent Labs.
Totem solution to any problem. Just raw aggression from their side. Joker though will be boxed in there, and the combo there from the Meeple should be able to finish one off. No, Maru's gonna be able to break his teammate out there. It was a great heads-up play for him to keep Joker alive. Percentage though is telling a different story. Talent Labs are slowly counting back up, and here are the supers from both sides. Last call is committed, so is the time zone from Joker, but that's such a desperate push there from Totem. Talent Labs will now just so easily claw their way back into the mid.
Hypercharge super, both from Mewtwo and Sandfire. This could mean so much danger for Totem.
Long kiss pe Finks, nice. Long kiss pe Finks acolo, eu pus și super, long kiss. Mamă, ce bine long kiss pe Joker, ești nebun.
And now with 12% left, there's surely no time, no resources left for Totem. And now Talent Labs are just one game away from doing near enough the impossible. As a team, as a unit, I was reading the pro Discord, and a lot of them were saying, no chance for this team, right? I was even saying, there is a chance, but the viewers back home, they knew there was a chance, right? This is as 50-50 as it gets.
And looking at the comp, it's looking here, at least in this final set, the Talent Lab, they've got a pretty unbreakable comp there. I mean, the margin of error is so small for Totem, right? Like, if there's a single team wipe that happens, you just get boxed in the base so easily by this Barley, by this Meeple, by the loose supers. And I think Totem, I mean, they really got to dig deep here. They've got to find a way mechanically, team play-wise, to pull it together here. It's going to start from Mari playing hyper-aggressive as always. Not getting punished just yet. Solo, and it's a really, really nice early start there for Totem at least.
Ce long kiss! Wow! Ce long kiss! A stat așa puțin în spate să se refacă și long kiss.
Flush out from the Barley super as well. Maru's going to get a little bit of control there. Right, super, but it's Griff really likes the damage at range now since that spread nerf, and you even saw there before, great flush out from Mewtwo there, that he couldn't even break out Joker in the previous game, because now with the nerfs to Piggybank, it's just so hard to break open the map. Piggybank's going to be thrown forward though, and this is looking like disaster for Totem. Talent Labs just look so in control right now.
There's just entry hazard after entry hazard there for Talent Labs. I mean, you've got so much to get through. This ice ring, puddles, Joker, he's got godlike mechanics, but really going into all of these different hazards inside the mid. Yeah, every time they try to step on the point, there's a box, there's puddles. Yeah, he's even gonna pop this ice ring out there. Could he catch him in the back? He does! That's gonna be Maru potentially going down, but no, don't even need to aggress forward, just play at the point. Only 20% left, and Totem, they're just on the ropes now.
They need a miracle right now. Maru's trying to work his magic. He's going to get pinched down pretty low. Totem now on the aggressive. Loose Super's going to stop any aggression coming so far, but it's only 1 minute left on the clock. The box and the Super coming in. That is Joker down as well. Mewtwo's throwing out the Hyper Charge, and now Talent Labs surely are going to be confirming the win.
Wow.
Oh my God, how
se poate, deci chiar... Ce-i modă, Mewtwo, mi. Ăsta-i prea supărat. Era supărat și ăla care își dădea webcam-ul să nu-l mai filmeze ăștia. Wow!
You've got to be so angry if you're Totem, right?
Nu Joker celălalt, nu
You look
Maru.
so good, reaching a grand final, reaching a semi-final as well. And the new boys, just turn off all the cameras. They've had enough. They must have seen the crying.
Oh no, and Mewtwo's going on a celebratory journey. Yeah, he's just walking around his house, thumbs up, crying emoji. Alright, bruh. I mean, there's a limit before this starts to feel like just stepping on them. Oh, wow, I mean, yeah, and Sandfire, let's give kudos to them as well. We want to point out once again that this is a team that had their roster kind of, last minute change. They lost the Darkshi, Mewtwo had to sub in. We were thinking, there's no way this happens, and it did.
Bro, nu au bătut-o.
Maru, mamă ce supărat e Maru, că aici o dat până și webcam-ul să nu mai filmeze ăștia.
Navi, Kumala Sylvester and Big. Now imagine how funny it would be if in the end those teams drop out
nu știu câte
and the team
puncte au,
like
nu
Talent Lab moves all the way. They have nothing on the line, just playing for fun and for showing us what they actually have in them. For the first time ever in the monthly final, and they beat the number 3 seed of EMEA. That's absolutely insane. Once again, the Meeple actually stands out as the best pick, or Sandfire just as the best player. I don't know what it is. 6 kills on him.
Wow.
Really well played by
Wow.
Talent Lab. You can be so proud
Mamă,
of
ce
yourselves. I am
chef.
proud of you guys.
Mamă.
I'm sad for Totem, but hey, nothing is going to change in the standings anyways, right? It's fine. We want this for some good storylines. Are they going to beat Foot? What do you think?
Possibly. Possibly. They will be drafting from the same pool, right? That's basically Talent Lab's, the first half of the series. They were just like, yeah, we'll just copy everything that Foot has been doing. And then the second half, they were like, wait, we're really good at this meeple thing. And Totem, they seem to be so confused and so lost. They don't know what to do against that. Look out.
We get Arc back on the desk. All four of us said Totem's going to take this one. 49% of the viewers out there actually voted for Talent Lab, so they get some juicy points now to get the rewards.
Well, I think Totem should have beat them. It's as simple as that. Not too sure why it went so wrong for them here today. They were looking pretty good. I mean, the qualifiers weren't the cleanest, but they were still looking so much better as a squad, showing real growth throughout this summer split. When you compare to the performance in the previous split, it was quite disastrous. So, I mean, going ahead now, they have to work on some things.
You can still also get some tickets for Tokyo if you want to watch these teams battle it out live in Tokyo for the World Finals. Get your tickets now. You just saw the little QR code up there, and you can also find it in the pinned tweet and in the pinned social media posts all over the Brawl Esports social media accounts. Now, 2 quarterfinals down. We still have 2 more to go. After that, 3 more semi-finals, grand finals. We have so many bangers for you today. Make sure to stay tuned here. Humble versus Big is our next match. This one, another one where we have a team that could lock in LCQ today. If they make it through semis, they are guaranteed. Or even Worlds, if they win it all today. Big has to make a deep run today to actually lock in either of those 2 possibilities. And unfortunately for them, to do that, they need to first make it through quarterfinals against the number 2 seed in EMEA.
Postseason gatekeepers is what I call Humble in this position. They could really, for the memes and for the plot, just make Big's life easier and just, give him a free pass. But no, they're not doing that. Now that FA Kuma are out, Big most certainly can just, surge into that lead and start overtaking them. And with Navi and Heretics meeting later in the bracket, as you mentioned, if they make it to the semi-finals, that's a guaranteed LCQ spot on the line for them. That is a massive amount of motivation for Big to play for here.
For me, Humble, have shown signs in the past, going back to the April monthly finals, where they can slip in monthly finals against Kuma La Westa, and that was a clean sweep against them. Their quarterfinals exit that they were so notorious going into the Brawl Cup with on their record. The same team which they actually went to double match point within their qualifiers this month. For Big, I've got some reservations. I just think that doing roster changes this late in the season, going into your last monthly final when they were looking really good for me, honestly. They were showing real signs of growth, and even esports so I don't know. I'm hoping for them to do a really deep run here today. But they're taking a risk to double down effectively, to have the challenges opportunity by bringing Arthur there, swapping with Salty. I think it makes some sense, but it's a huge risk.
Big, actually, the winners of the EMEA, Challengers Finals, so they have a different approach, and they made a strategic decision to split the roster into a BSC team and a Challenger team. So going forward, Big will compete with 2 rosters, competing with the Brawl Stars Championship, it's just called Big, and then Big Challengers competing in the Challengers circuit. So they still have 3 players they send to Istanbul, and they now bring in Day to complete that roster with to compete today. As mentioned already, they need to actually make it to semis and win it to really have that LCQ slot locked in. For Worlds, they just need to win it all. It's actually crazy how if you win this monthly final, it's their only monthly final win, and they would still lock in Worlds. Absolutely insane.
They have Foot and Humble to thank for that. EMEA has how many slots on the planet? 6 slots for the postseason, 4 for Worlds. Otherwise, this wouldn't even be a conversation, really. I mean, but this is the strongest and the most competitive for a reason. Every single team that has made it to either a first or second finish in a monthly final is still in contention, and it's no different here. If Big win it all, they really could make headline news here, going to Worlds at the last second.
It could happen. I'm not sure whether it will, but I hope to see some really interesting storylines develop
Mm,
this monthly
for
final. Because
sure.
this region, honestly,
Nice.
you know, as we saw in the previous match, you never really fully know how it's going to go down.
No, bun, trimitem poză cu ce ai acolo.
For Humble, Ring of Fire for Big, Pinhole Punt then for Humble going
After,
forward. So,
mamă,
I
ce mi-a dat
mean, one thing's for
rău.
sure is that Big have got a really nasty opposition. You know, Humble have locked
Electro?
in, you see that will not change going into the World Finals. And like you said, Spoo, there's no way that Humble are going to be giving this to them on the platter.
Again, it would be somewhat ironic if Talent Lab is the only team from these.
Nice, o picație, bine că mie nu prea, dacă vezi. De fapt mi-a picat tot ei și mie.
Reply Totem and Humble, they've locked in their seed. Nothing can change anymore. Even if Humble wins it all today, Foot is still going to stay number 1 seed. For Big and Kuma, this means everything right now. Kuma's already
ok.
Big has to win this one. It means so much to them. The motivation
Auzi
is
ce zăsără
certainly
și
there. Gold
ăia.
Lance main now. Ruffs, Man, banned out from the side of Humble, Crow and Lumi from the side of Big. And I think you notice something here. Bolt left open, Starnova left
Bun,
open.
acum mă duc să
Very
postez un TikTok pe
targeted bans, but all of these big bad new brawlers still in the race.
I'm quite scared now for Humble. I don't know if this is cooking a little bit too hot. This is really reminiscent back to April. Every single time a new meta comes in, a new patch comes out, and Humble are thinking to themselves, yeah, you know, we're pretty comfortable about it. We're just a better team. We can get away with allowing these things to slip through. And on the other hand, the underdog, I mean, always, every single time, the way that I've seen underdogs win is not necessarily by overpowering your opposition through sheer team play or mechanics alone. It's really all about the draft. That's what I think I saw in Talent Labs in the last 3 sets. And here in Big, I think that's going to be their greatest weapon against Humble. But nah, the Humble army is pretty big.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when, you know, you're the number 2 seed going into the World Finals, you know, 2024 World Champions, runners-up in 2025. I don't think it's crazy to see these numbers stacking on the side of Humble, considering what Big have to do here. I don't necessarily mind it. It's not necessarily like what I want to see. I want to see be a bit more 70-30 at the least, right? That's kind of being, I think, fair end of the situation, because Big can do this. It's just that they got a lot of stacked things against them.
Humble has a huge chance today, anyways, because in the last 2 monthly finals of this split, they always faced Foot Esports in the semis already. Now finally they're in opposite sides of the bracket and Humble
mai
make it
încet
to the
și
grand
finalele
finals.
astea.
Before
De fapt le pun puțin pe mut până jucăm. Stai să văd ce ai. Deci Electro joacă Pearl, tu joci. Stai să văd harta. Ce hărți mai sunt? Brawl asta, vai. After party. Joacă Frank. Vedeți că eu gen chiar iau puțin greu aici în prima rundă. E ok. Era Electro la de Willow. Ok. Trebuia să iau și alea. Nice. Ușor, ușor, Ren, ușor, ușor. What? Ce s-a întâmplat? Ok. Nu! Vedeți cum a controlat. Nice. Bun. Nice.
Vedeți că ea nu sunt pereți indestructibili. Ăia nu sunt pereți indestructibili.
Știu că nu sunt indestructibili, știu.
Păi și Electro chiar n-are alt pic mai bun?
Da, ce vrea să ia? Edgar. Stai să văd. Ce ai tu? Bounty urmează asta. La hot zone. E ok, ia Sergiu tu, poți să iei Sergiu. Iau eu star nouă atunci aici. Na, iau asta.
Bă, sigur era ok Edgar aici.
Nu, dacă așa și-au făcut compurile, îl știm.
Cu 2 troller în echipă normal, că avem noroc acum.
Da, ți-am zis, oricum e prea... Ideea e faină, dar îți dă sentimentul ăla de fear of missing out. Și faptul că îți aleg ei brawlerii, că e pe bulan. Ah, wow, spargi harta cu ăla, ok.
Nu, nu-mi spart harta, s-a spart Dynamite ultima.
Ah, ok. Bounty! Aici mă gândeam că ei... Tu Star Nova. Okay. Bă, am rost asta pe care aș putea să o folosesc, dar nu știu unde. Depinde dacă îmi pică la cu plus 40% speed și damage. Maybe mă gândesc că o țin pentru hot zone, dacă nu... Nu, îmi trebuie aici acesta, că nu știu la knockout ce o să-mi rămână. Nice. Mm. Dar n-am Fusion pe ăsta. Ok. Nice. Da, harta asta zici că e Crystal Arcade, varianta Bounty, jur. What? Ați murit? What? Ok. Dă-i la joale, nice. Și acum Bounty. Șapte, ok. Da, fără abilitate.
Mi-a dat Fusion pe Buster Fix, care l-am acum la...
Nice, nice.
Ce
Aici joacă Sirius. Aici
Sirius?
Sirius, da. Electro ce joacă el? Amber, ok. Mm, da, hai că las joc Emzo ca să las eventual chiar Mazy, poate o iau pe knockout.
A trebuit să iau al doilea star power pe Sirius, nu?
Um, Celălalt Star Power.
E ăla care gen se pune ca
Da,
două...
păi da, al doilea Star Power, da. Și gadget îl iei pe... Nici nu știu că dacă îți pică mutația de clone, poți să ții clonul la tine, dar ia al doilea gadget. Mi-a picat ăla de stă? Da, mi-a picat, nice. Bun, rău, bun, rău. Ultimul. Knockout. Poți să iei Najiatul, că de asta ți-a cam rămas pe final. Electrocia. Ginu. Păi și atunci. Ia stai. Rosa. Bush. 13 secunde.
Iau al doilea star power pe aia.
Da, că... Stai. Da, e al doilea, da. Bă, nu știu eu ce să iau dintre Brosa sau Amazing. Draco cu Mico, clar, nu iau. Depinde doar dacă îmi pic abilitățile bune pe Rosa, ca să pot pune bușuri și să am control pe mid. Da, cred că iau Amazing. Iau Amazing.
Am presimțirea
ok.
că aici mergea foarte bine Buster, că dacă au luat el Jin...
Da, mă gândeam, păi clar, dacă login mergea să iau și eu Rosau, dar nu era, mi-era frică de chestia cu abilitatea, că nu-mi pică. Da, e ok și așa, chiar e ok. Nice. Mamă, ce-o sărit. Și ăla nu se mai dă jos, pariu. E ok, am super. No way. De ce dă așa puțin heal electro cu... acum dă ok. Ua. De a să-mi bag. Na, zi-mi te rog că n-are pulul. Hai, acum are pul. Na, electro. Nu, nu în față, nu în față, nu așa în față.
Ok, gata, am terminat.
Stai puțin.
I-am dat tag la Talents Lab l-am menționat pe acolo jos. Drăguțule.
Ok,
Poate
stai
nu
puțin, că noi nu
comentează.
stăm bine.
Ok.
Nu le mai arunca așa. Ok. Dar de ce împinge superul lui? Futu-ți morții. Futu-ți morții, mătii. Să-ți fut cu compul mătii și cu morții mătii. Mi-aș pula. Morții mătii. Să-ți fut de compuri. Dar de ce? Nu înțeleg de ce. Pula mea de brawler. Mie-mi dă dintre Maisie, Rosa, Mico și Draco. Și eu de unde? Eu de unde să știu ce-mi pică la adversari? De unde să știu? Da-i ready, Electro, dar nu înțelege. Bine, i-am spus eu să ia Ginu, că m-a întrebat dintre Gin sau Pearl. Dar de unde dracu să știu? Bine că pe ăștia nu puteai să mi dai mai devreme. Na, uite exact ce ziceam. Acum nu mi-a picat deloc abilitatea de speed cu damage pe Rosa. Na, trebuia Rosa să iau. Bă, decât sper să revină turnul că nebunesc de nervi. Să revină turnul că nu mai pot de nervi. Așa, dă-ne mendiuri în cap. Dă mendiuri în cap că faci foarte bine.
Trebuia să te lași omorâ fake, acum ai făcut altă ultimată lui Mandy. Cam i-aș pula el de tur și în nația lor. Că lor le dă kill și din alea pula
E
mea.
foarte prost gândit. Bă, dă-mi, ok, faci Nuzlocke, nu neg, dar lasă-mă să-mi aleg eu brawlerii, nu-mi da ce-ți vine așa ție random.
Pula mea, cu ai vă știți ce alte opțiuni avea dacă pierdeam cu Max? Stu și Rico aici. Ce făceam cu ei aici? E mâncărie de pe ăsta. Pula mea, Byron cu dita-i puloaca de 5 cm. Bă, stai.
Dar a murit prost când am văzut Byron-ul ăla și împinge și e și superul mai
Dar de ce
mare.
împinge? De ce împinge? Specifică abilitatea lui că împinge?
A avut fusion.
A avut fusion.
A, uite, knockback enemies. Doamne, ce porcărie, bă.
Și acum de ce nu mi-apare că următorul mâine?
Mie mi-apare Tower Topple. Tower Open în 18 ore.
Acolo sus. Acum.
Clar că nu mă mai joc jocul ăsta astăzi, în afară de Tower-ul pe secundare.
Bă, Tower Open așa înseamnă... stai. Tower Open for 18 ore și asta înseamnă că atâta mai e deschis, atâta mai e valabil.
Da.
Deci nu mai revine.
Păi și titlul de Unbeatable?
Da, dar nu mâine, sună marți.
Să vină mai târziu.
Sau, de fapt, te las pe tine.
Că tot sezonul ăsta, mai sunt 20 și ceva de zile, ce naiba? Credeți că revine Tower-ul ăsta în fiecare zi pentru 24 de zile? Pe câte ori credeți că are?
Păi după acolo ăsta ce e?
E un spray, nu e un icon. Nu știu despre ce vorbești.
Icon, e un icon acum.
E un spray.
Electroicoz din urmă, electroicoz din urmă.
Salutare, băieți!
Deci e un spray după și după spray la oare mai e ceva sau gata?
Păi e un title, nu e normal că ar trebui să fie un title, dar nu o să fie mâine. Nu știu care e faza.
O să fie să da pula morții, mă. A, da, chiar trebuie să mă duc pe...
Domnule, sunteți live?
Da, sunt live. Stai puțin că m-a enervat de tot Tower-ul ăsta. Nu
Am pierdut la ultimul mod. Că doar iau banner cu detai.
Nu, trebuia să ne gândim bine. Dacă tu aveai geniu, puteam să iau Buster.
Bă, până la urmă, aia e, bă, aia e. De unde naiba să știm că ei o să joace kit cu familie?
Da. Pot să, bă, asta mi-e cea mai mare frică a mea și asta am efectiv și meciul ăsta, dar meciul ăsta au fost easy. Că nu mi-a picat Fusion pe Rosa. Dacă nu-mi pica Fusion, puteam doar să spamez bușuri. Ok, bun, spamam bușuri. Și dacă picam versus brawler care îmi spărgeau bușuri și aveau o distanță, ce făceam?
Nu, Apple de Tower trebuia să vină la sfârșitul eventului, ca toți să aibă deja Fusion, punct.
Vezi că nu zici rău nici asta. Bun, bine rău punctat aici. De ce mi-l bagi la început de event când avem toate fusion-urile? Nu le-am eu cu 100... Bine, dar au fost băguit. N-am eu cu 80-100 de nano dropuri deschise, am 72 abia.
Nu, dar ideea e că oricum o să revină. Adică, ok, acum nu mai revine. Acum o să fie, cred că ăsta la alt, Mecha Guard-ul ca placeholder pentru event. Dar o să mai revină Top of the Tower până la sfârșitul eventului și atunci o să putem să mai jucăm, da? Să luăm titles, să luăm alea.
Acum sper că la Bosch sau la Mega Guar sau ce urmează acum să nu fie iară din astea că nebunesc de nervi.
Și vă zic sincer, sunt șanse mai mari să câștigați cu random. De ce? Pentru că aparent playerii din cealaltă echipă ori sunt boci, ori sunt și random.
Astrala că am pierdut azi când s-a jucat.
Bă, n-am pierdut niciun meci, eu de-aia am făcut până acum bărfere la toate, cu random.
Da.
Astral
Hai că
jumate
ne
de meci
întoarcem
s-a
aici
plecat,
la
de-aia
finalele
pierdem.
noastre.
Keep the pressure on, and that's a great way to even out the playing field going into our third set. Then hot zone up next, ring of fire, and this again is going to be a tough situation for Big. This series in general is not going to be easy, so like I think they're giving themselves a good chance now, getting some good spirits within the conversation. It's always good to feel confident. If there were 2 sets down at this point, then things can escalate. So I'm glad that they're going into this set now with a good firm headspace.
And it's back on their familiar map as well. They selected Ring of Fire up against Humble. I have to always bring it back to the cheese discussion. We've seen a lot of gray on this map, and I'm sure that Humble will not allow it to slip through. Yeah, immediately the play is banned out. On the other side of Big, they do respect Humble here, breaking out the bolt. Banning out the loot and banning out the surge here with 2 excellent easy first picks that Humble could have gone for.
Bă, dar de ce sunt de mulți nemți în e-sports în Europa?
I mean, the band also targeted.
Nu
So
știu.
with Meg, Ruffs, Lumi, they're all kind of, big.
Deci ori
Bossul meu.
nemți, ori italieni. Nu pot să
Mamă, vreau să fur frigiderul de la Humble. Vreau să-l fur acum.
Actually, Humble didn't kind of snap it up immediately, so but maybe
Dați-mi frigiderul ăla cu Red Bull, nu?
Dar chiar nu mi-a acceptat Top Gameplay. I-am dat ad cu Top Gameplay.
Te joc?
Da.
Cum îl cheamă? Cum are Super Slide-ul?
E-Top Gameplay. Dar nu mi-a acceptat încă.
Yeah, I don't want to see either of those brawlers into this 8-bit, and as you mentioned, called it out, the grip is really going to be heavily contested here.
Mamă, 81.000 are.
You never want to play into a grip 8-bit.
Alien, Top Squad, Mythic 2. Mamă, 5 winneri most challenge wins. Adidas Champion.
Da, bă, dar e o legendă. E o legendă. Nu are contul așa cum ar trebui, dar e o legendă. Omul pare Top Gameplay.
Și vorba aia, față de mulți alți youtuberi din România, vezi că tot e ok contul.
Deci voi n-aveți idee cum mi-au aprins orice chestie de la Brawl Stars pe clip. Deci nu e să panic. Bine, poate a scăpat de ceva.
It's concerning to me. I would like to hope that Big were expecting that because they had the opportunity to pick it up themselves, right? So let's hope that is in their back pocket, that they are making Humble fall into their trap almost. But I'm definitely concerned.
I don't know how much of a trap it is to give Luki his favorite brawler in the game, if I'm going to be honest, right? I mean, one of those bans, surely you swap it out there for the PS here just to respect the man himself. And it's not Humble, I think. I love the fact that they banned out the Max here, actually. They are showing the respect. They know that they don't want to basically run into a similar situation that Totem ran into, right? Whereby they just lost to me for 3 sets in a row. They immediately just make the correction, put their ego aside, say, let's ban this out, let's not deal with it. They wrap it out with the Mina. I'm a big fan of the selection. I think they needed some kind of tempo control, some kind of early sustenance to break inside the mid. And, this is a brawler that Symantec really enjoys playing.
Definitely thinks it is an option maybe here. I mean, Meeple 2, I mean, I'm just trying to think that if they're trying to shut down this kind of Pierce's long range shots, but then you can have the mansion of the Meeple gadget, but that's going to only suffice for so long. Oh my goodness me, you
didn't want to see it, but we're going to see it, Arch. Let them cook, let them cook.
Don't let them cook.
When you're the underdog, you cheese your way to victory. And in this case, it's pretty bad.
Insanity. No.
Look, even the blue cheese is delicious to some people, okay? In this case, Jesse to me might just be that. Could be an acquired taste. Maybe Big will show us something, some hidden prowess that has not been seen for what is considered in SpenLC's tier list as an F tier brawler.
Like, I know you're a half-full kind of guy, Spoo, but like, let's bring things back down to earth slightly. This is the same brawler which cost, you know, sort of KDS 2 sets and almost their qualification prospects going to the final monthly final in North America. I mean, with the speed zone, it can get some good maneuverability. I want to see the turret go down, but it's got a small buff recently. It's not meta.
LC, empty brawler. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's listening. But so far it's been the Luki show. He's been tapping away inside the mid, but every time he misses a single shot, it's gonna allow Big to maintain that permanence. It's really just been Luki in the mid, and the silence is just really passive. Luki finally gets a single kill here. Boss should be going out here to Day on that right lane. It's pretty even so far.
Yeah, so far Humble struggling a little bit objectively. I liked it, honestly, when Salty was targeting the 8-bit, because that's going to be where he's going to get the most value. Nice team up there between Luki and Boss. Putting the pressure on now, Hypercharge coming in, and Boss going to be in a very nice spot, especially if they can find Daily on the right-hand side. Getting locked in there will definitely prove a troublesome thing for Salty, and ready to push into the mid. Nice dive, but it was heavily punished there by Luki and Semantic. But again, Big just keep finding themselves to get onto the zone, going to get their turret with not too much hassle. One more tap and it will be gone, but they actually kind of are missing a couple of shots there on this one. That's just really swifter.
He's doing pretty well here inside the mid. Mele's been pinched out, though, just overextended there a little bit too much. Dede, the next fall there, managed to run for the hills there. Big maintain the permanence inside the mid, and interestingly, we're seeing Humble make the decision to put Luki here on the side lane, kind of give up the mid and go for this flanking play on the right. Wanted to allow Boss to get a slightly better lane here. They will take back mid just momentarily, but Big, they're the ones that maintain the control here, and they're the ones maintaining the lead.
Yeah, Big have been much better objectively speaking here, but now Humble are claiming back this deficit. There is time for one big push here from Big, but they're taking a lot of damage. Nice swimble there from Boss to play some of these shots. And a turret on the right-hand side, then force back Luki, joins the mid. They're going to be punished heavily here by Boss, just to take down as well. Now Humble approach 90%.
Bă, aparent mi-e băguit Discord-ul pe laptop, nu vrea să se deschidă.
Punishes the Jesse, punishes Big's hubris here, 25% behind, and yeah, Semantic is like, I don't know, guys, I mean, I think there's more we should have done, we should have crushed this harder.
La smuti dropuri. Nu poate să pice spray-uri.
Ce mă?
Nu pot să pice spray-uri.
Păi asta m-a auzit, dar gen... Păi și ce facem în situația asta de nu pică?
O să rămână unused.
Unused.
Chipi, ceva.
Classic Supercell. Da.
Giving a lot over to Jesse here, but to stay alive enough on the zone, that's going to be a very good helping start here for Humble.
That's a mechanical div there right in the mid with Luki just crushing here so far. He's getting so many taps there. He's practically playing 1 versus 2, by the way, because Semantic, he's aware that until he gets that...
Bă, dar chiar că făcut react și mă deliniți. Vreau să văd care fă reacția la când câștigă puțin.
O să mă uit off camera la... Îs curios și eu, sincer.
Nu mă uit acum, că mă uit decât când joacă Foot versus Tălăbut. Adică să mă aștept să câștige Fedala.
Da, mai durează până urmează iară Tălăbut. Acum e Humble versus Big și după e Navi. Mamă, vezi că la Navi versus Team Heretics sunt curios și acolo.
Nu, câștigă Navi lejer dacă Tălăbut a bătut pe Team Heretics de 2 ori în Brawl League și în Qualifiers în ziua 2.
Vezi că la Navi s-au retras de Rage, de nu știu cine e acum, e Gero, e Meow și... Cine mai e? Că Rage s-au retras.
Nu e, sau cine? Tot așa...
A, nou e. A, vechea zeta la Navi.
Stai că mai imediat.
Bă, dar vezi că și aici se întâmplă chestia, au luat Big Talents un punct.
Păi da, mă, Humble nu știu ce dracu face.
Eu, păi n-am fost pe fază, că am jucat la Tower.
Ce zic mai ăștia aici?
It annoys me because in the previous set I was praising Big for really targeted bans. You know, it showed great awareness and trying to shut Humble down that way is, in my opinion, the only...
Stai să vezi, bă, imaginați-vă câte TikTok-uri o să spameze după Talent Lab, după Monthly Final. Că au bătut și că a ajuns în
Deja
runda
pusă
2.
unul. Deja pusă unul.
Despite global bans now being a thing, you know, there are still
Yeah,
options.
zic că mă uit, da.
Like, it's just one of those brawlers that for me, it's so
Și
circumstantial to the company.
și comentai la el. If TLB wins versus Hood,
It doesn't have
I
a
will
place,
marry
and I think it's
Yeye.
deserving of 0 kills.
I'm sorry, Jesse. I'm sorry, Big. I mean, we don't want to dog on this pick too long. We're going to bring it back home there.
Omul meu a apucat să facă și TikTok, mâncați pe tata.
Și eu vă uit TikTok, ce le interesează pe el de Humble versus Big Big direct cu ea.
Now with this buffed up 8-bit, previously it was other brawlers in the role of that 8-bit, but this is a very, very, very stable comp. That's what I want to see from these world champions.
Uite mă că arată aici. Da, Totem se duce în la Worst Finals, care are 413 puncte.
Ți-am zis, mă, ți-am zis.
Dar și nouă, cu cât că nu s-a calificat.
Da.
Are puncte, în top 4 sau nu așa funcționează.
Top 5 sau 4 cât ți acolo, se duc la World Final și practic Navi cu Team Heretics la LCQ.
Da, deci Novo nu s-a calificat, dar tot se duce pentru că e top 4.
Stai că văd eu acum.
Dacă TLB juca de la începutul anului, eu zic că aveau destule puncte.
Clar. Mamă, ce-a comentat unul la ăștia la Talents Lab. Meoto, shut the fuck up, Westy coming for you!
Unde?
La Talents Lab, la TikTok, în comentarii. Meoto, no friends! The saddest character are in all of Gumball, no friends!
Aici e bună.
That could be the weapon of choice there for Big. It should be. I mean, that was what they used to great success here, and this is a map that, you know, that glowy max pairing could indeed still be good. It does also work with the Damon as well. Yeah, Big, they've done their homework.
Bă, zice asta, Totem draftul so bad. Bă, sincer, n-au draftat nici Totemul rău, da. Na, TLB was better, you know what I'm saying.
Great shout with that, Leon. They need something like that's going to be
Mie
unpredictable.
mi s-a părut că e reacția lui Maru sau Maori, unul din ei, dar cred că Maru.
Câți multidropuri aveți deblocate?
180, ceva în gen.
Cât, mă?
Ai dat că am cumpărat totul, chit că eram conștient de bug.
Și ți-a venit compensația?
Da.
Deci, nu, că dacă era 180 fără, mă rog, cred că 100.
În total, acum în total, înainte aveam 80 deschise, cu încă 80 compensație.
Deci tot eventul deblocat, gata?
Păi nu, tu ai zis chiar pe short rege că cei care au deblocat eventul stau relaxați în vacanță.
Ba da, am zis, da. Poate cine știe.
Și gen ți-am zis, eu chiar am deschis conștient că te-am întrebat atunci, deci na. Norocul meu. Le dă eroare la ăștia, OBS! OBS has ended! Sau la mine? Nu la mine, doamne ce m-am speriat, nu la mine, la ăștia, doamne! Le-au dat eroare la OBS la ăștia. Am crezut că la mine pentru o secundă.
S-a căcat FP pentru o secundă.
Sincer, da.
Bro, de ce videoclipul meu nu e viral și al lui Talents Lab e viral? Ce-am făcut greșit? Am postat cam în același timp cum a postat și el. 21 de minute. Și ăsta 23 de minute. Ce-i diferența? Ce taguri a pus? TLB, Talents Lab, Brawl Stars, eSports.
I think that under the circumstances, that's not a bad idea to bring in. But I'm hoping that that's not just kind of reactive. I hope that that was kind of like planned, because otherwise I kind of have some concerns there, because there's a lot of brawls which they maybe should have prioritized a bit heavier.
Am și un comentariu de aceeași persoană care a comentat și la videoclipul lor.
There's nothing that's going to be counting out Big's dropped here. It's actually okay. I didn't mind it at all. It's got a chance. It's got legs. It's just at the moment, you know, being behind against a team like Humble, it's not going to be easy.
but it's what they have to do if they still want a chance here to go to the last chance qualifiers. The donut is firmly in control for the moment. That's the
Mai mă
strength
duc să fac repede un duș, știi ce zic?
allows you to get inside at the mid. It is big in full control at the moment, but Humble, they're the ones, just playing very patiently with these unbreakable walls. You don't have to really peek out so quickly here. Second lollipop drop is going to be going down, then Symantec is going to be the first to fall here. Could be a goal here for Big.
Oh, that's a good pick of egg as well. They timed this correctly. I think it went to hands on Lukey. Melly's still going to be there in position now. That's a bit of a fumble massively, so you cannot make those mistakes. And now, Big are going to get punished. They get the takedown. Lukey back as well. Gets the ball out of the hands of Salty. And Big should have done better.
Oh no, it's gone so wrong for Big there. Massive fumble for them for sure. Just unable to play team play, unable to pass the ball between each other. They're gonna leave it in the past now as they have to defend this onslaught coming in from Humble. Symantec should be going in straight for Melee. Of all targets, it will be a distraction play for Luke to go in there. Lasers down there and just, the tornado in the way, doesn't block the shot. They're gonna run down the clock here a little bit here and secure this first goal.
I mean, at this stage, when there's so much at stake and on the line,
Hai X-Lader, hai X-Lader, X-Lader.
moment from their minds and just focus on this push. Boss under pressure, Symantec diving in to helping hand things, and Boss is going to be pushing this left-hand side, speeding towards Dele, who might have, again, a twister, but it's not the end of the world for Humble, especially in this position. They're going to hold firm, slow down the pace, and slam a sound wall down for Symantec, going to buy his time. They're going to blow back the whole suite of action. The Boss going to come in now as well, and this is going to be a really difficult decision. I mean, how can Big defend this? They're completely overran, and it's going to be surely a match point for Humble. It's spiraling out of control for Big.
This may not be the way that Big want to end the season. At the very least, they want to go to set number 5 at least and keep their dreams for LCQ alive.
Bă, dar chiar că ăștia se duc mereu în bootcamp, că mereu îs pe alte locații, alte camere, la fiecare monthly final.
Can they reset from what a massive, catastrophic fumble that we saw earlier?
They're pushing forwards, but the ball almost went to Symantec there as well. That's what I was concerned about. Now, they did actually pretty well there. I thought that he would have been double teamed, but still, as long as Boss is there, very hard for Big to really do much out of this position. Now, Luki finds Salty, actually gets the takedown as well. Speed for his time now, Daily falls as well. It's going to be really tough to do anything about. And Melee knows it. Boss will just take his time and score that goal. And already Big are on the back foot, and there's only been 35 seconds to play. Again, Humble can just sit back now and defend.
You just cornered the ball here or opt to play more aggressive. Both options are open, but this is a very good start there from the side of Big. Melee. Hypercharge Super is completely nullified there by Boss's immunity frame. That was really, really well timed there for him. And that's going to just completely stop the momentum that Big had going into this with the speed coming now online. They still want to go for it though. Nice push there from Day. It's going to be getting over to claim one, but Lukey with the Hypercharge Super is going to be able to just clear out with the ball. There was a temptation to even snatch it, just run all the way. It's just these two star players from Humble.
Deci, efectiv, eu deja îmi imaginez pe ea social media managerii de la Talent Lab cum își freagă mâinile că fac content la greu acum. 3-0 Humble, GG's. Bă, cred că acum o să ascund ecranul, fiindcă vreau să-mi schimb contul, să fac pe secundar, că legit îmi pierd timpul dacă stau pe principal. Așa că 2 secunde, băieți, care... Așa, să spun și astea, nice. Switch account. La fix am venit și am luat MVP-ul, nice. No, pe secundar. 100, mâncați-aș gura ta pe secundar. Haide, viața mea, cât am de băgat aici pe secundar. O 100, bă.
Super strong brawlers slip, and sometimes your opponents are just going to pick them up and win the set with it. I truly felt like this could be Big's day. They needed to win this match to still have a chance at LCQ. And if they would have won the whole monthly final today, they could have gone to Worlds. So really heartbreaking for them. Their journey is cut short. Still, they can give themselves a pat on the back. They just won at least a set. They looked like they could compete with Humble. Maybe just not today.
That was so tense. It really was. At times, I thought that Big actually had an opportunity to win that, but Humble just do Humble things, don't they? Just like foot.
That's your
good in the end.
quote of the day.
My quote of the day.
Foot things, Humble do Humble things.
There's some glimmer of hope in teams, right? Humble have shown a few frailties, but at the end of the day, they're just too much for Big, and especially because of the roster change, like you've alluded to. It just comes at unfortunate timing for Big, I believe. Like, if Arthur would have played instead, who knows what could have happened, right? But at the end of the day, at least Big have another opportunity with challengers.
They definitely showed some nerves in that pinhole punt set. I believe if they wanted to win it, they should have maybe followed up on Kaboom Can and take the momentum into Ring of Fire after they lost Hot Zone. It kind of looked like, yeah, it fell apart. Still, be proud of yourselves, please. I'm proud of you, Melee. Anyways, we're heading over to our quarterfinal number 4 now. Navi versus Heretics, and it now comes down to these two. Who will claim the world final spot? Who is locked in for LCQ instead? The best possible outcome for them today, both Kuma and Big lost, so their postseason dreams are over and very much alive for these two.
And with Team Heretics and Na'Vi, this is literally the game of the day, right? But there's been question marks over both rosters. We've seen roster changes throughout the year, right? We've seen Drage retiring, now we're coming in. You see Subame also retiring, then coming in as well. So since Team Heretics have grouped back together, a lot of people would have just presumed, right? Like, they're just going to leave off where they left off. But they've got some questions to answer, but will they make all the critics disappear with this performance? We'll have to wait and see. As we've predicted, as we'll probably see again pretty soon, all of us have Na'Vi, so I was a little bit shocked because if you like read into how the preparation's been going, Heretics have been looking all right. They've been looking pretty decent. Na'Vi not been like practicing as much, but it's also the qualifiers and how that went, right? Like, Na'Vi looked so convincing, qualifying in the upper bracket this time around after failing to qualify last time. Na'Vi, with that Polish energy, could have the recipe for success here.
You mentioned roster changes. I think the biggest thing we have to address here is Drage actually retiring. One of the players you both have a history with, and he retired even though he's not even amongst the oldest ones, still a mainstay in the BSC. You'd think struggled this year, had some rough times with his roster last year as well.
Yeah, I think for Drage, his content's going fantastically well. I think it kind of makes sense to kind of assess, and like, you know, last year of course did step back and people wondered whether he was retiring back then, and he came back at the World Finals as a coach. I think now is a bit more definitive in his mind. We wish him all the best, of course, here at the BSC, and you know, I'm sure, no doubt, cheering for his teammates from home, because you know, effectively, you know, this is a small, close-knit community. These are not guys that kind of like fall out and kind of hate watching in that regard. They are all still looking for the best for everyone's outcomes in that regard. I think though, like, roster changes are littering this series for me. I think now he's had the really sore end of this stick, having bounced from SK Gaming to then Heretics, and I think Heretics, in my opinion, maybe would have been better off holding on to him, actually. I think their results have been progressively getting worse as they brought back, you know, Sabine, who initially retired, and I think there's a reservation that I have there is that when someone retires, they do lose a little bit of their drive and their passion for the game, right? And I don't know whether that's the case or whether there's other reasons why they might be underperforming slightly. But Heretics have not looked the same since dropping Naui. That's just kind of how I've interpreted their performance.
For Drage comes in Naui now, as you just mentioned, and with him they now hope to lock in the World Final slot. Wide open, Kuma and Big have no more chances to get it. Novo isn't even here today. They're currently sitting in that slot. So they're hoping that both of these teams lose in the quarterfinals. It's not possible. They are against each other. One of them will take that slot off their hands today. Navi and Heretics still fighting for it. And we saw how many teams were still in contention for it at the beginning of the day. We lost a couple of soldiers along the way. These two now need to win the quarterfinals, win against Humble in the semis, take the grand finals, and qualify for Worlds directly. If none of this is happening, by the way, they locked LCQ now with Big and Kuma out. So it's not the worst, but obviously you want to go to Tokyo directly.
This is not really the toughest path in the world, right? It's only Humble that they're going to beat after this, right?
Yeah, it's totally so free, man. I mean, like, they're not going to win their semi-finals match and be in the grand finals waiting either. I'm sure it's doable, you know? I mean, I want to see it. I mean, I really do want to see it. I think that if we've been expecting and waiting for any upsets in the EMEA, this is the time for it. So I'm giving that energy out there. But, you know, it's such a grueling process, as we know. And the way that Foot and Humble have been playing, I think that, like, this is going to be arguably maybe one of the easier matches for them to be able to get through, honestly.
The maps that we're gonna see those two played out: Kaboom Canyon for Heretics, Dry Season for Navi, Ring of Fire, and Goldarm Gulch to close out, and Painhole Punt is gonna be a random decider. We saw that map quite often today. We actually get a couple of close matches, which we absolutely love to see over here. We want to see as much high quality Brawl.
Am revenit, am fost până la baie. Welcome back.
As someone who actually has lifted the World Finals trophy, how are they feeling right now in that draft lobby? And season-ending pressure here. They want to go to Worlds and not just LCQ, of course.
Yeah, this is what makes or breaks good players, right? It's who can handle the pressure. We talk so much about like preparation, draft, skill.
Bine te-am regăsit, bine te-am regăsit.
Said a player's mental is honestly one of the best things when you're competing, right? Like, there's no point having all the skill in the world if you're just going to crumble when it matters most, right? So, but the thing is, Na'Vi have two players now that have won the World Championship. We've also got Enraged, who is an up-and-coming talent. Well, not really up-and-coming anymore, but I think it's an underrated talent. On the other side of Team Heretics, veteran in iChaos.
Da, să zicem,
These
să
guys have
zicem.
been there, done that before, but they've got to face off against each other now, and I don't envy their position. There's so much stress on their shoulder.
Global bans for the series are locked in as well. Bolt, Rico, Crow, and Ruffs, a couple of those we've seen all day long. Bolt, I don't know what to think of him at this point.
I do.
Because every single team so far have locked him, banned him out of the way already in the global ban stage, except Big and Humble, and it wasn't even picked once in the end.
I think it's a lot to do with the maps though as well, right? And when you can kind of see how things are developing.
Cu vocal mai sunt doar cu Electro.
I think the Rico pick also in the global bans is totally targeted towards Chaos.
Iar mare laptopul, am înțeles, e ok. Bine, netul, semnalul, astea.
It's now very much a threat, so I like that from Navi. They're thinking targeted, and that's the way you've got to be. 66% starting here with Team Heretics, to just the 34% starting here with Navi. Definitely a very strong community, no doubt about that on the side of Team Heretics. But I just still feel like with Navi, there are some attributes there. I mean, you know, Garrett
Am văzut că a câștigat Talent Slap, cum să pe am fost aici, pe fază, am fost trop și suflet. Păi, urmează acum versus FUT. What do you mean? Poate bate FUT-ul, poate. Ne uităm, încercăm, poate, ne uităm până la final. Da, legit, încercăm să ne uităm până la final, dacă nu e...
I'm excited to see it here so far. The viewers are actually doing better in their predictions than we do. 49% at least voted that Talent Lab will make it through the quarterfinals, and now they're saying Heretics will win, whereas the casting desk are all thinking Navi might take it. We're bound to have an interesting match here. I hope for another 3-2. Paints out to be a super close one, as both of these teams have had some inconsistencies, but overall are still standing in seed 5 and 6 right now. Very strong.
Shady, please stand up.
I mean,
it's a battle choice.
He's not even matching it with a Na'Vi jersey. Like, he wants to be back on Supermassive by the looks of things. But one thing I also wanted to mention about these two teams, each team have only won once in the monthly finals this year. For the caliber of players, one win each. And the Heretics beat out Na'Vi last time around. Of course, that was with Drage. And Na'Vi only beat out SK, I believe, before, which SK aren't looking in the best of spots either. So for these two rosters, they've got something to prove. And, you know, this is the perfect match for it, right?
The battle for the World Finals tickets is starting now. Those two teams are the last two that can play spoilsport for Novo, Heretics and Navi. We're starting out on
2
map with
secunde.
scene once ready. Kaboom,
Deci,
Canyon.
rău a ajuns totemul să fie bătut de...
Usually compared
Bă,
to
nu neapărat că a ajuns rău
that
totemul,
we
că
took
totemul se
part
ca
earlier
lifică
today,
la finale,
less
adică
base
e la
rates,
finale anul
more
ăsta.
mid-control.
Vin generații noi,
Brawlers like
care trebuie să rupă.
Fix already bans out. Those two are usually the choice when you just want to hold on to this mid as long
Adică
as
legit,
possible. For Heretics,
scena de
they're
e-sports
losing
are nevoie cât de cât de o
Kaze
schimbare
coming in as first
în
one.
player în general și
Like
se cam
there
schimbă
is
chestia asta,
something
adică se observă de la an la an.
catered towards that mid control, either the Otis or the Griv. Those are out of the way, so let's see what they pair it with later. First up now, Navi with an answer. Carl could be something they bring in here. They played it very often.
I think a Meg into a Kaze defensively, right, as well. Like,
Știu, da, nu, am ce
surging up
căuta
the
aici,
bench. She's not
legit.
banned out here for whatever reason, and she's just so hard to take down. And there we have it, Meg. So Meg is great for a few reasons, good for damage, right? But it's also the toolbox gadget.
They were looking to pair, I think, on the side there of Heretics, had that not been picked up. So it's a great shout from you there, Sven. Love that. Let's see as well. I think Colette is an option here for Navi, one that they do tend to sometimes consider. Carl is an interesting one that they do love to play here. I can understand why. It's a very aggressive brawler. It has sort of deviated away slightly in terms of the core meta, but it's definitely a good option. I mean, Star Nova.
Wow.
It's maybe not her best map though. It's very open, so they are running a slight risk, but it's more like the floating time gadget here, where you can really elevate yourself forwards in the map. So Heretics over here do a lot of melody and a lot of rush based ideas too. Colt here for me is probably the biggest threat that is left open as well.
Very true. With Colt, they would have a lot of damage. Still, Melody that I mentioned earlier, also still left open, adds even more damage. What they don't have yet is some control and something to take care of that Meg with. Lumi gonna come in here. I was thinking about the Lu, I guess they're kind of similar. Both have those ice rings, just making sure they get some mid control. Again, Boom Cannon is not about the base race necessarily. You also want to hold on to mid once you're standing there. Make sure you don't go down whenever you do some damage. Cold coming in here now. They have so much damage on the right side. A lot of control on the left, but they're lacking some DPS.
They're lacking a base brawler, so that's going to be Melody, surely, right? Melody has the matchup into Kaze, pretty good into Lumi, and okay, the good Byron. This is a Jero special, but they're looking to play more of a pinch game, right? Byron's good matchup into Lumi and Cole, but they're kind of lacking the damage. I mean, Starnova can get damage, but it's nowhere near the amount that the side of Team Heretics have.
Super defensive on the left here. Navi goes with 3 brawlers that are really good in mid, but not really catered towards actually damaging the save. Now, Spen, this was your match. You're about to lock in Worlds. If you win it all today, which would be your draft?
I prefer Navi's, I think. I prefer Navi's, yeah. Because you got a Star Nova gadget, give you control in the middle. Meg is such a great defensive brawler. And Byron has an insane matchup into Colt and Lumi as well. I would have preferred the Melody, but hey, Jero just loves these types of brawlers. The Penny, the Byron, and he plays it so well.
Yeah.
So matchup's not going particularly in
No, e Jero și Enrich, da, ok, Enrich. De ce ești șters pe...
Meg's just decimating him.
Ah. Avea potențial foarte mai giveaway cu PES. No, mai ținem PES-ul ăla, no. Se aplică altă metodă la PES acum, nu are rău, nu, de ce să fac eu acum giveaway cu PES-ul dacă lumea nu a fost alături de mine și nu e alături de mine, de ce? Efectiv, adică oportunitate, un item foarte bun să îl arunc că vin o singură dată la PES și atâta, nu, nu. Trebuie făcut altceva cu el, că nu merită.
to get down Marco. Now he pops off and manages to find one shot, but it doesn't connect and get his super though. So that's going to leave him in a vulnerable position. And again, this is where the damage is kind of lacking. I thought that maybe in terms of composition-wise, that they'll be able to consistently kill the members of Team Heretics. But they lack the range, and they really need Starnova to pop off over these walls onto the safe next.
Yeah, Navi on the safe with a pea shooter is not going to really do too much, is he? He needs to be a mech. I mean, this comes a very mid-based control idea that Navi are trying to implement, and maybe go for like a final push dive. But they do need to get this safe cracked. So Gary now using his range to tap away to the safe, trying to get towards that 75% mark now, popping some booster gadget there as well to get even more so, and does secure it. So that's quite key for Navi. Now they can go back to the control-based game, but the Heretics are going to up the gear and trying to make a dive.
Now it looks a little bit more promising as Rage gets the kill onto Marco. Now we're back into mech as well. It's the perfect positioning for Jero as he manages to
Cui a fost, ce faci atunci dacă nu le dai?
Now he's going to pop Hypercharge though. Now he is stunned out. Marco manages to get onto the safe. He only clips the safe a little bit. 1% is all they need. And even
O să vedeți, o să vezi. De fapt, da, o să vedeți care e ideea cu PES-ul.
There's surely no way, even with a Kaze, there's still not enough time. And now they just played their perfect game, right? They're a real patient team. They like to dwindle you down. And even though early game, Marco got onto the safe, he didn't get any more opportunities because of that meg. It's just so hard.
Ce supărat e Jero.
He's such a great heist brawler, but there's appropriate counters nowadays in the meta.
Yeah, it's my first pick brawler worthy all day long. I mean,
Convoară cu Starnova.
really landing many kind of like, you know, fan storms onto the safe. That's what you kind of want to do, really. He's getting forwards and getting some good damage, but I want to see the fan storms continuously being cycled and maybe running Fist of the Brawl Star a bit too much for me. Let's see though as well. Now, if you juke around and rage, you get some good starting damage already. That's a fantastic start for Heretics. But we kind of saw that in the last game as well. They were not able to continue that same kind of dynamic moving forwards.
It was one of those moments for Enrage where with that gadget with Starnova, most of the time it works out well, but he was just stuck in the air. Marco was like, bye-bye, I'll just get onto the safe. He's doing a much better job this time around. I mean, I don't envy his position. It is such a hard task to do, to play the Kaze into such a miserable matchup.
Nu semăn cu ei, nu semăn, nu.
Getting aggression so your teammates can follow up with the kills, but Lumi and Colt are just so heavily outranged, it's hard for them to follow up any type of damage. Enrage manages to switch into his sword form and gets the double kill as well. Finally, Na'Vi established some control, but we might just see the same story again.
Okay, now Fanstorm goes out into the mid. Pushing the left-hand side, Marco is going to scale on through, gets to the safe as well. Maximum damage inbound. Enraged, in pursuit, but Garo's focused in the top right-hand side here. He needs to maybe consider coming back to helping hand his teammates. Marco is still there. The damage is still raining in. There's no defense to be seen from Navi.
Marco is just putting his team on his back right now. I mean, Chaos is doing the dirty work, but Marco, time and time again, is getting on that safe. Great takedown there from Chaos. That's going to allow Marco to get onto the safe and get the final crack. That is a 3-crack lead so far. We've only 45 seconds left and not even a lot of damage on the side of Na'Vi. Their game plan is to just suffocate the opponents and eventually chip them down. It's going to take so long, and with such a big advantage, it's going to be so hard for Na'Vi to come back here.
They are just chasing time right now. I mean, even if they get onto the safe immediately, I just don't see how they're going to be able to do this. Oh, I have a charge from Chaos and a dirty one of that as well. Gary down to 10 HP and now he'll fall. Marco knows that he can just put the pressure on. Landing a Fanstorm onto the safe. This is no time. 15 seconds is not going to be enough for Navi to do anything about this. It's going to be Heretics running away with it to equalize this set. And we got a match on our hands, for real.
That just gave me goosebumps because this is going to go down to the wire, surely. One thing I want to mention from that game, there was 2 moments where Enraged popped his gadget, it looked great, but Marco slipped through twice, and you can't afford for that to happen. Yes, Starnova can't really dish out enough damage to take down the Kaze, but again, like now he's getting caught out a little bit, but it's just fair play to Marco. He plays these assassins so incredibly well. And he is truly putting his team on his back in just so many situations where he's getting constantly pinched out. We see again Enraged. He's just loving life right now, flying around.
Well, it's all well and good flying around, but you do need to like kind of keep an eye on Marco, like you said, and he's escaped them through. They're not too worried about him. Now Garo and now they can just group together, but these takedowns are taking a while. I mean, he almost got a crack immediately off the bat there, and that's exactly what Navi had happened in the previous game, and they just don't seem to be learning from that early outcome.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's a strategy, but they haven't got another round to make amends for that first bit of 25% damage every single time it seems Team Heretics get, but again, they seem to get this press control now. Let's see if they can keep it. I mean, now he's just got to follow around Marco the entire time. I know Rage has a super hit to deal with Marco, but again, he pops his gadget. I mean, he only gets the crack, but I don't think he realistically needed to use it in that situation. But hey, it's just 25%, and as long as they keep Heretics back for,
Stai
for 1
puțin.
minute 30, they've got to do so eventually.
CSM, de ce nu ai luat legătura cu el ca mother? Geneva întâi brawlerul lumii. N-am contact cu ei, Legi, nu am contact să vorbesc cu el, chit că poate aș putea face rost. Și cu Agaci, pardon. Și nu, mie îmi place lumii ca și brawler, deci na.
They are going to give up a little bit of mid-control by doing so. That's the concern here. And Gary going to pop his hypercharge now. Not really going to be utilizing it too much. That connection to be missed as well by Mark, who evades it. And that's going to set up Heretics nicely in this mid.
It's looking great for Heretics. Phantom on the safe as well. Marco's going to delete Howie. I mean, a good pinch in from Enrage as well. But their whole crack down and then some as well. I kind of get the feeling that they should have made some mid-set adjustments. Maybe put Jero on the Lumi instead, so Enrage can juke his way onto the safe against the Colt. But it's too late for that now. With 25 seconds left, Sabim's finally going to work his way close towards the safe. Now he says no for now. Toolbox going to go out. They're going to confirm the kill, but time is running out.
Gary is tapping. Now he's in this spot because he's some real damage go forwards, but they've got to get a safe crack here as well. That's the thing to consider, and that's going to take time to reset. Now it should pop, but they got all this time to waste. And the meanwhile, Rage can't get quite close enough to the safe. Can he get damage? He's actually still in range, but it's 1% left, and they can't get it done in time. Team Heretics will still get the set by 1%.
1%.
Okay.
I didn't even see that situation arising, and even with Star Nova's hypercharge where you tank so much damage, the Lumi super was so clutch. One shot, I think even a meg small shot would have been enough. And this is hopefully just going to set up such an amazing series here. Again, like the strategy with the Byron, it was good in terms of kills, but maybe another brawler would have synergized as well. Maybe a Bell or something that just a little bit more damage that might have been all they needed.
Now times that now he's on the safe with the pea shooter. I mean, it's like, I like the Meg idea and the control, but I think you've got to find that balance in your comp really. And like, in my opinion, just like Kaze's just got the fuller kit, you know, like there is the ability to obviously just cycle your super onto the safe, go and try and make a dive to get directly onto the safe. And I think that Navi, for the most part, despite even having one of the strongest brawlers in the meta, should have done a bit better. This is the final moments. And again, good body blocking there to prevent Gareth from getting those final taps as well. That was very well communicated there by Heretics.
The hypercharge ult from Chaos that stopped the Star Nova just inches before reaching the save as well. Really well played by them. And yes, Kaze was actually the first pick. Look at how much damage she managed to do, even though she was addressed very well by that mech on the left-hand side. And now we spend here, I think last pick maybe something that gave them a bit more damage on the save instead of complete mid-control would have been better. Despite all that though, Spen said you actually preferred Navi's comp in that one. So they had comp, but they still lost.
By 1% though. Yeah. I mean, can't grumble too much, can you?
I think it was literally, it was so close. I would have preferred Navi's comp, mainly because I thought the Meg would have just shut it down so well.
Revin imediat, stai așa.
That gadget and the timing a few times, it was a little bit unfortunate on the side of Na'Vi. But again, I probably would have preferred even better a Melody, right? I'm not a pro, but a Melody would have felt a little bit better. But first pick Mortis coming in here from Team Heretics. That is bold, but it's dry season. Just get the blue star and sit back, right?
I actually had a question prepared for this one today. I wanted to ask Spen, in our day and age when we used to play, it was always just Mortis for Blue Star in Bounty. As soon as Blue Star was a thing, it used to be not. Mortis or Kaze just to get Blue Star out of the way. Is that still a thing today? And I have my answer right there. So I guess now the question is kind of unnecessary.
Yeah, and now we see my favorite brawler, Gene Arc. I mean, Gene is a great brawler in terms of wanting to get the game back in your favor, right? You've got the pull. You need a mechanic in dry season, which is either going to shoot around walls, destroy walls. Gene's hook goes through walls. But I don't know, I've seen it a little bit less inside of this meta. I think they're going to address the elephant in the room in Mortis a little bit later on in the draft, right? They've got potentially an Edgar that could even beat him to the blue star. We're going to go with a Max Gene synergy. Talking about the good old days, Gene and Max together is one of the most perfect synergies you can have. You give Gene the speed, it's just so much easier to connect. But Heretics have 2 picks here that can counter the Gene.
I feel like, to be honest, the Mortis pick is primarily to take it off the hands of Enraged, who's unreal with this particular brawler. Just kind of unusual to not kind of just ban it out instead, though, in my opinion. But, I mean, it can just be shut down very, very quickly, very easily. The Max will be able to evade the knockback from the Gene, but they could have a 3rd and final pick to really shut things down. Byron can come through as well now for Heretics. Brock's still open here as well, which is a nice one for me. Let's see as well, like, if they want to even consider Pearl. I think that would be a good way to shut down the Mortis again, even more so for Navi, really. But if Heretics want to consider that, it's not a bad shout for Charlie going to come forwards. That's probably what they were worried about on the other side of the field when Navi took their 6th and final pick.
I would have liked to see a Pierce come out of Navi. Now with the Charlie last pick, she's really good into him thanks to the gadget. Byron, Mortis, really good as a combo. On the other side, we have that Max Gene comp, so we have a lot of synergy in both of these comps so far. On the left, I would like to see something with a bit more range, get rid of the healer behind Mortis. But as I said, against the Charlie, it's kind of a risky pick, and I don't really see what else they could go with 8-bit bans out, with Edgar out of the way. It's going to be a Mina that comes in, trying to compete for the blue star. Mortis still a bit quicker though, and Mina doesn't have any heals in the back really. She does have a speed though, thanks to Max.
It's going to be an interesting battle because, as you said, blue star easily going to go the way of Mortis. Then you got Mina against 2 half-decent matchups. You can create pressure so easily on dry season. But a good thing about Charlie is that you can wall peek quite effectively. So you start to see Charlie come and go out of the meta, but whenever it comes down to tournament day, the pros just love a brawler like Charlie. She's so solid. I was kind of thinking maybe like a Penny or something like that can shoot around the walls like a Squeak. Even I know into Mortis might seem a little bit suspect, but they need something here because, like I said, they're going to get the blue star, they're going to sit behind the walls, but Mina can apply the pressure quite easily. Gene's going to have a hard time pulling the Charlie because of the spider pets. But if I'm to favour anybody, I think Enrage could hold the keys to the victory here.
Yeah, I think he needs to really focus his time by pushing up and getting some value and opening up some doors for his team. It's going to be very hard to kind of chip damage things away to get some utility here, especially because Heretics getting that blue star means that they have the high ground in that regard. So until Gera has a magic hand, I mean, where Heretics lie is going to be entirely up to them and more in their control. Spiderlings going out, not going to be too hard for Gera to take care of on his own, and now he's seeing Enraged, but he is overextending slightly now with the windmill gadget used. If he's tapped up by Chaos, which he is, he's going to struggle here. Comes out on top somehow, getting out alive. There is another story altogether.
Just the blue star is the difference right now. Once now he gets his hypercharged super, it might be a different story here for Na'Vi. It's going to be hard to connect the super onto a marker that can dash out of the way. The only real target here is Byron, but with a juicy blue star there, he's going to get the pull onto Marco, and he barely stays alive as well with the gadget. 38 health. Can he pounce in time? Charlie Cocoon's going to come out in retaliation. Byron Super's going to follow. Enraged also trying to flee for his life. Both assassins on either side barely surviving that interaction.
Very clutch windmill there from Enraged. Very clutch survival shovel there from Marco. I mean, these really are gadgets that are being used to perfection. But it's still the blue star that separates these two teams. As 20 seconds approaches, there needs to be a calculated dive here from Navi. Now he's trying to get that super on hand. Now he gets it, especially alongside the hyper charge. So it's go time for Navi, closing the gap. Enraged has got super here as well. No magic hand to shit. Now Gera's got it as well, but can he connect it in time? 5 seconds remain. They're allowing Enraged to try and get the damage, but there's still everyone's standing. They've run out of time. Navi left it too late. You've got to time that push better. They just missed their opportunity. The window left.
It's going to get any closer. What are we witnessing right now? You've got the heist game with 1%. You've got the 1 second interaction and where Enrage throws him into the air and the gene pool whiff. There's like those small moments. It's hard to communicate. Everything just goes on at the last second and it just doesn't fall Na'Vi's way. Sometimes you need a bit of luck, especially when you've been in a bit of rut. Team Heretics are a great team, but there's no denying they've been needing some of this. Maybe this might be the momentum that they need leading on in the rest of this series. So I'm looking for a little bit. I know there's so much on the line, but there needs to be a bit more aggression. It's hard for a map like dry season. It's so defensive. but I think they should be punishing this Mortis because he's kind of just sitting up at the moment.
Garo's a little bit late to the party for me. Now he almost caught himself off guard there. Comes back with some speed for his team. Cocooned out though, and Garo just actually gets out very quickly with a helping hand out of Rage. It's important that they do that because, you know, Chaos is looking to really punish it as soon as he does leave and keep that pressure on with that poison trickling down. But for me, yeah, I just question why Garo took so long to get into the map, honestly.
It's a tough situation to be in, especially pushing up against these walls. Chaos has been playing so well so far, tapping on the Lumi, tapping on the Byron so far, and he's got a little bit of defense with the super, but if Enrage can build up that super as well, there's not much a Byron can realistically do to survive that. He throws the super out, another Charlie Cocoon as well. Poor Jero's just getting targeted with every bit of utility, but here comes the max speed. Can they capitalize on this?
Well, Garo was thinking about a magic hand there. And when he goes for this next one, he's really got to hit it. Spiderlings could be a problem if Sabine can get super here as well. Not going to use it, just uses it for maneuverability there as well as the buff. Now the aggression of Marcus comes out, hypercharge for Naui. There is a survival shuttle, but a missed magic hand from Garo. They're going to get Sabine. That might be enough. 15 seconds. It's going to require a Heretics final push.
They need to do something here. I don't even know how close Mortis is to bat, but that's probably the win condition here with 8 seconds left. Max speed's going to be popped. Super's going to go down onto Marco. He's surely going to fall. 2 seconds left. There's just not enough utility for Team Heretics to pinch the lead back. And Na'Vi looking much better. Honestly, throughout that game, I was starting to fear for them a little bit. Going 2 sets down obviously isn't that great, but in such a high-stakes game, it couldn't be as close as this, but I'm still not convinced by Na'Vi so far. Let's see how they fare off in this one.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm still worried for Na'Vi, honestly. Survival shovel from Marco. Very aggressive start there from Na'Vi. Much quicker off the mark and did punish Marco, which they should have been doing, really, in my opinion, in the previous 2 games. But again, I'm worried because Heretics hold all the high ground, you know? I mean, Na'Vi are kind of like one mistake away, one push that wasn't quite calculated, away from being heavily punished. That's a better start. Nice vengeful spirits there from Garo, and a better position for Na'Vi to find themselves in with a 1-star lead early on in this match.
The problem is Na'Vi's comp isn't the most defensive in the world, right? You've got Max, who's a little bit awkward on this map and can get pressured quite easily. You've got Gene that can hit some pools, but he's nowhere near to it right now. Charlie's going to pop the spiders. Marco's going to go in, build up a lot of supercharge. He's going to pop the gadget to get out. And Rage gets the 3.6k, barely staying alive. Marco, extremely clutch. Time and time again, it feels like the interactions are going his way. Hypercharge soon for Naui. That's going to allow him Rage to get more supercharge as well. Jero's already got his available. Let's see Hypercharge pop now, but we're going to group up together. Team Heretics probably need to run out a little bit here, but at the same time, they also need to apply the pressure.
I need to see Garo hit a pull realistically here for me. I think that Na'Vi do need to extend their lead, as Marcus will be super dangerous with the helping hand of this Byron that Chaos is rocking on the top right-hand side. And those clutch heals are really quite clutch here today. I'm not sure why Marcus is thinking about going for a Rage. You can kind of dash away and win all gadget things, but Chaos targeting Garo, that's a great play from him. I don't want to see a June hypercharge that pulls 2 players and gets punished for it even from Na'Vi, so they're going to have to hold the might of this defense the next 15 seconds.
Here we go, it's now or never for Heretics. They need to pull back this lead. Charlie has the super available. They're going to wait until the last second. Gene Hypercharge isn't going to matter too much, but pull is inevitable here. Marco times his gadget correctly. A pull comes in on Sabine. Marco goes in, but he has no super available. And Na'Vi, boy, did they needed that, because in the first game of that set, they seemed to be struggling, but we have ourselves a game here. Wow, Na'Vi, they really clutched up when it mattered most. The problem was, again, with this Blue Star Brawler, we've seen it's a very popular thing in EMEA, but then you kind of just sit and duck with it, right? With the Mortis, you have no super available. His whole job is just to literally get the Blue Star, try and catch somebody off guard. But Na'Vi are very wise. They didn't let him build up any supercharge.
A must-win set, really, for Na'Vi. I mean, really was. Especially for me, looking ahead at Ring of Fire, it's a map that Na'Vi scrimmed once. Okay, they got a 100% win rate, but it's one that Heretics scrimmed 13 times. So had they been 2 sets down, that's going to be looking like a set which could very well be one that, you know, Heretics proved to be more polished on. But I want to commend this defense from Na'Vi. This was really, for me, the turning point here to see whether they would be able to hold their own. Like the first time that we've seen Navi in that position for that entire set as well. So I think that there was some really good decision making there. Having that max speed to hand, having the Gero land that pull on the perfect person to do so. And there's crazy stats, honestly, for what was looking like a quite convincing set for Heretics.
I just noticed on the replay there, one thing that might have screwed them over a little bit was the Cocoon went down, but that didn't allow Marco to charge up his super. I think he would have preferred to get some supercharge from Enrage there and maybe start chaining. These small things are so hard in the moment. It wasn't really a mistake, right? Because you wouldn't think like a Charlie Cocoon, you're supposed to hit it. It's just these small interactions, but for both sets now, the tiniest of margins have mattered.
It's beautiful to see how close these matches are. This is only a quarterfinal too. I can't wait what the semis have to show us later on. Navi versus Heretics, a very close match. Despite most of the viewers going with Heretics here, I feel like it is pretty even. Ring of Fire is our next map. Now in this one, we see a lot of Lu and Lumi in this day and age. We used to see a lot of Finks here. You feel like he's gonna have a showing here against them.
Probably, yeah. Finks is pretty strong brawler on this map. I think the thing about Finks, obviously he's got his super right, but it's also just his movement speed. You're able to juke in and out and stay on the hot zone for such a long time. One brawler that I just always think of when it's Gero, because he's had my number in ranked over the past few months. And every meta, he'll just go penny no matter what on Ring of Fire. It just annoys me so much, and they've not banned it out, so I won't be surprised here because Navi have a last pick.
Good bounce around for me. It's going to open the doors potentially here to Chloe. Crow could also come through. I think for me as well, the fact that Pearson's banned could be really quite troublesome. It's kind of like a first pick worthy brawler here for me. Definitely there's potential for some cheese here as well. Gray is there. Max first pick from Heretics. It's hard not to love it, quite honestly. But these are where the bans are going to be quite brutal here for Navi. Again, a map which they may have intentionally not scrimmed to not give any much data over realistically here to Team Heretics to have a bit more of an open slate. But you know, definitely brawlers like Meg here as well. Definitely going to have a very, very good time on maps like this. So there's still options for sure for Navi to be able to look to get that early start in.
A little bit of Grey Damien Ems. Are you missing it already? Could come in here too against the Mex, though. Best possible counters are Meg and Pearl. One of them is picked up now. I do like a Meg on Ring of Fire. It used to be really strong when she first came out. She had a couple of changes to her kit since then. Now with the buffies once more, still good. Probably with a healer here, with a Byron or something, you just make sure she never pops out of mecha unwanted. Now with the gadget, of course, she can always just try to jump ship and gets the mecha back within a couple of seconds. So she's even better than before. Instead of a healer, we have Surge first up. They still have a last pick here too, so Surge comes in to defend. And we do have an iteration here of the feared comp, Grey Ems, together with that Max. It's a comp so cheesy, banned out very often whenever we see Hot Zone, but still so strong.
I feel like a Glowy could be pretty good into this. I think you just need something to sustain, or you need something that doesn't feed the Grey. But it's pretty hard when there's a Max constantly speeding up the Grey. So do we go with the range to stop it, or do we go with something because survivability in the middle? You know, my first actual line of thought was actually Kenji, weirdly enough, because of the M's and the Grey, but it's going to get you pressure, but it's also going to feed a lot of Grey. I'm a little bit undecided with this. Surge just feels a little bit lopsided. Yes, he's very strong, but I think in terms of the objective of the game mode, you would favor Team Heretics here.
It's a tough one. Do you really want to shut this down and ideally get very swift kills? I'm not really sure that this comp has that ability, to be quite honest. It's going to be very, very difficult here for Navi to be able to keep, you know, on pace with what Heretics is trying to do. Inevitably, a Grey is going to get set up. It's just a question of when, and whether it's like early or later in the round. You know, it's... I rarely kind of see teams that don't go with cheese comp kind of come out alive, and I feel like Heretics might have just done a really nice draft here.
Let's see though, Nawi on the Kenji, that is a throwback. This guy is an absolute beast on this Brawl. If anyone can do it on Kenji, it's got to be Nawi, right? But the pushback from Ems is going to be even harsher. Since the bookies came in, you can push people further away. Great is already set up here. But Na'Vi, surely they've got an answer to this, right? You'd think that the strategy may be leaving Grey and Ems open on purpose, but most of the time, you just can't beat it no matter what. It's nearly unstoppable once Grey gets set up. The setup so early, Hypercharge is available here as well. I don't see much of a way back here for Na'Vi.
Give me tough. Hypercharging for Beam. Oh, Enrage with a massive swipe is going to change that very, very quickly. And now he can catch up for lost time. Though, Enrage has to heal, so he can't be present for this aggressive push that is inevitably going to come in here by Heretics. Look how long it takes for these takedowns. And as long as they can keep this cycle on their side, Heretics should be able to survive here. Enrage going to come out of mech there with the jolting bolts. Gadget gets back in just about. I think it goes down though regardless. And Heretics are just going to keep cycling this forwards. It's close, but no cigar realistically here because Heretics have already got that setup that they need. They're going to try on the side of Navi to keep things back, to deprive Heretics of 7%. They might even be in a good position to do it. Let's see now.
Oh, so close in the end. I thought they were going to do it for a second, but that was quite smart there from Team Heretics. So just healing up, waiting for the respawn of their teammates. And it's just time and time again. I tried to ask many pros' opinions, like how do you even stop Grey M's? We've known this for months, right? But it seems even more prevalent now. There's hardly any counters out there, realistically. I think the only true counter is to stop feeding the Grey. Kenji, I can see the idea maybe with a Kenji. Wanting to teleport in, you might want to use his super then, because then he can stop the interaction of the M's of the invulnerability you get with the star power buffy, right? But yeah, Max is just as good as a synergy as you're going to get with a brawler like Grey. Yeah, you're going to struggle to hit shots with Grey. Here's a Max speed, run into their face and get the super.
I would argue that the only way to counter it is to ban it, actually. Oh, yeah. And now they're playing catch-up to it. I mean, good jukes from Enrage so far. Depriving Marco is about as good as they're going to get so far. I think that they know themselves that they're in pretty deep water, trying to tread their way through this game. Now they're going to go on the aggressive, but again, a pop super there. Actually, we wasted slightly there on the side of the M's. Marco shut down yet again. It's better. Enrage going to survive on here, but now Max speed comes in, and it's going to be a very tough position for them to defend.
It's so much better on the side of Na'Vi, but as the cyclings keep on happening, it's going to be hard for Na'Vi to do much. Jero's popping off right now on the surge. He's trying to disrupt this constant cycling in. Enrage pops back into mech just in the nick of time here. The double jump in here. Jero gets the double knockback as well, but he doesn't have enough ammo to kill them all. The hypercharge as well. He's going to take down one. He's surely going to take down two. Is he going to get the triple as well? Yes, he is. I don't think it even mattered in the end because look at the percentage. Na'Vi have really got a game strategy right here against this Grey M's. Have they finally figured out how to counter it right? Because like you said, normally for most teams, you just have to ban Grey on M's or else you can't stop it. But they've clearly left it open for a reason here. Maybe Kenji's the answer. I don't think I would be able to perform the way they are with Kenji, but these are the pros and they're making it work right now.
I don't think Garrett's even trying to land the shot on the TP. I think he was just looking for the bush, and it just happened to be good timing to get Marco there. But what an amazing turnaround from Navi there, displaying some good promise and confidence. Now he's doing a fantastic job, like you say, but there's a Walking Cane that's going to open up that right-hand side and make it much more challenging for him to push forwards. Now that Enrage falls, he's kind of like the anchor in this comp as well, which is going to give Team Heretics a whole lot of time on this objective early doors.
So much better from Team Heretics, so much better. TP already, and he's already working so much towards his hypercharge. Enrage doesn't have a toolbox available, and you could just see here, they don't care about their statistic, guys. I know you guys do it in ranked, but these pros, they just want the objective, and they just want the win. The hypercharge already available. Surely Grey's going to get set up with the TP already, and after all of this, they're fully set up. Na'Vi are still in this game.
Enrage couldn't get back in back there in time. And it meant that it gave even more of a moment on the zone for Heretics. Again now, behind, 45%. But Heretics are still in the zone there with Marco. And the more that they can cycle in, they're just giving themselves little percentile by percentile. Chaos going on the aggressive there with hypercharge as well, and he's getting a lot of value here. Might go down now if he's overpowered, but Enraged out of mech, can't contest the zone. And I think this is escaping away from Navi. They just did not approach this game in the right mentality. I think Heretics are going to be ahead in sets now, 2-1. Navi dropped the ball.
It's just back and forth, back and forth. I'm nearly out of breath already. This game is delivering so far. And fair play to Team Heretics there. I think it was all in the first interaction, right? It always isn't a great composition, but he just got right into Meg's face. He got one super, he nearly got a second hypercharge super straight away, and Jero just wasn't able to replicate what he did in the second game, right? Like, it's incredibly hard. He had to get a triple kill to force out the win. So Heretics looking in a great position so far, but do not count Na'Vi out.
even though Navi looked like they had it on the control in game 2, in the end, that Ray M's comp still a ban-worthy one, just so strong you can't really do anything against it. We had a couple of questions with their draft as well for Navi. That Surge came out very early on. Did it offer the value they were hoping it would?
Not really.
A lot of
shaking her heads.
Yeah.
It was alright, but I don't know, the Surge nerfs didn't really do a whole lot. But it just feels like the Surge is just playing his own game here. Jero's trying to find constant kills. It just wasn't enough. It's hot zone. The objective is to get onto the zone. I feel like they just needed another brawler that would just sit on there and help them out. Because as you can see, the kills are always going to be in the favor of the team that are against the Grey Cheese combination. But it's all about the zone time.
Yeah, for me, I just felt like as soon as the Grey showed its face, I'm thinking, I really hope that Navi have a plan for this. It's, again, like, kind of similar to like the Chuck in Heist, right? When you see it, you know what's going to happen. It's inevitable. And, you know, you can do your best. You can be the best Juker in the world. But eventually, Grey is going to get that utility down, and it's just a matter of time. And then you are just constantly playing catch-up, and it's so easy to be overwhelmed. And I feel like, you know, for teams that want to try to embrace that and counter it, you have to have a stronger backup plan for it. Surge is a great brawler, especially this meta. First pick worthy in many maps and modes. But I feel like you've got to have a faster ability to take down your opposition, and you know that's the only way that you can keep your time on the objective. Because if that survivability is there, it's a gradual increase of percentages by like 5, 10 at a time, but it's consistent, and that makes it problematic.
Just to put it into context as well, Ems and Grey has been the most picked up duo on any hot zone map, and whenever we see it on a monthly final, we see it win usually.
Yeah,
that's why we also feel like it's so strong. In scrims in the last 2 weeks, it only has a 45% win rate actually. So Heretics, they still feel like it's a super strong comp, and it obviously was right now, but Navi saw that number probably and felt like, hey, it is somehow beatable. We need to figure out how. The Kenji was a really good strategy. I feel Navi did an amazing job, but it just wasn't enough. We're now heading over to Knockout. I'm excited for this one. Do we get to see some G's again? I would like to see a Kid, a Ben, a Doc. Also not a favorite to see on this one. What Navi really likes to play here actually is GG, and I know Sven loves this brawler.
Oh, me and GG get on just fine. Just fine. It's so fine that I need to, on my tier list, put a separate tier for her in the G tier below the F. But honestly, this is the one map where it can work, right? It can work in some situations. The problem is in pro players, you're learning here, we don't see a pick too often because normally you need to be multiple brawlers, but that's a good start. Max is a brawler that GG's pretty good into, but there needs to be another one for me. What do Navi respond with here? They need something slow, passive. What's good into the Max? Well, you've got Pearl as always, a staple to the knockout meta. She's starting to appear in other game modes as well, but you can never go wrong with a Pearl here. I think Buster is one brawler I always think of when it's Navi playing, well, especially Naui. It's always this just constant mentality of grouping together, wait until late game, and then you can provide a lot of value. So Pearl is picked up here. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Buster as well.
Nice first pick there from Navi. I mean, I'm just kind of questioning why they picked this map, though, because it was their pick, and like they've scrimmed it 6 times, won it once. Like, it really didn't work out very well. They just maybe look on paper to be a bit underprepared, but it comes down to the draft ultimately for me, and I'm liking where we're starting, I think, as well. I wouldn't mind seeing Mina. Something aggressive. The problem that they've got now is that against the Max, a lot of these sharpshooter brawlers are kind of going to be much harder to land those shots, so they kind of want to almost encourage a bit of that aggression towards them. They're going to come in again, going to be a good brawler to have for defensive measures, but you don't want to get too overly defensive. You know, Max is definitely a threat, and you've got to stand your ground, but like you don't want to be constantly having to play the whole game on the back foot.
Max was a first pick of Heretics today a couple of times. I already mentioned before, the best 2 counters against her are Pearl and Meg, and they both have them now on the side of Navi. Brawlers like, yeah, the dog would still be left open. Kid is banned out, so we're probably not going to see any cheese, even with that Max on the right-hand side. They really like to play Rico usually. Unfortunately, Navi knows Chaos is on that roster. Global Bandit already. Decide to go with an open map now. They have the Max. Is that the wisest path here they could have gone with, Sven?
I think it's pretty good because Meg and Pearl, the problem with them, they're both got into Max. Sometimes doubling down on the counter is a little bit risky. Even though Pearl and Meg are very, very strong. Brock counters both of them, opening up the map. now what they've paired up with. They need something that has a bit of health that can survive the late game. They go with Charlie instead, which was a little bit surprising. I mean, Charlie is good, right? But this leaves an opportunity now for Na'Vi with the last selection. I'm smelling maybe a Piper. You've got Byron that you can use with the other star power that would really synergize well. And we've got the man himself. I'm here in the studio and in game as well.
That's what I want to see, honestly, like just to have like dual vision. I think Charlie was a bit of a countermeasure for the potential Edgar maybe. I think it's something that they have to have in the back pocket because they could get overrun potentially by a third and final pick. But I quite like it. It's going to give more mobility to the Pearl.
We're heading into the potentially last map here. Is this the draft that will give Heretics that 3-1 and send them off to their way to the World Finals then?
Potentially. A Brock and a Max together is a scary prospect. Both, it's neck and neck, right? Because you got Naui, Jaeyoung has a great matchup into the Charlie, right? We don't see too much of it too often. Jaeyoung has also a good matchup into the Brock because of the speed. But it comes down to the late game, right? In most of these situations, Team Heretics are going to just try and pinch the enemy team to death, and Na'Vi are really going to try and put their foot on the gas. And Rage already opting to use his toolbox gadget. All of them are pinned into the corner. This is perfect so far from Na'Vi. They need to keep up this pressure because pressure wins the games in knockout.
Okay, I'm still lurking though in that mid, and that Rocket Rain is activate, so Navi can't be overly conscious. Nice sneaky sneakers there from Marco, but it's still going to be Heretics that are going to be playing a bit of defense here. There's the Rocket Rain, going to break some bush as well. Garrett almost caught off guard, but I think Kess going to pop there as well, so it's a 3 versus 2.
Oh my God. That was so close from Jera. I thought this is a little bit risky, but it just pays off. Sometimes you've just got to go with your intuition here, and Na'Vi managed to clutch this one up. What an important kill there. I think Chaos did the right thing, but Jera just banked on it. Banked on just one extra super not connecting onto him. Chaos having to opt to use the jump to get out here, but Rocket Rain coming in with the hypercharge as well. That Buffy as well can be devastating. It's literally a think shot that can snipe people across the map. Now he already has his hypercharge available. They're going to be pinned down quite well, but at the same time, not really using the best situation here because Team Heretics have control.
Speed Korean from Naui. Yeah, we're going to be cautious here as well, low HP. And now he's running speed, so he can't be there to heal himself up. And there's the beam, placing a cocoon. And that's going to be a good swift takedown in Rage. Getting that second life, though, out of mech, but not out of the game. Chaos coming back there as well, so the hypercharge to hand. Sneaky Stick is activated there by Marco, going to be TPing back, but not enough damage there from Navi to secure his demise on the way back. Chaos from the hypercharge as well, and Rage going to go down here, surely, and it's going to cycle as well, going to find Nero as well. Chaos is dropping rockets over the entire map, and it's going to be round going the way of Heretics to tie up this game.
Just before that exchange, I was like, what? How has Chaos got a second Brock hypercharge? He's tapping right now. He's the man for the hour when it comes down to the carry pick brawlers. He's been doing this for such a long time, and he's still continuing at the peak of his game here on the Brock. But now, both teams have a game on their hands here because next one who wins this one, they're in a great position. Na'Vi going to get pinched down here, and Rage falls out of mech. He's got his hypercharge available though. Once he hits one more shot, he's got to be careful though because the Brock can snipe him a few times. Jaeyoung pops the super, goes into damage form as well. But the pressure is all Na'Vi's.
Rage has hypercharge, going to use it now as well. It requires sneaky sneakers. The cocoon though is going to be in a parallel spot coming out. Oh, just about surviving on. Didn't require the shield, but did probably need it. There's some heals coming in, much needed as well. As somehow Heretics got out of that sticky situation at just the right time for the gas to come in and should be able to heal up to keep Navi against the wall. Damage being dealt by now in the right-hand side. The Weekend Warrior gadget getting all its worth. Marco, though, dodging himself as well. The hypercharge coming in a 3 versus 2 now. Heretics going to be applying the pressure, and that cocoon will be the final stand here. Gary going to go down immediately so. And it's going to be match point for Heretics as they start to extend this lead.
That was insane, spine-tingling stuff here. Heretics just seem to have the ice when it matters most. Again, Chaos getting a third hypercharge, by the way, is helpful when there's a Max feeding him some of that hypercharge, but he's really putting down the pressure in this game. the thing that decided the most was Enraged, who couldn't get his mech back in time. I think maybe if he could have got it back in time, it might have been a different story. But hey, that's the risk you run with Meg, right? If you don't connect those toolboxes, or if Chaos just taps you with a super every single time, what realistically can you do? But I still think the composition looks pretty good for Na'Vi. Again, Jaehyung has triple matchup here. The problem is Jaehyung isn't the strongest brawler in the meta, so they need to really put some power in this position here with Na'Vi.
I just can't believe how many times Navi have been able to get Heretics against that back wall, and every single time Heretics get out of position. Rocket Rain again from my Chaos. Can't quite see whether he landed too many of the rockets, but is going to get a lot of that bush eradicated. Forcing Garrett to then take the mid and join his teammates. A lot of those rockets probably did make connections there as well. Mark going to be looking wearing this top right-hand side, being tapped up by Enraged. Throws out the mech as well. Mark is going to survive there as well. And then P-Shooter will be able to burn down Sabine. But again, it's Chaos who is the man that's bringing in the good for his team. Enraged versus Chaos. It's Navi versus Heretics in the 1v1. And it's going to be Navi that come up on top for now. They get around, but lots of work still to be done here for Navi.
It's just back and forth at the moment. Interestingly, Chaos is using Ball Rocket style power. Much to fight for, and they're both bringing their A game. Both teams are just going blow for blow. As you said, Na'Vi keep pushing them back. Keep responding. But let's see what Na'Vi have in the tank now.
And again, this time round, Rocket Rains from my Chaos. They keep everyone standing, and keeping Enraged in the mech is going to be key here. But Hypercharge, Sabine and Marco coming in now. Marco's going to pop his prematurely, trying to get some taps onto now. He's been trying a super which gives over. Now this Rocket Rain is going to be disastrous if Chaos can connect it now with the Hypercharge as well. Tapping Enraged down, out of mech, but not out of the game. Another one coming in though, has got to evade it. That shield came in clutch. But look, Heretics are not done yet. Hypercharge for Sabine, and the pressure now rolling in. Enraged is going to get out of the cocoon as well, but there was a 3 versus 2, and Heretics are in control, but not out yet. Enraged still standing. It's getting the taps onto Marco. The P-Shooter survives it. And Navi get a game. They're not out of the woods yet, but it's getting better.
Twice when it mattered at the end. That was such a good decision. He needed to make that split-second decision to get his teammate out of a Charlie cocoon, and then he laid down so much damage. This is why Meg is so good in the meta right now, specifically in a game mode where it's all about survivability, right? Meg has 2 lives consistently, and now with the recent buff feed, she can constantly play around that, right? Marco's going to get tapped up incredibly weak here. We see the same situation play out where the early pressure going the way of Na'Vi. Now Nawi looking to put into his speed form here. Jaehyung likes to sing his little song. Chaos looking for a few taps. It's starting to quiet down a little bit, but because it's quite in-game, all of these players' hearts are going to be pounded.
Heretics being separated out here as well is quite worrying a little bit here. Chaos taking a lot of damage. Enraged could be looking down his left-hand side, not really giving Marco an inch here. Sabine has Cocoon, going to miss it there as well, and that could be pivotal. This doesn't really provide much of a saving grace for Heretics to get out of this stick situation here. Sneaky sneakers from Marco, Speed coming in for Sabine, but now Navi might be on the back foot. Enraged being in mech has got to be quite an important thing to get out of mech. He's going to connect with Sabine, but Sabine does not find the gas enough. And now Navi going to be on a really difficult position to be able to 2v1 this 2v2 now though. Enraged still staying in. The Hypercharge of Chaos really walks into the gas. That's going to be a key round going the way of Navi. It's still match point. If Heretics can get 2 consecutive rounds, they'll make the semi-finals. But Navi are turning this back. The tides are changing. We might be going to a 5th and final set here.
I've got goosebumps already, and it's still not over. I just don't even know what goes on in his last interactions, these small moments, and Enraged still just finds it every single time. Now he's going to get overextended here and get punished here from Team Heretics. This is looking like it should be able to equalize this game. 3 versus 2 situation though. Gerald tries to push forward, but that Rocket Rain is going to absolutely destroy him. And now, Heretics should be able to close off this round. Enraged is just trying his best. He's just trying to build up a bit of hypercharge. At the same time, he doesn't want to feed too much to the enemy team here. And now, there's so much at stake. Heretics are on game point, set point, match point.
The problem there is that there's no gas to go into, and that could be really quite bad news for Navi here, who again have got to survive this round. And immediately off the mark with that helping hand speed from Marco. IKEA's not really got anything in terms of utility, but the hypercharge of Sabim here is where I'm most concerned, especially now that Navi are split. And I think it's going to be very hard to defend if either Enraged or Navi do find themselves within that cocoon. Could be quite tough. Chaos staying down on that bottom left-hand side. So they're keeping Navi split. Seems to be what Heretics want to have here. Marco popping hypercharge, not going to get the super just yet off the back of it. Now he does, and keeping the pressure on.
It looks likely that Heretics have just got all the map control so far. Jero's not even on our screen, and I don't even know where he is. Super's going to rain down. He needs to group up back with his teammates. So Cocoon's coming down here. Heretics should be able to confirm the kill, but no, it's Enraged with a second live. The heal's coming in from Nawi. Rocket Rain Hypercharge coming in. Enraged needs to pop in back into mech. Jero falls down. Enraged needs to find a kill ASAP, or else the World Finals is going to slip out of their hands. Sneaky Sneakers pop to give him a little bit of extra life. Now he's going to get pinched down. Now it's Enraged versus 3. He's surely going to get taken down here. And the Heretics, an insane statement there. They knock out Na'Vi after all 4 is on the
They
desk
on
and predicted
Na'Vi,
Na'Vi. A lot
okay.
of people really ripping into Heretics, but when it matters most, they shut the haters up. Unfortunate for Na'Vi here. They still get last chance qualifiers though. It was such a close game, but I just think in those defining moments towards the end, they just isolated Jero in that moment. And again, Chaos on that Bronx was just absolutely insane.
Heretics will see a semi-finals for the first time since March. Since March, that's how long it's been. A couple of missed shots there towards the end there. I felt like that may have gone a different way for Navi. I think it was Navi that was missing a few shots from that Jae-Young in those final moments, but I think regardless, leading into it, being a man down was already going to be a really tough scenario to get themselves out of there. But, I mean, honestly, what an enjoyable series. I mean, it could have easily, very easily gone to a 5th and final set. I think that first game mentality that Navi went in, they just needed to have a better start. I mean, Enraged being left alone for so long as well was just feeding over more utility for Heretics to be using against them when it came around to it. Chaos, what an amazing round for him. 10 kills above his head, 370 DPS, an amazing match from him.
You global band Recon, you make this guy mad. He absolutely popped off on that Brock. Coming into today, both of them looking at a potential World Final spot. Both of them kind of shaky because they know that LCQ could be taken off of them today. Luckily for them, both Kuma and Big fall in the quarterfinals, so LCQ is locked for both. Na'Vi came in with just 1 point less than Heretics today. They could have very well pulled ahead here, better seeding for LCQ at least, but now they're out of contention. Heretics, they only have to make it to Grand Finals and they would claim Novo's World Finals slots. To go there, they face against Humbles, Ben.
I mean, talk about a storyline happening here. I kind of favored, weirdly enough, either team that would go through to the semi-final would perhaps beat Humble. I mean, that's just a crazy statement, right? But it's just there's so much on the line for these two teams. I know it's Humble, it's such a juggernaut, but they've been screaming for their lives for this. And all they need to do is win this one last game. But Wiggly Spoo, what do you think of that last game? I mean, I've nearly lost my voice, so I think you need to take over.
I will gladly take over there. I think when, you know, the curtain was at its darkest, IKEA stepped up. He's the leadership of the team. He's the one that's brought it all the way. But really, it was a team effort from the part of Team Heretics. And what a poetic way, you know, to get through this. Na'Vi making big gambles there. Drage retiring, bringing back former world champions to reunite there. And IKEA leads 2 rookies to just completely batter them down. The strongest they've ever seen them. It's so deserved that they made it here.
Congrats to the teams who made it into top 4, but I want to commend our viewers because in terms of predictions, they've been doing a lot better than us today. 49% of you out there voted for Talent Lab to win quarterfinal number 2, and more than 50% also sided with Team Heretics to win it, whereas the entire casting desk got a bit mixed up. Spoo, 3 out of 4 wrong. How are you feeling today?
Let's make that 7. Let's make that 6 out of 7 wrong here. I'm very happy for that to happen. Come on, Sven, put that down. Put that. We don't want to talk about that anymore. But only Humble getting it correct here, and even then, I think the feelings there was that it wasn't really the cleanest of wins yet. And yeah, for semi-finals 1 and 2, I am going for the plot line here. I need both Foot and Humble to be out so that Heretics can make the grand finals and, you know, lock in their spot. They are also still in contention to even leapfrog and take over Totem seat number 3, I believe, if they win it all.
Or we're gonna find out soon who will actually be the winner of the last monthly final, not only of the summer split, but of the entire season. First up, semifinal number 1, Foot Esports versus Talent Lab. And Foot,
Yeah.
I mean, do we even still have to introduce them at this point? They made every single grand final this year. How crazy is that? Did we ever have a year like that, Sven?
Trying to think back to my days, probably maybe like probably SK back in like 2021. That was probably about it. And again, I was trying to find like something that I could criticize Foot on. The only thing I could find was in monthly qualifiers. A few times they went down to the low bracket, but didn't matter anyway because they're still qualified. And again, whenever they seem to lose, even monthly qualifiers, monthly finals, it's in like a 3-2 fashion every single time. So it's like they're guaranteed to get 2 sets every single time. Oh.
The only thing that you can say about them is that they have not collected any LAN experience as the full roster so far. We saw them at Brawl Cup, but guessed he couldn't play. Lena jumped in there. World Finals, the biggest tournament of the year, is actually the first time those three are going to be standing next to each other on a stage. That is the only thing that you can say about them. Why maybe another team would look better at World Finals. Otherwise, will they walk through World Finals as they do all over EMEA, Spoof?
I'm with you. I think, you know, it's no secret. We've all been not hiding just how much respect we've had for Foot. At the start of this year, the character that they played was, you know, is this Maturino merchant the real deal? Is Gesty really that good? Is Angel Boy's tutelage as, you know, a mentor going to be sufficient to bring out the full might? And, if you guys are still doubters at this point, you need to get your eyes checked, maybe your brain checked as well, because this is undisputably maybe the best team in the whole world right now. I mean, I don't know if they're at the same level as maybe 2024 Humble in their run at Worlds, but we're gonna have to wait and see when the World Finals comes around whether they can do the same that they're doing the EMEA right now.
You see Spoo saying, if you're still a doubter, whereas you have picked Talent Lab to win the semi-finals. I don't know. We talked so much about Gesty. Nob and Angel Boy still managed to make it to the finals in the Brawl Cup without him. So I do think that whole roster is super strong. Not an easy task here for Talent Lab on the other side. But we said that about them already in the quarterfinals. They rushed through the qualifiers, knocked out a couple of very, very strong teams. Reverse swept Novo, beat Heretics in the qualifiers, the team that just beat Navi, by the way, in quarterfinal number 4 there, and then they go on to knock out Seed 3. In all of EMEA, Totem already locked in for the World Finals, but falter against this Talent Lab. Also, Talent Lab is playing with this up.
It would be the miracle runs of miracle runs, probably since the substitution with Lena. But yeah, I mean, at this point, right, you beat Totem, it's like there's going to be such a tough game already. You're up against Foot. What else do you really have to lose? You're up against Foot. You're expected to lose, right? Like, I mean, maybe try not get embarrassed at this point, but you've just beat Totem. Use that as a stepping stone. We've got the map selection right here. We go with Pit Stop. Normally, again, this is a good map against a good team, but I think Foot purposely prepare for bad maps and situations for this exact reason. They're giving Foot their best map, so I'm unsure about that.
One of Foot's most scrimmed maps is Pit Stop, and they got it both in the quarterfinals and now also in the semis, and both times it's picked by their opponents. They just get what they want. This is Foot Esports world, and we just live in it.
I have nothing else to say. I have nothing else to add to that as well. I mean, global bans coming out.
Wow.
Similar scenario that we've seen today. Looks like EMEA are starting to loosen their grip there on this cosplayer. They've realized that, you know what? We can beat this brawler, but what better way to do it than against Foot Esports? I mean, that is a massive statement to take and a massive undertaking Talent Lab are trying to do here.
What the region has learned after last month, ban out that demon dog, as Spoo likes to call him. They like to pick him up in every single round, no matter the map nor the mode, and they just ban him out now. He's so strong because he just gives a free hypercharge to that other very strong brawler in your roster. Now, 12% still for Talent Lab. I don't know if they bribed people. Like, honestly, this is not as close as other matchups we had today. Closer than other matchups we had today, yesterday as well. Fennel with 2%. What was it? Big with like 3%. This is insane. 12% still for Talent Lab. For them, I hope Talent Lab actually wins. I hope you get those points to get the rewards. There's a pin at the end that you definitely want. Now, I think we're all ready. I'm excited for this one. FUT Esports versus Talent Lab. Can somebody best the beast?
Pit stop. Okay.
FUT, they're just inevitable. Made it into every single grand final. 5 out of 6 so far. They've won every single one except one. Will Talent Lab now finally be the team to stop them in the semis already? Will this be the first time FUT drops in the semis? Shade is going to be picked up first here. We are in pit stop, so I do think Shade is a great first pick, and it was also the first pick, well, actually I think second pick of Angel Boy and his squad when they played the map in the quarterfinals. They had Kid, Shade, Lumi. They're not going to get these brawlers this time around. Lumi also banned out.
Excellent strategy, by the way. This is exactly what they did to Totem as well. They copied FUT Esports, but now they're playing against FUT Esports. So if you don't beat them, you just join them, right? But that will force the Beast to adapt. This is not, I say adapt, but they're still gonna go back for the kit. They understand that the Shade kit is just too much of a weapon. And, you know, they invented it, they own it, they're gonna take it themselves to make sure that Talent Lab, also known as the fake FUT, doesn't have it.
FUT win, Doamne ajută, Doamne ajută.
Right, because you've got Shade.
Digi, Doamne
They
ajută.
know how to counter it best, right? They play that brawler so much, and this is how you counter it, guys, if you're wondering. Griff and Kit, because Kit can just jump onto Shade, and then Shade can no longer go through walls. Griff is going to open up the map, make it harder for the Shade to gain supers. What do they go for now? So Rico into the Griff, that's going to break open the walls. The good thing is about Rico nowadays is that he's got so much power with Robo Retreat, is that even into your counters you can still do pretty well. So now you've got Rico. He's an okay defensive brawler, but he's more of a, I would say, a flex brawler, I like to call it, on a heist, where he can defend a little bit, he can deal some damage as well. He's mainly there to keep you some control. But now they need some good defense.
Really
They're gonna go on the offensive. Okay, I like it from Talent Labs. They are really giving it to FUT with this draft.
I went the same way as your thought process went as well, something defensive. The Surge could have come out, but their most picked duo is Rico and Kaze, so they're just gonna go with what they feel comfortable with, which I definitely recommend when you go up against a team like FUT Esports. You're gonna be nervous either way, so play with brawlers that you know you can win. You have won in scrims, you know exactly how to play it. FUT is gonna come in with BB, a brawler they also played fairly well, and they have a 100% win rate with, so let's see how that goes down. Now, if we ignore the teams, just look at the draft here. Which one do you prefer, guys?
Absolutely FUT. It's not because FUT are playing it, but I just love this BB matchup. This is the one map where, you know, when she first came out, her buffies were really, really strong, but this is such a good BB matchup. You can constantly knock away the Shade, you can pressure. I know as a Rico main, one brawler I used to hate facing off against, and still to this day, is BB. She could just apply so much pressure over so many walls. This is a fantastic BB game.
Let's see if you're right, Spen. The kit BB has emerged. It's going to be FUT and the fake FUT, as I like to call it. Talent Lab's going to copy their drafts here, their strategies here. And they've already gotten half of their strategy across. That's going to be Guesty on the point. And Angel Boy has taken down the Shade. That will allow Sandfire on the save there. But Angel Boy on this kid is just an absolute menace, taking down 2. It's a pure base race, typical pit stop styles. Keep your eyes crossed, folks. Currently, it's FUT Esports in the lead.
It's just, what do we have to defend this BB? Angel Boy jumps over the Shade onto the heist safe, and now that's a 40% lead. Even with Samfire doing so good on every aggressive brawler I've watched today, he's been excelling every single time. But BB on pit stop is still amazing. You get that BB bubble, you're able to line it up with the safe and do some insane damage. Good synergy with the kit here. Yay, he's going to get counted out by the second jump. And now all three members onto the high safe. Just a Rico on defense, but BB says bye-bye, slaps him to the face, and Foot wins so dominantly.
You might just be right, Sven. You might just be right. This BB might have just been too much there. Or maybe it's really just the Foot effect, right? Whenever they go in with any comp, it always feels like they have the better comp. But that's because you're piloting it to just such an insanely high
Hai că dă fiu 3-0 imediat.
I don't even see a single mistake there from Angel Boy. He just absolutely crushed every lane that he's gone on, and he got value in every single interaction.
They just can't kill this BB. They eventually do now, but just look at the amount of pressure that he got every single life. He's just going to run into a straight line, and the second that Griff can get onto the safe, or even a BB herself, they're going to be dealing so much damage. Angel Boy again getting the kill onto Rico. Yes, I like Rico, but he's very vulnerable on a map like this with so much aggression, so much base race brawlers. He really struggles to defend so well. Griff going to get onto the safe as well. Talent Labs are doing their magic as well. I would like to see a little bit more of Shade onto the high safe. I feel like they've just got to, especially on pit stop, is just rotate. I know they haven't got the best brawlers to rotate and get kills, but Shade can rotate and get kills on defense. It's just the Kaze really.
Half-decent start there. Both teams just going blow for blow, but it's Foot that's going to claim that second layer of shielding. And now Angel Boy swapping over to the thrower form on this kit. He is standing on Knob, though. It's not the best of pairings here, but the Hypercharge going to be shredding through, and it's the same as game number one. The whole of Foot just collapse onto Talent Labs, and what's that?
Hai că le dă 3-0.
It's gone!
This is hilarious. Every time we've spoke about pit stop, the pros hate it. But the best team pretty much in the world right now, they love it. They love the cheese, and that's what makes such a great team. They just decimated them with it. Totem against Talent Labs. It was very neck and neck. It was so tense, but not for a second did I not believe that Foot would go in and win. Angel Boy there on the kit. There was 2 moments where he just completely popped off and countered the enemy team. And this is why Griff is such a strong brawler in the right hands as well. Not only does he have great utility with his gadget, but since that buffy came into play, the additional salvo has just made Griff such a good heist brawler in particular as well. Like, you cannot ignore this brawler. You can't ignore any of the brawlers that Foot went with. And would you look at that? They just confirmed so many more kills. I feel like this is the one map you would want to avoid if you face Foot, to be honest. Now moving on to a pinhole punt as well. This is a Foot that a map that Foot picks, sorry. And again, this is just going to favor them so much because it's an aggressive playstyle. They're like the Kenjis, the Minas, but they're going to push into the grass. Let's see what Talent Labs have up their sleeves for.
This is a map that they have already played today as well. They did go up against Totem and they lost on this map actually, and maybe that's what Foot were targeting here. But we're seeing very different drafts already come out here. The bans, Ems being taken out of the picture, Star Nova being banned out. These are the 2 top sort of brawlers that you expect to just run it down in the mid. Rico slips through the pool. This is a Foot esports. It's just very, very stable type of brawler. There's 2 ways you can play about it. Nowadays, Robo Retreat with the Buffy having 60% extra move speed. We've seen it in East Asia being piloted to a disgusting level, and I'm excited to see what Foot will do with it.
Thinking of a Stu here, potentially. Yeah, the Stu's being picked up by Talent Labs. I was thinking of it for Foot maybe, but they snatch it away from them. Stu into a Griff is just fantastic. And now with Stu, I don't know whether it's intentional or not, but he's got that extra bit of speed. It's going to allow you with the speed zone to get into the bushes. Stu also, he used to really hard counter Rico back before the buffies, but actually now with Rico, you can use the multiple launcher gadget and you can actually tank quite a few shots with the Stu, so it's not as great as a matchup as it used to be. Also, Gessie is literally the reason why I believe in the Rico so much. So another Chester pick. Honestly, these are the things that I love about Foot as well. We constantly sing their praises, but Chester, if you look at the data, he's in literally like the bottom 10% in terms of brawler picks, weirdly enough.
Where's he in your tier list?
About B, C tier, and I probably would have if I updated it. Maybe would have put him down to the D tier instead, but they doubled down Chester Otis. If you guys remember, if you guys have played any ranked, last meta, it was just constant Chester Otis, Chester Otis, Chester Otis. But quite clearly they've got a strategy right here. They're afraid of probably be the Edgar into the Rico, right?
Yeah, and the Damon is still very much open for the side of Talent Labs. They're not gonna opt to go for it, but they will still go for an aggressive selection. Oh, you don't like it?
I don't know, into
Foot win. Dai flag pentru
Mewtwo
Foot.
Ali, right?
Rating 105. Da, e foarte nice, e foarte nice. Stați așa, chat, motivul pentru care, bă, mai sunteți, pentru care, oricum eram acum pe altă lume, vorbeam cu Ardei, că mi-au dat semn de viață Ardei acum după 3 săptămâni, 4 săptămâni. Am pes de la Ardei, trebuie să-l dau săptămâna asta pe canal. O zis că mi-l dă mie să-l dau pe canal aici. Și de asta acum ce-mi vorbeam.
Foot, you guys are playing just perfectly again. Stop it. I love the aggression, but maybe a little bit too aggressive. Now it's a 3 versus 2 situation. We see this situation happen so much in Pinhole Punt, where you just get ran down so quickly. Now, only really a grip on defense. Ali's okay on defense, but super hitch. Can get onto Guesty though, and still can't find the kill. Guesty stays alive with a sliver of
Oli Chester, da.
This time around opts to use the star power that gives you a little bit of extra damage instead. A little bit better.
E greu cu Mewtwo.
Ali's just getting pinched out time and time again. Mewtwo's just trying to get the ball out of the area of Foot, but it just feels inevitable at this moment. Well, what can Talent Labs even do? It's really just, it's death by 1,000 cuts yet, and Foot are really truly just being so patient. It's the easiest goal for them. I mean, a lesser team that might have tried to force the issue, but Foot cool, calm, and collected. Honestly, just grind the Talent Labs out. The team wiped them 3 times, you know, before they finally were like, okay, it's time to end this game. Let's go to the next one. It's kind of always like Talent Labs want to speed this one as well, speed this one up, because in that first interaction there, the speed zone came in and Ali just flied out of the gates. It's like she just got max supered right off the get-go. And as I was talking about, the multi-ball launcher into Stu seems to be paying its dividends so far. U2, Stu is one brawler that he always prefers, especially being on that low ping. He can essentially, he's got some good matchups so to Stu. Stu has triple matchup here, but it doesn't matter if Ali's just gonna get deleted by Guesty. We talk about Chaos and the Rico, but we've got a young prodigy here as Guesty looks to close the gap. In this position as well, Rico's looking beautiful. He can bounce the shots around the wall, not with the stun as well. I mean, clearly Chester's a little bit underrated into this meta, and Foot are pulling all the cards out literally with Chester. Insult to injury, rolls the perfect stun right where he needs it, and it really might just be a speedrun. Nob now heals up when Sandfire wanted to go for Pink there. This is, oh man, Spen, I have to feel for you here. This really feels like that Jesse pick we saw earlier. It's really just absolutely getting no value here. You see Sandfire gonna go out here. It's gonna be an any % speed run here to the death here. Will he finally get Guesty? Yes, he does. Yeah. Maybe I just gotta flame him more for him to come online. Gets the kill, but can't find anything else. But now in Brawl, these are the type of micro plays you make inside of draft. You pick these brawlers that have the hypercharge potential to score your goal. That's the name of the game, right? But people overlook it quite consistently. Nob gets another stun, hypercharge to break open the map, and Guesty's just going to easily slot that one in. Again, it just didn't feel like Talent Labs are up to the task so far. I mean, they are up against Foot. I wouldn't even say they're playing that bad, honestly. You would think it in the scoreline. I don't think it's Talent Labs playing that bad. Foot make players look worse than they are. They're just so good at this game.
2020, clar.
I'd be the same. I'd be demoralized at this point.
2020.
Foot, they don't even give you a sniff.
If you're Sandfire now, you're either thinking to yourself, what was I thinking suggesting this Rico thing? Maybe it wasn't even his idea to begin with, but Spen, your face is an accurate predictor for how things certainly went there. That was brutal to watch, and yeah, Mewtwo's not having it either. You're not seeing the same level of celebration. Yeah, no boo-hoos for him this time for sure. It's just all Foot esports just absolutely being, you know, the Thanos of the patch. This is Foot's universe that we're in, yada yada. So many ways that we've described this, but they are truly indeed just the best. I mean, looking at these stats, they're just absolutely pitiful. Nothing on the side of Talent Labs, everything on Foot esports.
Griff pick. It haunts me a little bit as well. We spoke about the alley. It's a risky pick, but I think they needed something to make some aggressive plays. But Griff's a weird one for me. Like, I'll watch it work, and then it doesn't work. I watch it work, and then it doesn't work. It's a little bit of a weird one because with Piggy Bank, that's normally the strategy you rely on, right? Like, you want to open up the map, but you just can't really do that. And that's normally how you counter Rico, right? You go a Colt, you go a Brock, you go something to open up the map, or you go something aggressive because he's quite squishy. Both things they tried to counter Rico with, considering it was first pick, couldn't counter him that well. So I think in general, the majority of the community are really underrating Rico right now. He's just so powerful in the right hands. And here we are into the next map, a first pick Crow on Crystal Arcade. I think Foot are they just have a one-up on the meta on everybody in terms of draft.
I want to call out, Bolt isn't banned. It's left wide open, and Foot for sure, surely this is all planned by them, right? Opening up with this Crow as the first pick, what signals this to me is this is one of the safest gem carriers in the game presently. You know, second to Janet, right? Like, I mean, there's really not that many other gem carriers on Crystal Arcade that you can opt to go for. And in something that I think mainland China did a lot was this Pearl plus the Bolt combination. I don't know if they'll pull it out just yet here on this map, but it is a viable weapon that they can consider. Will Foot proactively deal with the Bolt, or will they just pick it up themselves?
I think they're just gonna try and deal with it. I've seen in monthly qualifiers that Humble would just leave open Bolt. It's a risky strategy, especially giving it to a team that will definitely prefer the cheese, right? So they need something to face off against it with. Griff is a great counter to Bolt potentially, and just to open up the map. Griff is a great counter. Again, I learned from Angel Boy himself. He helped me with a video on how to counter the meta, and he gave me Griff as the first one because you got pure damage, but it's also the piggy bank, not even just open up the map, because that actually favors Bolt. It's just the interruption. So I think they are drafting with that in mind. So they've got the Griff, they've got the Crow. It's hard to go anything aggressive into this Stu Pearl matchup, so I'm gonna hedge my guesses. They're gonna go with something again pretty control-based.
Oh, it's gonna be the Rico, just leaning back into Gasty's signature here. It is dominant on
N-am
the
ce să mai
side
fac la
lanes as
live,
well.
e îngropat, e leșinat, e băgat în mormânt și live-ul ăsta, n-am ce să mai fac. Mă pregătesc mai bine pentru PES-ul cu ardei.
With the Bolt here, despite the fact that it is so obvious that Foot are just dying, you know, they're just really reeling, like, please try and pick Bolt into this, please. No, they're not gonna fall for it. They're gonna lean back, go for a bit of a old school classic that we saw earlier this year, the Mo. And I think this is a lot still pretty bold by them. I mean, side lanes don't look the best for him, and he can't really lane into the Rico here. I guess outranged by the Griff there. What's the idea behind
this? Eu trebuie să fac 30 de live-uri să am abia în jumătate de ore.
Griff is when you switch to star power with Mo, you can get additional range. So in the lane, Mo can actually outrange the Griff, but Mo doesn't have many other good matchups. So it's a little bit of a difficult one. Crystal Arcade is a weird one. Normally in Gem Grab, you always have these aggressive ideas. You're near enough guaranteed to get one assassin. Mo can turn into an assassin once he gets his hypercharge available. So again, a great counter to Crow is this Pearl in the mid. I'm one of these people that just hate on the Crow so much. It's so annoying to deal with, but Pearl is probably the answer here. Honestly, Talent Labs have a good draft on paper, but it's against Foot.
It always ends with that one.
Mai aștept să se termine meciul și cam atât a fost cu live-ul. 4 ore! Dezastru, bă, dezastru canal. E dezastru canal, n-am ce-i face la canal. N-am ce-i face. N-am ce-i face, e dezastru canalul. Cât mai am de îndurat, mâncați explorația. E dezastru canalul, jur.
At the same time, it's Angel Boy so good at juking, especially with that extra movement speed you get with the Crow. Yeah, tries to burn him down, just get him down a little bit here. Let's see if opts for the super hit to break up any of the map. No, goes for the pinch. Crystal Arcade is notorious for the pinch game. U2's going to try and capitalize onto Guesty, but as I said before, multiple launcher can now save you against that Stu matchup. 1 versus 1. Foot are just going to establish control, and the problem is with Crow, yes, he can get countered a little bit here. Sunfire's going to get the kill onto Nob though, but he's still got to jump to get away, whereas Pearl has no ability like that.
And with Guesty just breathing down your neck at the back there with the hyper touch, rebouncing it, kind of across the map, gets a little bit of harassment damage, hits Sandfire, clips him a little bit, allows Nock to win his matchup, but is out of time. For esports, they didn't even need to play flashy this game. They really just held control of the side lanes, traded evenly, and now at 10 gems, and just zero counterplay. Absolutely no counterplay or compensation from the side of Talent Labs. It's such a clean game for Foot once again.
Ninja Boy's just rubbing his eyes. He's tired right now.
He looks bored.
He needs a challenge at this point in time. I think honestly, I'm impressed with
totul era în
Sandfire on the
primăvară,
whole. He's done a
care
great job into
totul
career.
picat în cap
Mewtwo
vara.
was extremely struggling here. I mean, in the matchup,
chiar-
like
chiar
honestly,
mai-
Rico
chiar a
doesn't
fost
counter. I mean, you can see they're switching the matchups there. Mewtwo is not happy.
Da,
because he
câștigă
was getting
Fotul 100%.
absolutely bodied by Guesty. I mean, it is Guesty in the day, one of the best players in the world. But boy, look at this gadget placement right now. He's able to push back Mo all the way into spawn. And again, what Talent Lab need to perhaps do, I mean, what can you actually do into Guesty? It's just, it's one of those lanes that honestly at this point just send 2 people down the other lane because you're not winning that one.
You managed to burn down Angel Boy here. He will take down there to the Pearl. And it's going to allow a little bit of breathing room there for Mewtwo. Yeah, he's going to sneak up all the way in front of Guesty there. There's the 2v1 pinch that you talked about, but Mewtwo is indeed literally playing with fire. He's going to be pinched out once again. Yaya is making a desperation attempt here to go forward, just try and hold on to as many gems as he can, but he can't hold it on for long. The cycle has begun. It's a cycle of death that Foot are bringing.
He's going to get the kill onto Griff, and that's the matchup we're talking about. I think it's okay sometimes to lose your lane as long as the other lane is winning. And Mo, most of the time, was doing just that. Angel Boy sweeps up with the kill goal. Insane jump onto Mo there to confirm the kill. Even as a gem carrier going aggressive is what Angel Boy feels most. Now the hype charge being popped by both members of Foot, and Guesty is going to burn them down. Now with only 1 gem left, surely it's in Foot's favor here.
And Angel, I mean, that was showboating a little bit. He could have started the countdown early, but he just knew. I mean, like, just wanted to min-max his way here. And Sandfire is drilling in there to Angel, but he's got to jump in already. If he got a hypercharge going in, he could jump in, but no, not even necessary. Just for celebration in the end. That's going to be Foot punching their way. I mean, expectedly so, but yet to another grand finals. That's 6 for 6 grand finals here in the EMEA.
They look untouchable, unfazed by whatever goes their way. And you could sing the praises about all 3 members of Foot, right? Every single player you was looking at was doing an exceptional job, but in particular in that round it has to be Guesty. I mean, because commiserations to Talent Labs, right? They already exceeded expectations, with the majority of the people on paper would not have even predicted them to beat Reply Totem, or maybe even take a set in some instances. They beat them, and they still, it was a decent showing. That last set was a little bit tough for them, but all in all, it looks good for the future. Looks good for that team.
I think as long as they fix how they do with Rico in the future, 2 sets lost to that brawler. It was on Guesty, as you pointed out, and I mean, he's the one that's really convincing the world now that this brawler still is has a place inside this meta. Foot, they definitely deserve this grand final going forward here. 6 for 6.
Scuze, nu, deci odată n-ai botul GG 3-0, da.
Ever in this region.
I honestly don't think so. Even SK Gaming that you pointed out earlier.
Scuze că șters botul, chiar scuze, sincer.
I think they
O să rezolv și
won
n-ai
grand
botul.
finals, so they could now make the unthinkable happen and win 5 out of 6 grand finals too. The only time they lost was when both themselves and Humble stood in the grand finals, which only happened once. After that, every single time those 2 teams were fated to meet in the semis already, as you can see in the bracket here. One of the first times we have them on either side of the bracket once again. So Humble now
pentru
has the
cine mai e,
chance
desigur, dacă mai e cineva.
Esports again. They were the only ones who managed to
Wow, lol, chiar mai e. Bun, gata cu ăștia că mai durează mult și chiar nu mai am răbdare. O să mă uit eu off camera. Scuze, deci scuze că șterge, n-ai botul, promit că o să o rezolv, dar cred că ideea e simplă, șterge că gen spamezi chepuri, gen că scrii cu litere mari. Bun. Bă, live-ul a fost băgat în gunoi, în canal, spuneți cum vreți voi cu live-ul ăsta, faceți-l cu șoțet. Eu oricum vă mulțumesc pentru cei care ați venit și Vedeți că acum chiar am luat legătura. Aparent, pregătiți-vă săptămâna viitoare să dăm pe Moca. Pe normal Moca din partea lui Ardei. O să fac și episod. Vă aștept și pe episod, vă aștept și pe live și cred că îi dau iară cu niște content bun săptămâna asta. Vă pup și vă iubesc. Ia, unde e butonul de închidere? Ia stați.